towards Silent Hill? Is this the right way?
Yeah.
Anyway, hello,
It's hard to
Whirlwind.
see with this fog, but
Fog.
there's only the one road.
Hard to see with this
You can't
fog.
miss it.
She sees fog,
Thanks.
not smoke, which means it's not on fire for her right now.
I think you'd better stay away. This, this town, there's something
Oh,
wrong
interesting.
with
She's
it.
standing, they're standing on the grass
It's
layer,
hard to explain,
not the
but
layer underneath.
Dangerous?
Interesting. I never noticed that.
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay, I got it.
It's
I'll be careful.
fog. It's not the fog.
No, I believe you. It's just...
Test,
I guess
test.
I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
Oh, by the way, we're doing a long play.
I'm looking for someone.
Who?
I haven't played the game in a
who
while.
is it?
Someone
Oh, month.
very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen
You know, I
her.
just replayed Bioshock 1 recently, like a few days ago, and I'm just realizing how this game actually looks better than Bioshock in a lot of ways,
I can't find them.
even though it came out like 6 years later.
I'm sorry.
Do we have any Bioshock fans in the chat?
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Also, I don't know when I was muted, but I was gonna ask. I asked Axel to pick a blood color, but Whirlwind, if you want to pick a blood color, your options are green, purple, or black. Because I always pick red because something like red is the blood color. But I kind of want to do something different. I'm going to be playing this where I'm going to be trying some different things. One of the things that I've never tried to do is after we see Maria dead in the labyrinth, second time she dies, second time, I've never run back to the beginning of the labyrinth just to see the other side of the prison to see if I can look at Maria dead from the other side, because they won't let James back in. They won't let you back in. So I always thought that was because they didn't have a static scene to see Maria in lying on the bed. But there's another entrance into that room, so I'm gonna go backwards and see what happens. Give me a second here. I need to get my overlay on because I forgot it works with this game. Who's that? Oh, the blue is so hard to read. Ometric. Hello, welcome. So I played a bit of it. Okay, cool. Yeah. I wanted to play Bioshock games a couple years ago, but I couldn't get into the first game. The first game is very it's I think a lot of people perceive it as either an RPG or as like a Doom-like, but it's neither. It's really a game where you need to crawl through and minimize your presence as much as possible. It's a game very much about hiding, hacking, taking advantage of security, and figuring out which plasmids are like, try to get the minimum amount of plasmids possible while with the maximum amount of benefit, and then the rest of the atom that you have is kind of a cushion. It's a very different mindset that you would play in most first-person shooters. Played through the Bioshock trilogy recently and came away with 2 as my favorite. Really, 2 is actually my least favorite, except for Minerva's Den. Minerva's Den is pretty good. I kind of flip back and forth on Bioshock if it's Bioshock Infinite, because sometimes it's either I love it, other times I'm frustrated with it. Also, Axel picked Black Blood. Let's do it. I think that saves, right? Yeah. It is gonna look like oil though. Look, high res buses, high poly buses, yay! of the things they did not need to change. Oh, by the way, everybody, we're looking for a pink ball from Silent Hill 1, the pink rubber ball from Silent Hill 1, and or the Shakespeare books from Silent Hill 3. I still have not found those. Maybe I'll pick, yeah, black blood. I used to eat a lot of Hot Pockets, so my blood is that color now anyway. That sounds good. That's yeah, definitely a problem with Hot Pockets, especially the ham and cheese ones. They put literal tar in those, and that's what makes it delicious. Found out a couple years ago, I think it was 2021, that a lot of the Hot Pockets they put out actually had broken glass in them, and that put me off of Hot Pockets for life. I'm done with Hot Pockets. I don't think there was, it wasn't, definitely wasn't all of them, but they got sued and lost because they actually did have glass in a lot of their, broken glass in a lot of their Hot Pockets, and I don't know if anybody got hurt, but they knew about it and they didn't do anything about it, at least not fast enough, and they lost their lawsuit. And yeah. By the way, everyone complained about the Comic Sans on the Silent Hill Ranch sign, which I think we've already gone past. I found that there's actual Comic Sans in the vanilla game anyway, which I think is ironic. Wait, are those paper trees? I don't know if you guys can see, but those trees in the back there, they're just paper. I wonder if I could ask the I like talking to the Enhanced Edition team. They're pretty open about, like, what do you call it, like suggestions and questions and stuff. They're pretty helpful, unless they've answered it a million times, in which case they'll just ignore you. But in this case, I'm wondering if they could take these trees in the front and replace them with those trees in the back, which are just two intersecting planes. But the fact that I haven't noticed that until just now, I think says a lot. Isn't it put unstable Monsanto chemicals in their churros? That's how the dragon caught fire. I mean, isn't unstable Monsanto chemicals literally in all American food? Upsetting sweat. You bet it's upsetting. Do I have any mods in chat? I don't remember who's a mod and who's not anymore. Oh. Hey Whirlwind, what's your 2023 tag about? I'm looking at tags, and I think Axel, you've got MVP and first. I don't know what these mean anymore. Oh yeah, new high poly car. Yeah. As in PS2 poly, not actually a high poly. I don't think we're gonna be able to find anything good in here. Yes. Oh, okay. You just need to get something? I don't think we're gonna be able to find any of the Easter eggs out in town, but if we do, it'll be at night, because I haven't explored the night town as nearly as much. It just showed up on your username at one point? Guess it's there forever. You probably watched a stream during a specific event. Oh, hello. That would be my wife, who is real. I swear. Because that's usually how that kind of stuff happens. So you watch an event, like if you participate. I don't know. I assume you were watching something on Twitch 2 years ago. Oh yeah, speed tech. You have to grab this without going too high up, so he grabs it without crouching. Bam, speed tech. So I have to wonder, I'm like, is the Easter egg in these tires? I try to think I have to think that the where they put the ball and the Shakespeare books have to be somewhere that makes sense, because the chocolate milk was in a kitchen, and that's where you find it in Silent Hill 4. So I'm thinking it has to, the rubber ball has to be somewhere where like a kid would be. or like toys or something. Hey, BB. Wow, everybody's showing up. I thought I was gonna be all by myself today. Test. Okay, yeah. Could you really be there 3 years ago? I actually was. I think I started streaming in 21. Actually, no, I was streaming in 2020, but like those were like the ones that nobody watched. Axel, actually, I think you were there, Axel. Because you're part of the DeviantArt crew from way back in the day. Apparently, according to their blog, the most engaged Twitch users of 2023. Well, that means you're rather engaged, I guess. Congratulations. Who's the lucky person? 2023. I don't think you can marry a year. I think she's expired by now. Sorry, bad jokes. But yeah, pink ball. I'd imagine it has to be somewhere where, like, somewhere you would expect to find a pink ball. And when I say that, like, I expected to find the Shakespeare book in the hotel library, either in the regular one or the alternate one, and it wasn't there, unless I really missed it. And I was thinking the pink ball would be in the hospital, question mark, because there's the teddy bears and stuff, and Laura's there. Didn't find it there either. I was thinking solitary confinement, because like it might be a reference to, I think it's The Great Escape, where someone's in solitary confinement throwing a ball against the wall, but besides that just being kind of a trope. By the way, this room is kind of special to me. My friend Andrew, who is recreating the Silent Hill 2 engine or camera, has been using this room in Unity to do so, and I've seen a lot of his tests, and it's really good work. I should see if I can get him on here. I don't know if he watches Twitch. And again, because we have a lot more people here than when I was here earlier, I wanted to restate I'm going to be trying a couple things of backtracking that I've never tried before. Most notably is in the labyrinth. There is a after Maria dies the second time in the labyrinth, you're not allowed to go back into the room where she is. But if I backtrack all the way to the beginning of the labyrinth, I should be able to get in. And if that's the case, I would like to see if Maria's still there, or if they changed the scene setup or not. Oh, I think this is one of the first scenes where the uncorrected field of vision actually breaks here. I think it's on the bottom left when James kills it. Oh, and that tunnel in the background, I think, is the reason why this area is blocked at night, is because they didn't want to take that away, and it would have looked really weird in the dark. Because it's just a texture, it's an illuminated texture. Oh, it's like, what's wrong with the blood? Right. Yeah, down there on the bottom left.
What
There.
the hell is it?
There.
It's not human.
It's clipping under the floor. You're not human, James. Oh, yeah. Nothing good ever happens to the labyrinth. That is true.
This thing broken?
I'm thinking that you're making a reference to the David Bowie film. As my brain is thinking Muppets and the Danny Boy skit.
What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
Oh, it's from The Shining. Oh, yeah. I've only seen The Shining like twice. By the way, you are allowed to come back in here. But without the fog, you would actually be able to see the tunnel. And when it's dark, you can't, the fog is off. Just like in real life, because it's foggy during days and it usually gets less foggy at night because of how condensation works. So you'd be able to see the backboard of the tunnel, which is that white tunnel, which is why I believe it's cut off. But they put a lot of work into blocking it off. Like they changed a lot of the model. We'll look at that later. Am I hurt? Not really. I've only played the remake. This is different. Yeah, the remake is very different than the original. Sometimes to the detriment of the remake, because sometimes they have elements in the remake that don't really make sense in the remake, but they do in the original, and they're kind of just artifacts of the of being a remake. One very notable, although it's not very plot significant, thing that is only there because it was in the original and there's no real context for it, is when James puts his hand in the toilet all the way up to his shoulder in the remake to get like the clock hand out of it. In this version, there's an optional wallet in the toilet, and he says that there's something he can take out of there, but he'd have to reach into it, and you can say yes or no, and it doesn't matter which one you choose. In the remake, they kind of force you to do it without giving you a clear indication that you even should, because they took out the white text of examining things. So it's like, dude, James, why are you doing this? Whereas in the original, it's just like, well, you chose to do it. You know, it's the context is a little different. There's a lot that goes on there. I need to play the remake again, but man, it's so long. You know what I like another reason I like the original better is the original is it takes a long time to get through if you don't know where you're going, but if you do know where you're going, it's very short. It's very short. Oh, yikes. I didn't realize there were so many creepers on hard mode. This doesn't feel right. Is it tisometric? Tisometric? Tisometric sounds right. Did you like the remake? I was trying to replay for the other endings. I was getting so tired of it. Yeah, it was difficult for me to get through for the other endings, and that's kind of why the original has so many different endings. Is because the game is short, but there's a lot of replay value in hindsight in the plot, but also the game gets faster as you get better at it, whereas the remake kind of doesn't get faster just because there's so much more ground to cover. The apartment building that's in the remake is also not here, and they moved the diner in the remake to the night section rather than just being kind of this little nothing building over here. I do like the new street section of the remake though. This gives you a little bit more time to breathe. I don't care for it pushing you towards the hotel, or excuse me, towards the apartments. Like, has that like that whips up the wind and the fog kind of pushes you towards the apartments, whereas in the original it's kind of, it feels like the natural place to explore, because we have this memo here that says, okay, go to the bar, right? And at the bar there's a memo that says, you know, go to the alley, and then you go to the alley and there's a dead guy with holding on to these keys. The presumption being that whoever was leaving those notes eventually didn't make it. But a lot of the people online have are of the opinion that every corpse is literally James, especially in a time loop kind of style. But in the original, that was not the case. They were dead people. They reused James's model for just to save time, save budget, but they also, you could also say they look like James because they are reflecting James's mentality, but they are also their own individual person. Isometric. Okay, I was right. But yeah, I really liked it. It made Silent Hill my current hyperfixation. Well, good news for you. I'm making a bazillion videos on Silent Hill. I don't know if you like long form content, like multi-hour content. So it'll catch you up on the series whenever I get it done. But you notice this map, it starts at the Silent Hill Savings Bank, moves through the back of the pet center, then goes through the Woodside Apartments. They're Xing off like Big J's, Lucky Jade, Grand Market, all these places you're not even allowed to go. And then they're like, what's down Martin Street? And when you go down there, you find that person dead. So this is the route someone else was taking. And since that person at the end of Martin Street has the keys and the apartments are locked, you can presume that that person locked the doors to the apartments. Why they did that, I don't know. But it makes you wonder, what were they looking for? That was someone else's journey through the town. And also I just love how mundane this is. Whereas the remake is so grandiose. And this is completely optional too. I love that so much about the original, just so how much stuff you can miss, but there's so much reward in slowing down and looking for things. In the remake, there's really not much you can miss. You kind of everything's right there, front and center for you. Like the bit about James and alcohol, the bit about there's a hole here, it's gone now. All that stuff is there's more. I just need to think about it. Is very, it's unmissable. They put it directly in your path. I fall asleep to niche video essays every night, so I'll be on the lookout. I have them linked in my in the description on Twitch, but it's my YouTube channel is The Midnight Snow. I have done the first game so far, and I'm nearing completion on the second game, which is why I'm replaying this again, because I actually haven't played the game in about a month, so I'm refreshing on it. I think this is one of the unforgivables of the remake. Is, do you hear the sound? Is dead quiet. There's absolutely nothing, no sound at all. And the reason, and the remake never ever uses pure silence ever. And that frustrates me so badly, because that's part of where a lot of the eeriness from the originals come from, is the absolute silence. There tends to be like a temptation in just the industry, especially in horror, that if you don't put something in there, you don't put audio, you don't put a visual element, it's like laziness. But I think it takes a certain level of mastery, or says something about your mastery of the medium when you know when not to do something. Hello. That's why I think this game is a masterpiece, and the remake is a very fun tribute to the masterpiece, but is not a masterpiece itself. It's like this is the art version, and the other one is the like the blockbuster version. Oh yeah, more evidence here that Laura is not incapable of seeing monsters. The monsters actually avoid her. And let me show you a little bit of evidence here. You know how many monsters are out here? Do you see how many monsters are out here? And this happens reliably through the game. There are 0 monsters. Absolutely none. None whatsoever. Why is that? Well, Laura is actually right around that corner over there. you try to pick this up. Oh, I forgot we have soft shadows and they look so good. Ow.
Hey, wait! Damn it.
There she goes. Wait, what room does she go in? It looks like she actually goes around like across the way from 304. Weird. I'd have to replay that. I think that's just to get her off scene. You're not actually supposed to be able to see that far. All right, let's grab this and get this equipped, because I do plan on killing everything. And look, wow, Laura's gone, and guess who's here? It's not that she can't see them, they won't allow themselves to be seen by her. They actually, and you can actually hear one around the corner over there. And this directly affects James. If he's with Laura, he's actually safe. The monsters will not come out. It's not until she's gone and he loses her that are the monsters willing to come out. I've never noticed that it does the little that sound effect up here. Oh gosh, we got 2 of them? 3 of them? Yikes, there's so many. And they use the same technique here as all the monsters are gone because they're afraid of Pyramid Head. Or they're just staging Pyramid Head. I like to think that they've run from him. You know, I almost, and I will always say this, I almost missed the encounter with Pyramid Head the first time I played the remake. Because you have to come this way. You have to come this way to see him. And you have to turn your back on him. And that's eerie. Whereas if you're trying every single door in the remake, you can actually just go around the corner and completely miss him. You do not have to walk up to him. You go right back out. Oh, that lying figure's not here. This corpse is supposed to represent James. But it's also the same corpse they use for Harry, so you have to be careful on what's an asset reuse and what's not. This is both foreshadowing and actually here. I apologize, I am in full explanation mode. For anybody who's wanting to know more Silent Hill lore, please ask me any and all questions. I probably have an answer, or better yet, I don't have an answer and I will really, really want to know what it is. We're not gonna find any Easter eggs in the apartments. There's no way they're gonna put them right next to each other. It always amazes me how many people play Silent Hill 2 or the original Silent Hill games and don't realize you're supposed to stomp enemies. Whoa. There are so many enemies in here. Kick him in the butt. There's a memo that tells you to do that too. Whoa, I didn't know that mannequins showed up down here. Interesting. I guess only the flashlight scene does it show up down here. Cool. Learning new things. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. I almost forgot. I like to do this just for myself. Where is it? This one. Well, that's not right. Oh, I see it. There it is. A beer. Welcome. Hello. How are you doing? Been quite a long while. Then again, I haven't played Silent Hill 2 for a while. Glad to see you. How are you doing? Wait. Oh, I'm on my last bullets. Hooray. Not anymore. That's why we're in here. Interesting. Yeah, I'm used to doing all these checks before I've unlocked the mannequin monster. I didn't know they update the encounters. My health is okay. My health is actually okay, and hopefully it stays that way. Thank you for asking. I think it's just those 2 items, right? Oh, wait, I think there's one in here. Whoa, in there. Neat. Okay, cool. Okay, so if I want more kills earlier, I can actually trigger the mannequin first and do these later. Okay, speedrun text. I don't usually speedrun, and I don't speedrun seriously, but I like doing it for the 10-star run. And you guys like watching it for some reason. For some reason, people like watching speedruns. I don't get it. Get over here. You know what's funny is I'll watch speedruns anyway. I'll be like, this is boring. Watches for 8 hours anyway. I liked watching Wind Waker runs particularly. I don't know why. It's probably because I get that game, but I also don't really like super care about it. Yeah, that would have been so easy. They keep track of all the stats, but they just don't give you a score. I don't know why. It was right there. It was right there in front of them. They just are like, nah. We're gonna do all this work just to not to do it. And they took out the hyperspray. Like that had to have been really easy to make. Hyperspray is just get a spray can animation. It's gonna use the gun system. Oh, for anybody who's just played the remake, this is the only time James reaches into a hole. Only time. He does it one time, not 17 times. They go through the effort of adding enough content to more than double the length in the game, and you can't add ranks. Yeah, even Resident Evil 2 the remake, I don't know about 3, I don't know about 4 or anything else, but Resident Evil 2's remake, which did a pretty good job at mostly recapturing the original, but with a different camera angle. I only played with fixed cams, but mostly did a good job with that. They kept ranks in that one. I don't know why they wouldn't in the remake of Silent Hill 2. Other than, I still kind of feel like the remake of Silent Hill 2 is mostly just copying Team Silent's homework more than it is, and like trying to bolster their own reputation more than it is they were trying to be faithful. You know what I'm kind of saying? Like, I think it's a fine game, but man, they've missed a lot of the smaller elements. It's kind of like it's more of like a celebratory game. It's 9:10, right? Wow, it's been a while. Yeah, I've heard Remake 3 was pretty short. And it doesn't have the branching paths that the original does. So while I like the remake, it is definitely not the same game. It's more of like a fan celebration, and it includes so much like internet theory crafting stuff and acknowledgements of things that are not in the original, but would be fun to think about. Hey, Ezio. Wow, everybody's showing up. The whole Silent Hill crew is here. Hello. Oh, I replied to your comment. I didn't recognize your name if I did. What were you talking about? Because I have everybody here, I want to remind you guys, I am making that Silent Hill 2 analysis video. It's probably going to be 3 to 4 hours long. And it's going to be as comprehensive as possible without going down and reading Wikipedia pages, which most videos do. It's only going to be about what's in the games. I'm not going to be talking about developers, interviews, or the history of ancient Judaic cult practices. Like, I'm going to keep it very focused. What are you currently doing with the Silent Hill 2 video? Oh, exactly what I was just saying. It's going to be a recap of the story, really showing all of the layers. I'm going to show the story chronologically. I'm doing it in layers, like I did with the first one. So I'm going to do chronologically the first, like the superficial reading. If you just gave it one playthrough, this is basically what your takeaway should be. Then I'm going to go through chronologically Angela's story from everything we can know all the way up until the end of her story. Then I do that again with Eddie, Laura, then James. And then it catches you up on the whole story. Then I'm going to talk about Maria and Born from a Wish, and how that plays into everything. Then we start going deep into all the lore tidbits, all of the smaller interactions, or little tucked away tidbits that you may or may not have noticed, how the other world works, and how it's not multiple dimensions, it's a nightmare invading reality, and there is no fog world, and I have mounds of evidence for that. I feel like I shouldn't have said the word mounds right there. I don't know, that felt dirty. I have not done the voiceovers yet, but I am in the process of producing them, yes. I'm also watching cutscenes just because I'm trying to recap on a lot of stuff. You'll notice in here, and this is another remake difference in the remake. In the remake, James is trapped. He can't leave. In this one, James deliberately stays because of his curiosity. He's drawn to the pyramid head, the pyramid thing. Yeah, by the way, I am going to premiere it on YouTube, and I will also be giving commentary, or at least just being here while it's premiered on YouTube, so you can watch on here or there. The goal is to have it done by the end of summer. Yeah, it's gonna be like 3 to 4 hours long. It's based on my current trajectory. It looks like the script will even out around 60,000 words, which is about the length of a whole novel. Like, I'm not even kidding. If you guys know what NaNoWriMo is, which is National November Writing Month, the goal is to write 60,000 words in a month to be able to qualify it as a novel. And yeah, I'm gonna be about hitting 60,000 words for this stupid script. Oh, another difference in the remake, in the original, Pyramid Head just kind of shows up in random rooms, and you never know when you're just gonna stumble upon him. In the remake, he only shows up at like checkpoints, like very specific, like this is the end of the level, and then there he is. He's a lot more predictable. But then the remake does stuff like this, this painting right here, is maintained because this has like these skulls overlaid it on top of it, which it looks like they're just mountain shapes, but they also kind of make this weird skull shape, and like they'll keep this detail. So it's like, it feels like the remake misses the forest for the trees. It's very good on remembering trees, but it forgets about the forest. And that's kind of, if you follow me on this analogy, that's kind of what my video is going to be trying to do, is recapture what the forest is, what makes the original special, and then later why the remake, I'll do this in a separate video, why the remake deviates and it has a different message than the original does. Isometric. Oh, they definitely tell this. Okay, good. Yeah. See, I heard people say, no, it's the same. It's the same. I'm like, no, it's not. It is very, very much more explicit in this game. It is much more explicit. The remake is very toned down, and especially with the eroticism element, which is very uncomfortable. Like, I never really felt uncomfortable. Like, it was scary, but the scary in the remake is more like, they're gonna get me, which is not what Silent Hill 2 scare has been about. Like, I am playing on hard mode, so there's way more monsters than there should be, but the normal experience, it does this. Like, it's very loud when there's monsters nearby, and then once you kill everything, it's much quieter, and it makes the tension even worse. It's better when I'm not talking all over it and just totally ruining everything, but by yourself, this game is very much disruptive to I don't know how to explain. Tysometric, I hope you stick with us until we get to the labyrinth, because the labyrinth, if I had to complain about one thing in the remake, is the remake absolutely, I don't want to say butchered or dropped the ball. Oh, by the way, ads start in about a minute minute 15. Sub to the channel or get ad block so you don't have to miss anything. Free ad block is the thing. uBlock Origin still works, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, the labyrinth has a lot of, when people talk about psychological horror, a lot of times they think, oh, it's just about twists and turns and, you know, like that kind of stuff. But in Silent Hill 2, it actually plays with your expectations, and it will make you think that you're crazy. You, the player, are crazy. And that element has completely lost in the remake, and we'll see it when we get into the labyrinth. Tysometric, if you are unfamiliar with certain elements. I think they're both in this room, yeah. Another thing is that the remake really plays up like more of a fantastical element to Silent Hill, whereas what I love about Silent Hill most is how mundane and grounded it feels. Like, this feels like it was somebody's home. And again, I want to emphasize that in the original continuity, the town is just, this is what the town looks like. The town was destroyed because of Silent Hill 1. And the people disappeared. And that's not the first time that's happened either. The people have disappeared before in the town's history. Back in the colonial era. The first colonists, just their settlement completely disappeared. And nobody knows what happened. Then we see that happen again in Silent Hill 1. So James is coming back to town and he's like, what the heck happened here? In fact, when we meet Eddie for the first time, he'll ask him, he's like, what happened here anyway? And Eddie's like, I have no idea. Which means they're both on the same page, that something weird happened here. Sorry, Ezio, you said something. Let me see. Yeah, I love the ambience of that game. Wait, oh, sorry, I just finished that game 100%. Just a few months. Oh, Blasphemous. Sorry. I gotta read all the way back. I tried playing Blasphemous on stream, and I want to play more of it. But I was having internet issues, so I think I will try to get back to doing that, because whatever internet issues I was having was outside my house, and it has since been resolved. So if you guys are interested, I will play more Blasphemous if you guys are open to that. But yeah, I love the ambience in that game too. It's the kind of Spanish Catholic horror, kind of interesting. Went straight to Blasphemous 2 after, and it's a great game, but Blasphemous 1 is still better. That's unfortunate when sequels are kind of not as good. Sometimes the magic can only be captured once. But no, Blasphemous looks really good. I was having a good time with it, and then yeah, my internet was just like, yeah, but nobody gets to watch, and that was quite unfortunate. Again, if you guys want to watch me play Blasphemous, I can put that back on my list. Maybe you guys can give me some tips, because I'm really bad. Like, I love Metroidvania style games, but the ones that emphasize combat a lot more, like Hollow Knight and Blasphemous, I have a really hard time with. All right, well, I will announce when we're gonna do that. Right now we're working through Pathologic 2 on Wednesdays is the plan. But I would like to be juggling 2 if I can. Between I think Blasphemous and Pathologic 2 are different enough I could juggle the 2. And look, it's an actual puzzle instead of just handing it to you. Hee. And you saw GOG was trying to bring Silent Hill 1 and 2, and the Enhanced Edition retweeted them to call for it. I did see that. I know there's I like GOG's dream list, but the only function that the dream list has is to gauge public interest. How many people who actually have a GOG account are claiming that they would pay for a proper release of this, and they can forward that data to the actual developers and publishers, and then see if something can happen. Silent Hill 1 would have to be reverse engineered, but if the Enhanced Edition team is willing, I don't see why they couldn't just straight up sell the Enhanced Edition on GOG. They may have to make it a little bit more user-friendly. It is very user-friendly as it is, but I mean more so like one-click installs. Anything that looks like an install wizard can scare people, especially just casual players. But if they can resolve that and get Konami's blessing, they really, 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 really should do that. I mean, yeah, I know Enhanced Edition and GOG are absolutely more than willing to do it. It just it's all up to Konami, and I think it's a matter of time before Konami would do it, because Konami will do things as long as they can make money and it costs them no effort. Let's see. Yes, you should stream Blasphemous. It is awesome. I should. I tried streaming it, and I was having an okay time with playing the game myself. It's just the internet lines outside my house was bugging out. Which, by the way, how is stream quality right now? I hope it's okay. It was kind of crunchy the other day. It is already very user friendly. Yeah. Not for cavemen. Yeah, that's what I mean. I just mean that it needs to be a one button click of install, and then you're just in the main menu. That's what I mean by user friendly. It is in user friendly in that you have to have it has just an installer. You install the game and then you do an installer on top of it. But you have to remember that a lot of, like, the majority of people who play video games are used to like App Store kind of installation, where you just hit install, it loads, and then you're in. Like there is no finagling. Once you ask somebody to finagle, they're like, I don't know, I'm out, and it scares people off really fast. So as long as they can resolve that, which I think they definitely can, I don't see the problem. Okay, real quick, people like to say again that people in Silent Hill can't see each other's monsters, which is weird because that seems to only apply to Silent Hill 2, because it's patently untrue in Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4. but in Silent Hill 2, apparently it's special. We know that Eddie does not manifest monsters. He manifests victims that either make fun of him or he tries to kill them or whatever, right? He doesn't manifest monsters to our knowledge. And yet he'll say, I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here. Let's see if there's any weird looking monsters outside his door. Oh, goodness. Yikes. Let's run in here. Oh, completely separate. If you look way in the back under that plank, that's Jasper's chocolate milk, exclusive to the enhanced edition. Let me get him to stop throwing up real quick. To be honest, I'm sure I could figure it out, but the lack of one-click install is why I haven't played the OGs yet. Tysometric, I actually have an install guide on the Reddit. It's actually stickied on the Silent Hill Reddit. And it's gotten a lot of people through installing the game. This is another detail they changed in the remake. In this version, you can't tell if he did it or not. Killed the guy in the fridge. Whereas in the remake, it's very clear that he didn't.
My name's James.
Oh, anyway, I have a lot to talk about.
Eddie.
But Tysometric, if you want to, if you talk to me on the Discord, I can help you set it up. It's very easy. It used to be a little annoying, but it's very easy now.
You're not friends with that red pyramid, are you?
No, he's in the other building. That's why Eddie hasn't seen him.
I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters.
Yep.
They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Yep.
Well, I guess
What's-
this place isn't.
what's my hair
safe
doing?
either. What happened here anyway?
Let me link it, actually.
I don't know. I'm not
For anybody
even from
watching,
this
lurking.
town. I just.
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well,
Thanks for the lurk, Axel.
whatever it
Appreciate
is,
you.
I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right.
It looks like a lot, but just
I'll
scroll
leave
to
as
what you
soon as
need.
I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Dude, what are these weird tags on here? Oh, what's this? And what else am I doing here? AMA. Like literally, guys, if you have questions about Silent Hill lore, I can answer every single one. I think, or else I have I hope I have a blind spot, because that means I can dig into this, because I feel like I think I finally come to an understanding on everything in this game, and it's almost disappointing, because that means I'm running out of Silent Hill. Because once we start getting into like Origins and especially like Homecoming is when is the first time it's like a hard break from established lore, and that's why I like to think that Homecoming is in the continuity of the film, especially since there is no fog. Oh, hold on, it's super loud. There's no fog in the film. It is smoke, because it's based on the Centralia coal fire. They have the coal fire thing going on in the film, and in Silent Hill Homecoming they specify that it's not fog, it is smoke from a underground coal fire, which is not the case in the classic continuity. Oh, fun fact, the state of Maine has exactly 0 coal mines in the entire state, and it's nowhere near coal deposits. Because Silent Hill is in Oregon or Idaho. Oh, I'm actually gonna play it tonight. if you don't mind spoilers. But I really like Born from a Wish. Some people think it's kind of lazy or cheap or shallow, but it explains, not explains, but it really dives into how ghosts work in Silent Hill, and it's just very much a slow story of it's not a big bombastic expansion, and I think that's why the remake will never get that as DLC, because there's nothing to work with in the way that the remake presents the gameplay, because the gameplay is so much more combat focused in the remake is a lot more combat focused. But Born from a Wish you can get through the whole thing without a gun at all. You can run through the whole game without using a gun. There's no boss encounters, there's no new monsters. They're only there to spice it up and get a few good scares out of you, and that's it. There's so much useful information on how the town works. It's insane. Yes, okay, Ezio, you get it. It's such a lore dump, but like in a good way. Yes. I wish it would be appreciated as such. I think a lot of people will just say, Born from a Wish, it's weird, it's lazy, and it doesn't make any sense. And part of the reason why people will say it doesn't make any sense is because it explains things that are contrary to popular belief. Like how, Ernest says explicitly, yes, I know that the town is empty and that there are only monsters here, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with me. The town is empty, and he also says, I'm from Silent Hill. I know how this works. He doesn't say I know how it works, but he says that this is Silent Hill. This is my town. I'm from here. And he says, yes, the town is empty and filled with nothing but monsters. And maybe we're insane, but that would be weird if everybody was insane, wouldn't it? I'm fine with slow story, but not sure if they will remake it. Probably not. Yeah, they would have to really overhaul the thing. And it's weird because the remake both teases it and disconfirms it. Because the remake, there's a part where when you're in Jack's Inn, which is different than the remake, you actually don't have to go down that way in the original, as we'll see in a bit here. You go through Jack's Inn, and she'll say, huh, weird. And he's like, why is it weird that the door's locked or the gate's locked? And she's like, never mind. It's because she probably, going through that gate would be coming through where the Baldwin mansion was. The way that they've changed the layout, in order for Maria to get to Rosewater Park, she would have had to gone through that front door instead of the back, as she does in the original. So it seems to me that she's like, weird that this is locked because I was just here. Why was she just here? Because of the Baldwin mansion. But then you go up to the Baldwin mansion later and she's like, huh, this is weird. And he's like, what, do you know this place? And she's like, I'm not sure, but I get a weird feeling. And it's like, does that mean she hasn't been there, or does she forget? Because it seems like she remembers leaving, but then she doesn't remember being there, and it's just very confusing. Some people don't like it because of Maria, and I don't get it. Yeah, I think it's because a lot of people like to see Maria as like this temptress, seductress, or like succubus type character who is only there to punish James, not as an extension of James. I'm partly manifested from James, but she also carries a part that's Mary and is gifted with autonomy. She has her own self-awareness, which makes her role so much more complex than just, trying to torment James, which is how a lot of people view Maria. And that's kind of what her role is in the remake. It is a little bit more boiled down to that. But I wouldn't say that definitively. Also, we are not going to the other world. In the remake, this is the transition to the other world, rather than just weird that this building is right next door. This is what I mean by the difference between the remake being more fantastical and the original being more mundane, because this is just another apartment. Also, I want to just shout out to the Enhanced Edition team for remodeling this entire window, because the actual original game, it's cropped out of frame like that, and it's just a hole, a white hole. But they remodeled this whole thing just for some better continuity, and it looks great. And Nick, can you quickly give a whole Silent Hill games play order? I would say play in release order. If you're gonna play all of them, just play them in release order, because they get better. Well, not always, but it's good to experience the development of the mechanics of the system. But really, it does not matter which games you play in what order. However, whichever one you play first will change what your perception will establish your perception of what the series is. Silent Hill 1 through 4 are a very different beast than, say, like Homecoming or Downpour, or even the remake of Silent Hill 2. The later games after 4 are all made by different studios and start having very different interpretations and a disunified continuity that it's hard to really, they're in so much contradiction that it's hard to put them into a unified whole, which is why it really doesn't matter which one you play. I will say Shattered Memories is specifically and explicitly an alternate universe, an alternate reality. Or an alternate continuity. It's not, there's no universe hopping in this series. It's just that the characters, even though it's Harry and Cheryl and Lisa and Dahlia, it is a complete, like, fresh slate. It is not connected to the first game. That said, playing the first game will help you appreciate Shattered Memories in a different way. Same thing goes with 3. Playing 1 will help you appreciate 3 a little bit more, and then it'll also help you appreciate and or be absolutely infuriatingly frustrated if you play 1 before Origins, because it's not a good prequel. It tries to explain things that are already explained by breaking rules and changing things that don't matter. So if I had to say, if you're only going to play one game, play 2, the original 2. Otherwise, 1 connects to several games, and 3 is my favorite, and 4 is still pretty good. Also, this is the toilet scene, by the way. You do not have to do this. Nope, don't have to do this. It says, will you take it out? Sure. Currently playing on release order. I'm gonna keep playing that way. Yeah, I'd like playing on release order. Yeah, I think that's the best way to go. And I think if you play in release order, you will understand why older fans get frustrated. B8 D2. Hold on. B. Eight B2, right? No. Oh, right. Don't you have to like add 10 or something to it? So it's gonna be like 12, 8, 14, 2, something like that. I gotta look this one up. I don't remember how to calculate letters. And we have to pull this up for the coin puzzle anyway. Safe combination. Yeah. How do I do numbers? Yeah, I know how to do Roman numeral. No. Oh, we're on extra mode then. Okay, that's why. Oh, is it hex? That's right, it is hex. That's why. I have forgotten the numbers now.
Who
to even think of doing something so disgusting?
There it is. I as much as I understand Silent Hill 2's remake, I'm like, okay, I can understand why it's this way, but I am so hesitant. If they ever remake 3, they are going to ruin Heather's character because she's such a specific way. Any deviation is going to be very different. So how hex works, by the way, is so it's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12, and then A is 13, B is 14. So that's 14 8 16 2, 14 8 16 2, 14 8 16 2, 14 8 16 2, 14. Oh, I think I did it backwards. 14 8 16 2. Is it not 16? Anti-boy, go to sleep. I finally played the game that you wanted and you're falling asleep. That's what you get for living on the wrong side of the planet. There's some memo inside. It's left to B, which is going to be 12 plus AB's 2. Left to 14, 8, 15, 16, D, 2. Left to 14, 8, 14, left 14, 8, 16, 2. Left 14, 8, 16, 2. 14, 8, 16, 2. Why can I not crack this? Is there another thing that I don't know about? Yeah. Base 20? Oh gosh, there's more to this. Oh no, it goes up through. Oh, right. Wait, what? Oh, it's base 20. It's not base 12. Okay, so B is. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then A, B. So B is 11, actually. Okay, weird. So it's 2, 11, 8, and then 13. This feels more like a real code. Gosh. I think that we'll be remaking Silent Hill 1 next if they make any more remakes. Yeah, probably. That makes the most sense. Because one, not to get into any spoilers here, 1 does set up 3 in a way. So it's 11, 8, 13, 2. 11, 8, 13, 2. 11, 8, 13, 2. 11, 8, 13, 2. 11, 8, 13, 2. There we go. Okay. Dude, why is it base 20? How weird. Instead of a decimal system, it's what do you call that? Decimal system? Anti-boy, how come you've been falling asleep so much lately? Do you have narcolepsy or something? That puzzle will kill a small Victorian child. Me, I'm the child. Well, see, this is why you don't play it on hard if it would kill you. I love really difficult puzzles. And while Silent Hill 3 is my favorite, I do think they push a little too hard. And to this day, I still don't understand the puzzles. I have solved all of the puzzles in this game on all the difficulty modes without help. So these ones are possible. 3 just relies on so much outside knowledge. Like if you don't know the story of Shakespearean plays, too bad. You're never going to solve this puzzle. And you got to remember, in 2003, internet was still a luxury that not everyone had. It wouldn't block you from beating the game, but if you thought the rest of the puzzles were doable, and then you got to the end of the game and you got stuck on one, too bad for you. You may want to just restart. Ow. How's health? I'll heal up. Let's go to Angela. I go back and forth on the remake with Angela's mirror scene. I still think it's better in this version, which I say for most, not all, but most of the scenes in the original I think are done better. I do like some of the scenes in the remake's mirror room, other than it has terrible performance in there, probably because of the mirror. But no, it's the part that bothers me is when Angela freaks out at the end and she's like, no, and then apologizes and then leaves the knife behind. They chose to have a really weird low angle, and like her expression looks more like laughing than it does crying, and I think that's the camera angle's fault. And or not crying, but like, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know what word I'm looking for. I should also mention this is not Angela's apartment, but the remake also made it Angela's apartment, and I think that was an interesting reuse of concepts, but it is very much a difference. I did like they reused the door motif though. I thought that was a pretty good idea, because it's the dark door and the light door, and then later they switch it. I think that was a good choice in the remake. I'll show another element that they took out of the
Oh, it's you.
or didn't take out, but it's so diminished in the remake.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but
I
there's
agree.
always another way.
The fixed camera works a lot better
Really?
for a narrative driven game.
But you're the same as me.
Combat's not the point, but it is in the remake.
Easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not
Also,
yet.
notice when Angela wants
She's
to
not
leave.
anywhere.
Notice what
Did she
James
live in this
says
apartment building?
that causes Angela to want to leave.
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say?
The remake's music,
How do you know that?
some of the remixes are
I
good,
just figured.
some of them are
this
different,
is where you're looking for her.
just different.
How else would I know?
But there's some music that is just so painfully generic,
Am I right?
especially in
I'm so tired.
when Angela's breaking down in the labyrinth after
why did you come to this town anyway?
abstract daddy fight. The piano music is just so generic and it bothers me so
I'm
bad.
sorry.
But like the opening music was really good.
Did you find the person?
I think there were
you
different
looking for?
composers besides just Akira Yamaoka.
Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Watch the change in her demeanor.
Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
she's dead?
Don't worry,
Angela knows
I'm not crazy.
what family members do to each other.
So,
And she's like,
I've gotta find
I'm
my mom.
leaving.
should I go with you?
And watch, she won't turn her back on him.
Dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself.
It's okay,
Besides,
I'd just be a problem. I'm out of here.
What about...
She's already picking up what happened.
Will you hold it for me?
Sure, no problem.
Giving up the knife is giving up
I'm not sure what I might do.
the choice to both take her life and to preserve it. And now it makes sense a little bit more why she reacted that way.
I'd be bad. Please.
James hasn't done anything, but she has a feeling that Mary didn't die on her own. In the remake, Angela just kind of stops and goes, I need to find my mama. And just kind of leaves. Like she kind of just interrupts the scene and leaves. It's not informed by her past trauma. Also, this little thing on the floor, this right here, right in the middle, right here, you can still see it in the remake, but you can't look at it. It's because there's no examine function other than with items. So you can actually look at this and see Angela's family. It looks like her mother, and I believe her, I can't quite tell. I think it's supposed to be her mother and brother, and then the other one is her father, and then the white tear is her. But I can't tell. It's too hard to tell, and I kind of like that it's too hard to tell. I really like how, sorry Barry, you said I really like how some of the new ones, but it does have some very generic ones. Yeah, so Tysometric, this detail is actually in the remake, but you cannot see it because of the camera angle. You cannot see it, and you can't actually examine it. And there's a lot of stuff like that because of the gameplay changes that it loses some of those details. Just because they decided, you know, what's more important than telling environmental stories is making sure we have over-the-shoulder Resident Evil 4 style action gameplay, and that's not what Silent Hill is about. That's what Resident Evil, like why it works for Resident Evil, because the core concept of Resident Evil was the whole zombie thing. And it has always been about highly trained police officers and specialists fighting against supernatural forces. Not really supernatural, but like sci-fi monsters. Whereas Silent Hill has always been about normal people in mundane places and dealing with very human and raw emotions. It's such a different concept that doing it over the shoulder camera angle is not conducive to the style of storytelling that at least Silent Hill 2 is going for. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just getting my puzzle solutions up. Because I have solved this, I just don't want to do it again. And you guys don't want to watch me doing it for hours and hours at a time. Nick. What a thrill in darkness and silence through the night. Ray and shh. Oh, I see. Resident Evil and Silent Hill are very different. Konami went for the Resident Evil approach. You know, I don't even think it's Konami. I think it's just Bloober and, you know, also in Konami, because it was apparently it was Bloober's idea. Konami was perfectly happy to let the series die. Oh hey, if wait, Anti-Boy, if you're still alive, or somebody, do guesses if we're getting whispers, because that's one thing that we always do. Or we could just, you know, guess the old-fashioned way. Are we getting whispers in room 207? 209? 209. 209. It's 7 or 9. It's right next to 8. Because in the remake, it always plays and it just blares it in your head, and it's spooky, but like in a loud kind of way. Whereas this, in the original, it feels like somebody's actually in the room with you and you just can't see them. And hopefully I can show you their isometric. But yeah, anyways, I think Bloober and Konami just went with, look how successful the Resident Evil remakes are. We want a piece of that. What are they doing over the shoulder? Okay, let's do that, without really thinking about the needs of the specific game that they're dealing with. But they were right. It was gonna sell better that way. So okay, here we go. We're gonna find out if we get the whispers or not. Please, whispers. Been a while since we've gotten whispers. Yes, we did. And it's completely random. Some playthroughs you'll get it, other playthroughs you won't. And that's another thing they took out of the remake is randomized scares, where it's if you play the game and you're like, okay, let me replay the game. Sometimes that thing that scared you the first time won't be there, and you'll just keep being like, when is it gonna happen? And it never happens. And or you'll be like, oh yeah, nothing happens in here, and then something does second time through. And that's what I mean by these games are much more designed around being replayed. It's a good thing we left Pyramid Head all the way back in the other apartment building. There's no way he's over in this one, right? I did just save, right? Yeah. Now, instead of a big boss arena where he throws stuff at you and is like slashing through everything, instead they just put you in a little box with him and say, good luck, don't die. I'll show you the real trick how to do this. This is how the professionals do it. Speedrun tech. No! The overhead swing got me. That's always an instant kill regardless of what game you're playing. Let's do that again. This is the part like oh whoops, I saved in the wrong room. This is actually the part of the game that actually always kills me because I never take him seriously, and I probably should learn my lesson. Learning my lesson is for chumps. Come on. Let's see if we still get whispers. I love that it pans around the right and left speakers also. So that way it sounds like he's right behind you on the right, and then he moves around to the left. It gives you that kind of weird positional base. All right, let's do it the actual professional way. When you're speed running, it's kind of like you're on a track and you're like, yeah, okay, I know how to do this. But then when you deviate from that track, even if you try to do the same thing again, it's so hard to get back on track. right, come here. Just gotta do this until the camera angle changes. Excuse me? Excuse me? Dude, he's so slow now. Get out of here. You're not done yet? Dude, you should be done by now. Ah, he's so fast. Oh, you leaving a beer? Or are you saying I'm gonna die? Run. Okay, everything's fine now. Try to leave. Door's locked. All right, see ya, beer. I will announce if I'm gonna play it, hopefully at least a day ahead of time on the Discord, and I will I'll tag everyone in it. And look, you can leave now. No problem. No problem. And all the water's gone too. Where did the water go? Was it an illusion, or did it just unmanifest? Anyways, thanks for hanging out up here. I will try to keep you up to date. Uh-oh. Yep, the FOV has not been fixed. James isn't supposed to be on the scene yet. There you go. You got his cue.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Notice he asks her that rather than just pondering it to himself. How do you know her name? He should be like, wait, hold on, what? You have a lead? What? You actually know? Huh? You're not some random kid? Rather than just like, whoa, that's weird. I hate how this keeps devolving into, see, the remake sucks. It doesn't. It just, I need to rephrase it as, it's a fan celebration game. It is not a replacement for the original. Love the feeling of relief I got every time I got back out into the fog when I'd leave the apartments. It's so impressive in there. Yeah, it's kind of like a breath of fresh air, and you only really get it once. And that's true for both versions. Because once you get out of the hospital, it's dark. And it's still kind of oppressive, and then you go straight into the prison, and you really don't get that breath of fresh air again until you get to the boat. But it kind of feels like it feels like you still should be holding your breath because you know what the hotel represents. That's one key issue I do have with the remake that I think is actually a problem, is that they don't mention the hotel at this point, because James thinks he needs to go to Rosewater. He gets here, he doesn't find Mary, he finds Maria. But then he figures, well, maybe it's the hotel. She's like, yeah, it's still there, and we should go there. It's this way. And at this point, you're like, let's go to the hotel. But then you get kind of sidetracked and chasing down Laura, and all this stuff happens until you loop all the way back around. And just the hotel is put in your mind, in James's mind, as that's where the answers are going to be given. This is where the revelations are going to be. But in the remake, you don't even hear about the hotel as being important until you're already in the heart of the labyrinth, which I think is a problem, to the point where I think lines were cut. Awful as in oppressive, or awful as in not very good?
Mary?
Look, James is happy to see her. Oh. No, he's not.
No, you're...
James does smile.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin.
I actually really dislike the prison in the remake.
Voice, just your hair.
It's
clothes.
that one, and the
Is Marie...
alternate hotel or alternate hospital started going really deep into horror tropes and started inventing a lot of stuff, a lot of material
How warm I am?
that wasn't very good.
Really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Yeah, like the prison in the remake is
Where are you going?
very like violent, oppressive. Like things are coming after you, and like the red light and the blaring
Say she...
alarm and the infinitely spawning spider mannequins. It's just so like
But I got
coming after you, which is not the case in the original.
waiting in our special place.
The original decides to play with your mind instead
Anyway, I haven't
of
seen
just mobbing you.
Is this your only special place?
I do like the gazebo out in the water they added in the remake. That was nice. And tease the water, or the light at the hotel.
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake.
Hey, Door, what's up?
Lakeview Hotel?
Have you been playing
It's still there.
Doom Dark Ages?
So the
Or I think that's what it's
hotel was
called.
your special
I think that
place,
just came
huh?
out, right?
I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's
Right there, you can start see James's more repressed self there when he gets upset with her for making kind of a
Coming with me?
crass
You're gonna just
insinuation.
leave me?
No, but
With all
I was
this
watching Shroud
nonsense?
and Moist play it. Okay, those are
alone
different
here.
streamers, I guess.
This is gone.
I feel like I know who that is, but at the same time, I have no idea.
Mary, don't I?
I have too many things in my brain.
You loved her, right?
Is it any good? Because I know Eternal was kind of divisive.
Maybe. You hated her,
don't be ridiculous.
so it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
James is not happy with Maria. James is annoyed with Maria. Oh yeah, by the way, bonus cutscene that most people don't see. Make Maria mad. Or annoyed. Go the wrong way.
The hotel isn't this way. Is that okay?
Yeah, fine. People are messing with the game speed to make it harder because it's too easy. No. I was worried that Doom was going to get a little too casualized. I'm not hardcore on Doom, but I very much appreciate the community that it's like frames count in the very high difficulties that long-term players have been playing with. If I recall correctly, the issue with Eternal is that it very much incentivizes one style of play rather than more of an adaptive style of play, where like you have to use this weapon here, you have to use that weapon there, and so it's just responding to the like matching the same one monster with one demon with a specific weapon more than it is adapting to what you have at the time. More of a fluid style gameplay. Yeah, if you don't do the specific thing, you die instantly. Yeah, that's kind of what I was under the impression of. I think I illustrated that, or I hope I said that clearly. What's interesting, going back to some Silent Hill lore real quick, is that that this road is blocked. but it's not blocked for Heather later. Yet the rest of the town looks absolutely identical. Like, everything is identical, down to the gas prices at the gas station. I've tried to resolve that by saying that it's probably a manifestation from James's mental block, that he was not ready to go to Rosewater, and when he finally got there, now he's not ready to go to the hotel, which is why there's another roadblock there, and that's why the water came from as well. Anyway, Dark Ages doesn't even look like Doom anymore. It looks like a kind of modern Painkiller with melee. Yeah, it looked like it was leaning more on the aesthetic of Quake. It looked more like a Quake game to me, which has more of that medieval fantasy element, which I think is fine, but it's not really what it's not really what Doom is about. My favorite game in the series is still 2016. I hope that's okay to say. As a filthy casual. I appreciated 3, but as its own thing, it was definitely not a Doom game. And 3 wasn't great, but I enjoyed it. And then 2, I think, is just the staple. Well, I kind of consider 1 and 2 the same game. Yeah, I can understand how 2 is kind of just its own thing. I feel like 2016 was a great way of recapturing it with while bringing, I hate to say updating, because then that usually means that the original's out of date, which I don't think it is. I kind of think it's timeless. I was just curious. That was considered locked. But they adding new material to Doom while still maintaining its identity, I think 2016 was very good, and I really like the glory kill system. It really encourages you to play really close and get in there without, like, instead of like keeping your distance and try to minimize damage, it encourages you to get in there and rip and tear, I believe is the expression. But 2016 is very much still a Doom game. Yeah, more so than 3 was. Yeah. I also just really appreciate first-person shooter games with like really good hand animations, like reload animations, and like you can tell the personality of the character that you're playing as just by the hand animations. Well, we were talking about BioShock earlier, which is very good about doing that too. So if the only thing you're going to see of your character is the hands, you better put some character in there. Whoops. Forgot I was playing on hard mode for a second. Yeah, I could get all this stuff later, and usually I do. Well, usually I don't even worry about it on 10-star runs, but I just want to remind myself where all the items are. I kind of wanted to play 2016 on stream because I want to get 100% on it, but I feel like my internet doesn't really process very fast-moving games very well. I recently streamed Oblivion Remastered, and that came out so crunchy. It's from moving the camera around everywhere. Also, 2016, which, oh gosh, that game's almost 10 years old now. Like, I just really like how efficiently the game is built, which is very much a Doom thing as well. And it runs very well on low-level systems. Not quite on your fridge or a pregnancy test level or a calculator, but still pretty well. I don't know. I always appreciate and I like appreciating good optimization, and 2016 seems to have good optimization. was gonna say something else along that line, but I can't remember what it was. I love, oh wait, I already did this, right? Yeah. I love how much Maria is not talking right now. It's so good. So good. Oh, so, Dora, were you streaming? Did you just come in from a stream? Also, how come you have a heart by your name? I'm wondering what everybody's little icons are these days. I keep seeing them. Look at this camera angle emphasizing the Lakeview Hotel. Don't get this camera angle in the remake. By the way, guys, 3 minutes is gonna be ads. Hey. Momiji BTW. Hello, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate the heck out of you. What are you guys coming in from? Oh no, it's the cats. Why is it always the cats? The cats always take over. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I am currently in the process of making a 3 to 4 hour Silent Hill 2 analysis video. It's going to be about 60,000 words long, which is the length of an actual novel. But I'm brushing up on some details because I haven't actually played the game in about a month. So we're talking over this whole thing. This is not going to be an immersive play. But I am also looking for the Easter eggs that the Enhanced Edition team left in here, and we have already found one. But otherwise, we're just gonna keeping it casual. But yeah, you just rolled credits on Silent Hill 3. Nice. 3 is my favorite. Did you have a? Oh, thank you so much. Little Terror, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Follows help a lot. Did you have an opinion on Silent Hill 3, positive or negative? I'm curious to think of, or hear what you thought. Now those videos of Andy Vinnick. Triple S Lucifer, is that a DMC reference? Feels like a stylish reference. I'm not a DMC fan, but my sister is pretty hardcore. Yo, oh yeah, they don't do that in the remake either. They don't launch themselves at you. Because memers think it's funny, even though it's not really funny. Don't hurt her. Maria? And I actually got worried she was gonna die. I do have an analysis video on the first Silent Hill, which should be linked in the description. My YouTube channel is, and it's about 2 hours long. If you guys were ever confused on what happened in the original Silent Hill, there's an analysis video, which doesn't eliminate the mystery elements. It's just a lot of the more confusing, because I think the mystery element is important, but the elements of like, wait, what the heck was the drug running have to do with any of this? Those kind of things where they're explained in game, but the details are so spread apart, it's really hard to keep track of. Amazing game. Yeah, Heather's one of my favorite video game characters of all time. Only one type of mini that was, I'm guessing the pendulum. If I had to guess, the ones that fly around and scream. Wait, you have? It's the what actually happened in Silent Hill? Oh, my reputation is finally preceding me. That's excellent. That's awesome. No, Maria, don't walk in front of my bullets. It's not healthy. Yeah, I'm working on 2, and 2 is very complex, and it's also very nerve-wracking because a lot of people have a lot of very personal beliefs about what the game means, and I'm trying to just present, this is what the game shows, this is what the game presents, and then in the second half of the video I will get more into, here's some details, but what can we infer from this? Let's start speculating, let's start guessing. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Little Terror. Appreciate that. I'm hoping to have the Silent Hill 2 video at the out by the end of August. That will happen pretty Momiji. Ugh. Thank you, Momiji. I appreciate the follow there. Follows help the channel a lot, and I actually am trying to get to 500 right now. 500. I think it's kind of I've been streaming since like 2021. I think 22 is when I got proper internet, so I could actually have like viewable streams rather than just like practice streams. And I have like way more followers on my YouTube, which I just started like in September. So I'm trying to even them out a little bit. Which doesn't mean I need to lose YouTube subscribers. Please don't do that. But anyways, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Just because I guess we're in shilling mode and I want to minimize shilling, but apparently I have to do that if I want to eat. I have a Patreon. If you sub to the channel, you don't have to deal with ads and you get some fun Silent Hill emotes to use. Helps me out, helps the channel grow, all that stuff. I hate saying it because I feel like everybody's heard it a million times. Follows are free, especially on YouTube. You can turn off the notification bell. You'll never hear from me unless you actually come searching out for me, but it helps the channel anyway. And this is my primary job right now. So far, it's going well, I get to play Silent Hill for a living, so I mean, can't complain too hard. It's just takes electricity and internet, and apparently I don't have infinity fuel either. I was a Resident Evil boy until I met my wife, who was a Silent Hill girl, and she introduced me to the series, thus loving that cross-franchise, proving that cross-franchise love is possible. Yeah, see, I really like Resident Evil. I'm not a huge fan, but Resident Evil 4 is definitely one of my favorite games, and especially with the fixed camera mod, the remake of 2, I really like playing. I'm going to be playing the first one soon. I'm trying to organize to have a co-host on here. We'll see how that works. Someone who's very familiar with the game, and I'm only vaguely familiar with it, but I'll be playing that later. I do still think Silent Hill and Resident Evil they fit completely different niches, but you definitely can like both. It's not an either or. I don't even think it's like a McDonald's Burger King thing where it's like one is kind of better than the other, or one, like, I don't know. It feels it's like the difference of going to if we're using a food analogy. Food analogies are usually pretty easy because everyone eats, hopefully. It's like the difference between going to a restaurant and going on a picnic. I don't know which one's which, but like, you have to be, when you're in the mood for one, you don't want the other, right? I don't know if that's making any sense. I'm playing the remake of 2 right now, and the OG is my wife's favorite game. I've heard the OG 2 is pretty good. I've played a little bit of it. I'm planning on getting the collection on GOG when it's on sale because I don't have very much money. But when I do want to play the OGs. The OG of 1 looks hard to play. 2, it hasn't aged very well. 2 looks like you could pick either one, the remake or the original, and you'd get different experiences, but both good. And then it seems like the original of 3 is the better experience than the remake of 3.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
Why doesn't Maria come in?
Play, you know.
Hurry back. Okay.
Is it because if she came in, she would be seen? Not that she can't be seen? Because if she couldn't be seen, why didn't she just come in? Ooh. Yeah, I think this is my favorite track in the game, by the way.
Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Oh, can we get some pizzas in the chat from all my subscribers?
Would you have to say that?
Please shill my channel.
I thought you said the cops were after you.
Daughter played 1, 2, and 3 for the first time last summer on original hardware and CRT TV, and she loved them that way. Yeah, a lot of those older games really do need CRT.
But if you did something bad...
I usually dirty up the frame when I'm playing Silent Hill by myself, but I have to clean it up for the stream, otherwise the compression screws up.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen.
Eddie does have 2 pizzas. Where do you guys think
Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
where do you guys think Eddie got his pizza? Because he certainly didn't get it here. Fun fact, there's a lot of copyrighted material hidden in this game, which is another reason I think it'll be difficult to re-release these games, because they have to scrub them out. And right here on this stupid vending machine has the brand Honeywell on it. I don't know why. And that's the red button there, and the one underneath, the black button says security. I don't know. They can't be shipping games with logos in them. My favorite random fact of the game. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that he has 2 pizzas.
Eddie?
And he never can finish that one piece. Yeah.
You're James.
Papa John's for sure, yeah.
We met in the apartment building?
Wouldn't that just make you sick though?
I remember.
No, I've never had Papa John's. I don't even know if it's any good. But I literally live down the street from one.
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No. Remember this phrase. Look, she's not running. She's not running from James. She's just doing her own thing. She's not hiding. They changed that in the remake.
Laura? But why?
Dude, no lie, my daughter has the same vending machine at her school still.
That's what
Wait.
she said.
It looks the same.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat?
Does it actually say like cold drinks on it and everything? Or do you mean like it's just the vending machine that's super, super old?
Slow her down.
Get you. It looks the same. That's cool. I do know a lot of the props. They actually just took pictures in the San Bruno area in California. Man, I love side strafing in Silent Hill. Why'd they take it out? Why'd they take it out? Is it okay if I share your Twitch in my Discord? Absolutely. Yeah, cool. I would heck appreciate it. I need more people. I want to expand the channel, so any help would be great. Please share my everything that I've posted. I also have my own Discord, but I'm very bad at doing PR stuff, so usually when I communicate it's through here. I'm still looking for people to do some social stuff. Usually I have my wife do it, but she's also not really into the Silent Hill scene, and she's got her own stuff going on, so I'm very bad at keeping people up to date, but I at least try to tell people if I'm going to be live. But yeah, there's an invite to the Discord if you want to, in the description somewhere, that I need to clean up really badly. I've been to the school in Silent Hill 1. It's in Astoria, Oregon. Same school as kindergarten. Is it really? Well, I live not very far from Astoria, and I've been there. I've been to the house where they filmed The Goonies. I did not know that the school was there. I knew they took certain elements from the school in Kindergarten Cop from watching the movie, but they didn't actually go on location to do reference. But I don't know how much they referenced that school like for the entire building. I thought it was just like certain scenes. Yeah. You're in Portland, so am I. Cool.
Did a little girl run out of here?
I'm just west.
She was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Technically in Beaverton. Well, no, I'm technically in Portland, but it's mostly Beaverton. Cool. I've been wanting to do a meetup with people, but everybody I know is like, oh yeah, I'm in like West Virginia, I'm in Portland. We got Ezio in here from I think Italy, and BB over here from Brazil, and I'm like, this is gonna be hard to do a meetup. I'm looking for I do have oh my gosh, why can't I remember her name? I'm really bad with names. I can see her face. We've not really collaborated, but like we've talked and we've raided into each other's streams all the time. What is her name? Oh my gosh, I feel so bad. I know somebody else who lives in the Pacific Northwest area and who also plays old horror games like this. I'm literally in Beaverton right now. I'm let me see if I can pick out a landmark and without like doxing myself here to see if you know kind of where I am. I live, see, I gotta be careful here. You know Beaverton Hillsdale Highway, which is a very long road? I think I know Farmington. I'm pretty sure I know Farmington. but I'm having a hard time picturing. Oh, that's on the other side, right? Is that by the library? Oh, I live by the neon sign. Oh, do you mean like the giant billboard, the electric billboard? Then yes. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
She
Yeah.
went through there.
Oh, in Tualatin? Okay, yeah. Yeah, we go there all the time for no, Tigard. We usually go to
Is
Tigard.
there any other way?
Yeah, there
Yeah,
is.
that's funny.
Right through.
Wait, Momiji,
there.
are you from here, or are you just amazed that two random people on the internet found each other
It's no
in the
good.
same place?
It's locked.
Oh, you're from Chile. I mean, that's basically down the street, right? No, Chile's like literally as close as you can get to Antarctica without going to Antarctica. Now, I was thinking about doing some kind of meetup somewhere with viewers, but I think I only know like literally like two or three people that are even close to the Portland area. Oh, shoot. I can show you guys something cool. In the classic series, did you guys know? And this is different. Developer interviews, extracurricular publications are going to say different things. But Silent Hill in the old series, the classic series, was, according to in-game information, placed in Oregon. It's the Pacific Northwest. It is not in Maine. And in fact, they never confirmed that it was Maine until Silent Hill 2's remake. They kind of implied it in Downpour. But check over here. It's not that one. One of these signs will actually say where this is. I don't think it's this far back, but I also think it might be. Yeah, right here. Historic US Route 26. If you guys look up Route 26, it is in Oregon and Idaho is where it is. So if Nathan Avenue right here is on Route 26, that puts us in the Pacific Northwest. Oregon confirmed, yes. Now they arbitrarily said, no, wait, it's Maine. But in the game it actually says it's in Oregon. And because of this is the kind of analysis that I'm doing for my videos, I even checked gas prices for the late 80s, early 90s, and yes, this is accurate to gas prices then. Which also haven't changed at all by the time 17 years later with Silent Hill 3, because the town has been abandoned, which we will also get direct confirmation for in the hospital in a minute. There's a lot of weird misconceptions around Silent Hill that have just kind of gotten erased ad hoc because, you know, people had specific beliefs about what the games said, or just were like, I wonder, not realizing that there's little nuggets tucked away in the game. And it's kind of changed the canon as it's been rotating through different hands. It's kind of interesting. I'll be over in a minute to join you on the stream. So, you know, that would be actually kind of funny. Hey, well, you know, if we get to know each other a little better, maybe that will actually happen. Join the Discord and we can talk. I actually just met up with somebody who lives in London. Oh gosh, trying to remember what his username is. Oh, by the way, James is not an alcoholic. He says, I don't need this. I do drink to get away from pain and loneliness because Mary's illness was very difficult on me. But it didn't help, and I don't want it. I don't need it. That's not how an alcoholic talks. And then later, when he goes to a bar by himself in the hotel, he leaves it behind. No, he's not an alcoholic. He is a recovering alcoholic in the remake, though. There's a change. Anyways, used to stream weekly. Oh, really? What did you used to play? He just shops at Costco, so he had to buy all that once. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. No, me, I'm like, actually, you can buy the bottle, actually. No, as a YouTuber, my job is, actually. Oh, I guess I could tell you guys, since I got quite a collection of you here. I am planning on making a, I have to make sure it's funny, but I'm gonna make a parody April 1st video next year, which is because all my videos are gonna be called What Actually Happened in Silent Hill. I'm gonna call it What Actually Happened in Silent Hill. And I'm just gonna go completely off the deep end nuts with all these different theories that make no sense and making the UFO ending canon and all this kind of stuff, and it'll be fun. As long as I can make it actually funny and not obnoxious, I'm gonna be doing that.
Over there.
And yes, I'm gonna be making fun of myself a lot, extensively. Retro's the best. Had a new theme every week. One year we had a booth on PRGE streaming from the show and had some tournaments. I don't know what PRGE is. I'm kind of unplugged on this stuff, or maybe I do know what it is. Shout out to Enhanced Edition team for making a better ambulance model. I always like showing off their work because they didn't have to do that instead of using a PS1 model. I forget what James says when you try to walk down all this way. Oh, the Retro Gaming Expo. Yeah. I forgot about that. I've only been once. I think I've been once. No, I was at a Game Swap. It was a different thing. I'm pretty sure. I think there was some overlap though or something. I don't know. It was a few years ago. It's huge at the convention center now. Maybe I should pop in because retro gaming is where it's at. You know, you know how when people say like, you know, old games were so much better or old movies were so much better, and then people say, no, you're just wearing nostalgia goggles. I'm like, no. What it is that old stuff is better because we've thrown out all the bad stuff. We don't remember the bad stuff. It's gone. We threw it away. All we have left is good stuff. It's been curated. So when we talk about retro games and you're like, wow, look at all these really high quality games, it's because those are the ones worth keeping that we still talk about. New games don't have that privilege. We're still trying to figure out which ones are worth keeping. Every half year, okay. Now it evolved into SideQuest Games Expo. Neat. They used to have a swap meet. I think that might be what I went to, the swap meet. Again, because everybody's here, and you know we have quite a crew here. I do believe that I can answer every question about Silent Hill lore, and I want to be challenged on that to see if there's something I don't know, so that way I can incorporate that into my videos. So if you guys have a question and you want to be like, well, actually, how does this work? Or Nick, you said XYZ, but that doesn't make sense with ABC. How do you square that away? Like those kinds of questions, I very much welcome and invite if you guys have them. So what's the SideQuest Games Expo? Are you just calling it that, or is that actually what it's called? Sorry, I feel like I talk so much that I'm like, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Like, did I forget to answer somebody?
Ow.
This is not confirmed,
I just pricked
but
myself.
I think it's highly likely that the teddy bears here are a manifestation from Laura. Because you'll notice that she's got tons and tons of teddy bears out of nowhere. We also know that she stole a letter from her nurse's locker, which this is the women's locker room right here. And this bear, when James tries to approach, hurts him, which is exactly how Laura treats James. The trick or treat thing is also probably a manifestation from Laura because it's completely random to the two of them, but it also uses language that Laura does. Like when it's signing off, it says bye-bye, just like she did. Anyways, that's a condensed version of some of my things that I'm going to go over in the video. So PRGE could just focus on the main show. Oh, it's called like Side Quest Cut Games. I'm going too fast. That's what it's called. Side Quest Games is the name of a shop, and they took it over. Oh, hey, do you know where Retro Game Trader is? Also in Beaverton. I imagine you do if you're plugged in. I go there all the time. I actually just picked up dude, what is my hair doing? I picked up hard copies of the BioShock games because they're really cheap, but I want to use them for videos. Yeah, that's right down the street from from where you are right now. That's cool. Wait, do I want to be in here right now? I mean, I guess it's fine. Sorry, not sorry, Maria. Oh yeah, enhanced edition. I know people keep popping in and popping out, so I want to just refresh everybody what we're doing. The enhanced edition team added Easter eggs in their final major update, where they have a reference to Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4. I've been looking for them since they released it in like October or September, I think it was. It was right before the remake came out. And we found the one from Silent Hill 4 in the apartments. It was Jasper's Chocolate Milk. We found it, but I still haven't found the other ones. And the other ones, I'm fairly certain, because they gave us a riddle for the hints, fairly certain it's the pink rubber ball from Silent Hill 1 in the alternate school. And then it's the Shakespeare books from Silent Hill 3. Fairly certain. Still can't find them, so low-key, I'm still trying to look for them. So if you wonder why I'm just kind of looking around in rooms not moving, that would be why. They're looking for someone to buy it because the owners are retiring. Oh no! Well, someone definitely would buy it. I mean, owners retiring is a good thing for them, but I hope management stays as good as it is or gets better. One of the two. Because I know they expanded a lot recently. They excuse me, expanded into the clubhouse, and I think they have a second location. If you ever go to, I think their sister location, I'm not sure where it is. I think it's further east in Portland, something like that. You ever go there and you see a bunch of Club Nintendo posters? I donated those because I didn't want to throw them away, and I asked them if they wanted any, and they did. Yeah, Hillsborough. Yeah, so you'll see like the Zelda 25th anniversary posters or whatever. I don't know how many of them they put up. They just said that they would use them. I haven't been there yet though. I like it when things in real life start feeling connected. You know, just like, hey, people on Twitch know who I am. Wait, what? Or not just that, but know where I live. That's not what I mean. Know the area in that I live. They are familiar with the area. Anyway. It makes the internet feel like a real place sometimes, rather than just this amorphous limbo of pretend video game world. Give some of my old arcade marquees to Retro Game Bar in Portland, and they have them above the bar. Cool. Which arcades? Man, I haven't played an arcade game in a while. I keep meaning to go down to Ground Control. I think that they're still open. I would imagine so. I'll check with the CODIS later. Actually, you know what? Guys, can you do me a favor? To anyone who's paying attention in chat, this is important. It helps me. Please. You don't have to, but please. Can you put the code 7474 somewhere in chat so I can refer to it later? 7474. I don't have to remember it. Helps me. Okay, Ground Control's still open. Thank you, Momichi. Appreciate it. Quarter World is cool too. Where's Quarter World? 69420. Got it. I will commit it to memory. There's no way I will ever forget 69420. I'm pretty sure I remember the code for this one. Nice. I don't usually like playing this game on hard mode because of how dang loud it is. There's just so many enemies and they don't stop. It's on Southeast Hawthorne. Okay, okay.
James.
You know what's interesting is that...
Wait a minute.
Well, I guess no.
I'm kind of tired.
Maria knows Laura's name before James tells her, which makes sense because that's revealed in Born from a Wish. Anyway.
You should rest.
I always thought it was pronounced cacophony, but that's what you get for reading instead of listening. Cacophony.
I'm gonna go
Look for her. For Laura, not Mary.
back as soon as I can.
Because I don't want you to feel like I'm forgetting about you here. It's those little interactions, like I'm gonna go look for her. But for Laura, those little interactions kind of get lost in the remake. And also this line at the end, yeah, this line
What if
is mandatory in the remake.
Mary? What will you do?
Cacophony, some fake shit. Yeah, so you get
I
it.
haven't thought about that.
Does the community know where the Easter eggs are? No. To my knowledge, I'm the only one who has publicly posted about the Silent Hill 4 Easter egg. If you guys can find something and then hint me in the right direction, I'd appreciate it, because I've been looking for this for so long. Like for months. Yeah, like over half a year now. And I just have not found them. I've even talked to the Enhanced Edition team and I asked them, like, are you sure that they got pushed into the final updates? You didn't just like forget to put them in there, did you? Like you thought you did and then just never got updated. And they're like, no, it's there. We know exactly where it is and we're looking at it right now. And I'm like, dang it, where is it then? I'm like, you guys hid this so dang well. I like bragging about this. If you'll forgive me, I do like bragging about this. I am in the credits for the Enhanced Edition team. I'm not part of the Enhanced Edition team, I won't say that, but I did get a special thanks because I did a lot of quality assurance while this game was in development. While the update was in development. So there was a lot of stuff where I was pointing out problems that could be fixed, and I did some spell checking, really low level stuff, and like testing on hardware and reporting back logs, like stuff that doesn't take an incredible amount of know-how, but I did do it consistently and I got in the credits there. I was very, very grateful to have that. So it's one of my badges of honor that if you beat the Enhanced Edition, you will see my name in the credits, even though most people will probably just skip the credits. It's one of my few claims to fame. Let me have this. I like to do that though. There's a lot of games that I like to help work on restoration and stuff. I did minimal, very minimal back and forth questions and QA, just testing and reporting like things working and not working for the Resident Evil 4 HD update, but not enough to get a credit. I wouldn't even want one, but I was just part of that community, making sure it worked. And currently I'm helping this one mod author. Oh my gosh, be quiet, it's so loud. I'm helping this one mod author find and address issues with the remastered port of BioShock 1 right now. I'm good at finding problems. I'm not good at solving them. You watch your friend play that edition, the enhanced edition? This is the enhanced edition, by the way. I didn't make that clear. Oh, I have another thing I'm gonna complain about for the remake. Because in the remake, you do come to the roof, but the roof is like the end of the level rather than just like a random midpoint. They force you to read the journal rather than making it an in-water ending choice to read the journal. By the way, they update the inside over here in Silent Hill 3. Actually, I might ask the Enhanced Edition team if they want to do that. The port over the model from Silent Hill 3. Probably not, because they're mostly done, but there's a couple things I'm still doing checks for. There's one sound effect trigger that happens in the Historical Society I haven't been able to get going. But yeah, the Enhanced Edition looks great. And I never thought they'd be able to get it to run in 60 FPS, which I'm really happy that they did. Only played the OG games. Well, the OG games are the only ones worth playing, honestly. Unless you want to complain about, unless you want to compare and contrast and to see how the little details that make the original so good get lost and eroded over time. But yeah, so in the remake, they force you to read that journal. So it's not a choice, doesn't influence your in-water ending. Then this part right here. So I am going to show you a funny exploit that you can do. Oops, right here. If you just wait in this dialogue box, you can see Pyramid Head just walk in a circle. Kind of immersion breaking, but you know, you have to push X. Anyway, you know how in the to get the in-water ending, it's influenced if you don't take care of James. This is the critical scene. In the remake, you don't take damage from that part. You don't take damage. And I think it's because they don't want people walking out the door and dying immediately. But why it's effective in this game is that you actually you take a lot of damage. It brings you down, I think, to 1 HP. Like, you get touched and you're dead. But it's trying to assess how you're playing the game. If you see you take that damage and you feel the pulse in the controller, it will be telling you James is very hurt. But if your first thought is, nah, I don't care, I'm not going to worry about it, that's going to put you in the mentality of getting the in-water ending. It's using the player action to guide your ending. So if it does no damage because it's more convenient and for normal gameplay, you're missing a lot of that meaning and that interaction, which I am going to heal. I am going to heal here because I kind of want to get the leave ending. One of those discrepancies I am seeing that I'm finding a bit of I don't know what to do with when I'm comparing Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. This hole in the ceiling in this room is actually removed in Silent Hill 3. A lot of Silent Hill looks identical between James and Heather, besides like some arbitrary roadblocks. But this hole in the ceiling in this room, the whole room is reused except for, I mean, they moved the cameras, but this hole is removed. But you never see this room without the hole or the ceiling part peeled away with like that bar that hangs down. And the fence up on the roof also says it doesn't look like it's going to fall over, which is really weird because that did happen, but it's deliberately been removed. Unless it's been repaired, in which case by who? And if James is in some alternate dimension or something, how did this hole appear here in the first place? So like it's really difficult for me to parse exactly what's gone on there. This is the room that has the nurse in it. Wait, there's... Oh, Joe. Okay, hold on a sec. Yeah. I was writing the script. I was like, who's the one in the cell? And I couldn't remember who it was. It's Joseph. It's Joseph. I'm also looking for like the Easter eggs, like being in weird places like these corners that are just out of frame. So that's why I'm checking over there. Yeah, I like that Pyramid Head's polite, and he'll let me finish reading. So I figured like if I was gonna put the rubber ball, I might think to put it in here. Again, the remake just made this like you could just look in the room and you can see everything before you even go in. You're like, yeah, I don't need to go in, it's fine. But this high camera angle feels so claustrophobic, like you're actually snug in here. Oh, I was like, there's a key up there? No, there's not. Sorry, I feel like I'm running my mouth too much. Did someone put 6874 in chat? 6874. Is it really another 74 on hard mode? Thank you so much. Right, let's get this open before I forget my codes. Wait, whoops. This is the wrong floor. Did I really go downstairs? I don't remember doing that. I blinked and time advanced. Dude, I've spent all afternoon and evening watching people play Silent Hill games. Good times. Yeah, oh, that reminds me. Angie, if you play Silent Hill, I gotta follow your channel. Besides that you're being all cool and stuff. Follow. If you're one to play Silent Hill, I guess I'm gonna have to tell all the rest of my chat, please follow Momiji. So I think half my chat is already from Momiji's channel, so not sure what good that'll do. Follow their channel anyway. Unfollow and refollow. Just don't have a heart attack or something after you unfollow before you refollow, because then I'll have a net negative, and we need the arbitrary numbers. Okay. 420. There's no 0. 69. Tara, that was the wrong number. No, I'm kidding. It's 7474. 6 8 7 4. Wow, that was actually correct. I thought I read it wrong. Thank you for putting that in chat. Both of you. Helps. Yeah, how did you not know there wasn't a 0? See, no, that was part of the puzzle. It was 4269. Also, I like the parallels here where all of the patients here, Joseph, Jack, and Joshua, all have J names, just like somebody we know. And then right here, I think this is Joshua, I think. And he's wants to protect a girl with the her name starts with an L. It's the interesting things. Now, these are not there's a difference between manifestations and literary devices, and the patients in this hospital are used more as literary devices, like Walter Sullivan. It's drawing a parallel and not saying that they are the same person or this is a person from James's mind, if that makes sense. It was 69666, I think. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Just like Jesus, what? But also, yeah, cool meeting another person from Portland. I mean, the chances are not terrible, but the fact that you meet somebody from Portland who also plays niche horror games that apparently nobody plays on stream these days, because everybody was playing it last year, and now it's kind of dried up now that the remake hype's gone down. But oh yeah, from Raid. Yeah, that's even weirder. Since you didn't actually find me, you were just shuffled off over here. Involuntarily. No, this is good. Momiji, that means I have somebody else to raid into. I have a hard time finding people who play similar content to me because I play weird stuff. I only play weird games. Unless I'm very, very tired, in which case I'll play something really bog standard, like when I'm playing I play Oblivion, my mindless Oblivion run. By the way, this is an abandoned hospital because Laura has keys to this place. She's just wandering around, unlocking doors at will. She also unlocked this door, which is why it's open now. This one right here. She has her own set of keys. Oh, I forgot to grab that. I like to go for 100% items, so let me go do that. She also has a flashlight because it's dark. She also climbs over knocked over furniture. Yeah, everything indicates that she sees the hospital exactly the way that James does. And I'm gonna keep saying it until it becomes at least like a 25% accepted view. It's not gonna change the continuity of the series, but I just want it to be like, yes, that is a reasonable take, that there is no fog world. Anyways, nobody streams Silent Hill right now. Well, I guess I'm nobody, because I pretty much exclusively stream Silent Hill. I'm working on a 10-star run for Silent Hill 3, which I'm probably more than ready for. I just don't want to do it yet. At the end of my analysis videos, when I'm doing my afterward, like, just like thanking all the people who supported me and talking about the process and what I learned and what things were difficult, just kind of like after the videos ended, just that kind of like the credits part, I like to run the end of my 10-star runs so that you know, just kind of in the background. So I need one for 3 soon, because once 2's over, I'm gonna need it. Oh, more than us? Well, see, there's just not that many cool people in the world, you know? Yeah, you see this bed frame right here? Laura actually just straight up like climbs over that and has a flashlight. Where the heck she get all these teddy bears? Same place that Eddie got all his pizzas, I guess. I guess Eddie's pizzas could be a manifestation.
Huh?
That just sounds silly to me.
You know my name?
No, not impossible.
Eddie told me.
That big fat
Any of you guys watch Silent Hill analysis videos and just kind of get annoyed because of how many like
Why can't you just tell me?
assumptions or like wiki rabbit holes they go down, and they're just like, oh yes, this is like related to ancient Near East practices and that relates to Japanese Shintoism. Like, that stuff's all interesting and stuff, but it doesn't really have anything to do with what's happening in the story.
It was last year.
It helps inform some of the inspiration, but doesn't really illuminate the story that much.
Fine, don't believe me.
You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe it's just me.
Last year, Mary was already.
Fine, don't believe me, see if I care. Runs out crying, rather than defiantly be like, screw you. Just because you're an adult doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. Grabs her flashlight, climbs over knocked over wrecked stuff.
This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I?
As monsters don't appear until Laura.
Wait,
Which is why James is
there's
safe right
something
now.
I gotta get.
Later.
Oh, another detail is he's heading back to the elevator to go get Maria.
Huh?
So he hasn't forgotten about Maria.
I wanna go get it.
Look at that flashlight.
Yes.
Look at that flashlight in her hands. Oh, whoops. She's a little frozen. And look, she has keys that she just found. She's not in a populated town.
Hurry up.
Otherwise, this makes no sense. And wait, see how there's no monsters?
In the back.
0 monsters? And when did the monsters appear? When Laura can no longer see
What are you
them.
doing, Laura?
It's not that they can't show up,
Further back.
it's that they
in the
won't.
desk.
They won't appear to her specifically. And that's because in her mind, Silent Hill is a quiet, beautiful place. And there's the whole childish innocence. But look, there it is, manifested instantly. Childish innocence angle.
Open the door.
But her perception of Silent Hill is the way that Mary described it. So of course it's not going to manifest as this horrible, awful place. I watched many, sorry, Momiji, you said I watched many Silent Hill videos last year after finishing Silent Hill 2. Probably,
Laura?
I'm trying to figure out what that word was. Probably something there when I watched your video. Yeah. Yeah, and they go into some rabbit holes. Yeah. Was, okay. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. A good example was someone on Twitter going into a crazy rabbit hole that everyone and their mothers was mad at their interpretation. Yeah, I do think when people say, you know, Silent Hill's open to interpretation, I'm like, yeah, sure. But do you guys know what I worry about throwing around philosophical terms here. Do you guys know what solipsism is? Or asolipsism? If not, it just means it's a mentality that the only thing you can know is that you are thinking. The only thing you can know for sure is the things that you are thinking, that you are aware. You can't know that other people are not just simulations. You can't know if this is just a dream. You can't trust anything your eyes are telling you. The only thing you can trust is that you are thinking. So I feel like a lot of people treat Silent Hill 2 in a very solipsistic lens, saying, well, it's all up to interpretation, so whatever I want it to mean it's valid to say that that's what it means. And I'm like, that's not what up to interpretation means, because otherwise there would be no point in designing a story with any specific meaning if you could just attribute your own meaning to it. Now, if you want to say open to interpretation was James a good man, that's open to interpretation because we have a lot of evidence going both ways. Was he a good husband? Yes, but also no, but also yes, but also no. Like, that's open to interpretation. Not is Mary, or rather are holes symbolic of vaginas? And James literally jumps down them because I don't even know. People a little like there's definitely a sexual element to the game, but it's definitely a minor element. It's one of many elements. Tertiary, I should say, tertiary. The whole sexual frustration angle is overplayed.
James.
And it really just comes down to, you know, James is the lesser of the victim of Mary's illness, and he feels that it's not okay for him to feel the way he does. And then Mary expresses, you know, it would be easier if they just killed me. And in the endings, James also says, or Mary says in the ending that, you know, she said that she wanted to die. So then there's the question, how much of this was consensual? We don't know. And did he do it because he loved her so much he couldn't stand actually putting her out of her misery, but he did it because that's what she wanted? Or did she do it, or did he do it because she kind of said out of frustration, it would be easy if they just killed me, and then he's like, all right, that's the excuse I needed. Like, that's what's open for interpretation. Welcome back, Terror. You're just in time for the important part. Subscribers, put UFOs in chat, please. They're very important. They're very important to the lore. Everything is just a dream from a space alien. Like I said, I'm at my parents and had to tell them the amazing story of randomly meeting someone on Beaverton. Yep, from Beaverton, through a raid from Chile, yeah. Well, you know what's funny is that I'm actually in Portland. I literally live just behind the limit sign that says, like, exiting Portland. I can't remember what it says. It's exiting Portland or entering Beaverton. The building right next to my house, it has a Beaverton address. So I'm like, I'm technically Portland. Anyway, Momiji said this person was saying something about James being a patient at the hospital and being essayed by a doctor or something like that. Okay, that's silly. That's silly. Because and that starts going into what the later Silent Hill games do of like in Homecoming, which is, no, you were in just a mental hospital the whole time. It was all in your mind the whole time. As far as we're given information, James was never in a mental hospital. The hospital here is just a hospital for mental patients. This is not the normal hospital. That's Alchemilla in a different district in town. This is the mental hospital. It used to be a regular hospital when it was responding to the pandemic in the 1800s, I believe. And then shifted over to being a mental hospital later. But I've even heard some people say that, you know, oh, Mary stayed in Brookhaven, which makes absolutely no sense because, one, it doesn't treat patients with like physical illnesses. It's for mental illnesses. I know, James, right? Second, why would, if Mary was treated in Brookhaven, why would she then tell, why would she be sad in her letter to James that she never got to go back to Silent Hill when she's literally being treated in Silent Hill? That's a whole nother thing. But I'm curious, Momiji, what you were saying about what that person was trying to get at. And I feel like a lot of people will just say, yes, there was some kind of sexual crime or something that happened, because that's just an easy thing to be like, oh my gosh, shocking. And sometimes you can do that tastefully, but other times it's more for like the shock value rather than like, is that actually what's being said here? So I feel like I'm behind here. Tara, it's like how when you're in the Tanaborn on 185th, you can be in Hillsboro when you're at Target, and oh yeah, in Beaverton across the street at Safeway. Yeah. My high school has a Portland address, but is what I consider Beaverton. Yeah, I basically consider myself in Beaverton. I'm not in high school, by the way. No, I thought you said you had one of you said you had kids. It was a long thread. Well, what do you remember? I'm just curious. Also, as far as manifesting walls and doors and holes and things, that totally happens. If you notice, like James got like, he had this up, like a perspective camera angle where he was looking up and he could see the ceiling, right? And he was being wheeled. Then he came through. He actually came through here on this track, and there's physical evidence that there's a track that went in here, but the door's closed now. There's been a wall that manifested. But what happens if we went straight back through here? Say there was a door still here. You go through, go straight. Oh, look, we're in the examining room. That's exactly where we came from. There's a lot of physical consistency with space. Yes, space does warp, but a lot of the times there is a lot of physical consistency. One of the things I really get annoyed with the later Silent Hill games, and Silent Hill F is doing it, where it's like, oh no, suddenly I have a headache. I pass out and then I wake up somewhere else. That never happens in any of the games until Origins. Origins is the first game that starts doing that. Harry has a headache one time and he wakes up with the other world gone, but he's still in the same room. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, cool. Let me know. I'm just kind of curious. Oh yeah, the remake also had this room, but it was they did it multiple times, and it's kind of blink and you miss it, and it's not really the same effect. Happens to me every night. What, being wheeled through a wall? I wonder if the school is laid out like the real school, or did they just make it up? I think it's safe to say that they probably could have just made it up. But if a real school was laid out that way, I wouldn't find it unusual. No, it's this one. Oops. Oh, dude, I got them both in one kick. Nice. Speed tech. Jump scare warning. And yes, it's gonna do it again. Take another look, Sonny. It's gonna happen again. I'll give $5 to anybody who knows what that reference is from. There it goes. I'm sure they made it up. Yeah, see, back then you wouldn't like reference for video games was just like, we need to make sure it's believable. It doesn't need to be realistic. And I really think that is an element, if I can get into the larger picture of video game development and animation and movies and all this stuff. Even it infects books. Ever since the internet became so ubiquitous, there's been this like need to make sure that I get all of my details perfectly straight. Otherwise, someone can look on the internet and make fun of me forever for having plot holes. Whereas, like back in the 90s, it didn't really matter. As long as it looked basically like a school, you could just be like, okay, I believe it's a school. Sure. Where's the cafeteria? How do these kids eat? There's no cafeteria. What? Huh? It doesn't matter. Who cares? I forgot about that one. She's only here on hard mode. By the way, adds in 2 minutes and 40 seconds according to the information I'm getting here. You can get an ad blocker. uBlock Origin usually works still, in my experience, because I don't want you guys to miss the show. Or you can subscribe with Twitch Prime, or just in the window somewhere, and you can skip ads and get some emotes like animated dog gif or hyperspray, UFOs, sexy beam. I do not have any bread. Everyone else has the bread emote. Guess they're just fans of Arnold. Yeah, there's a lot of movie fans, and I really do think they're just like, they're like, we need to build a school. And they're like, well, what's a movie with a school? I don't know. Kindergarten Cop was good, and they just did that. There's actually a screenshot from, I think it's from Pulp Fiction, that is used in the first game, School, on one of like the what do you call it, news, what do you call those? There's like one of those flyers on the bulletin board, one of those things. I think so. It's somewhere in the school, and they it's a picture of Samuel L. Jackson and John Travolta's character driving, and there's a part in that movie where they say they have to go to Toluca Lake, and that's where the lake's name came from, was from Pulp Fiction. Yeah, I know way too much about these games. But then you ask me, I'm like, oh yes, what did the producer of Silent Hill 3 want to do with this element that did something or whatever? I'm like, I have no idea. I don't even care. I just care about what ended up in the game. Leftover files are fun, all that stuff, but yeah. There's like a weird blood spot, not these ones on the walls. There's a spot on the ground I remember being weirdly bloody. Actually, I think that's on the 3rd floor. I have a client at work that's in Burbank right now, right next to Toluca Lake. Yeah, that's a real place, but it's like a really swanky district. I don't know if anybody uses the word swanky anymore. Swanky Kong. No, get this one. It's very rich and a very small lake, and clearly not even close to the one in the one in here in this game. Thank you, Hank. Texas. I don't know if it's TX or Texas, but anyway, thank you so much for the follow. Is my counter updating? The one that says 367's over there. I just put it up. I usually have it off, but apparently people respond to, according to the metric people, people respond to seeing a number and contributing to it going up. I don't get it, but apparently works, so there it is. Cool. Sometimes it doesn't work, so cool. Thank you, Tara, for the confirmation. There's so much about being a streamer, like sitting here, I can only know so much of what's going on. And so I very much rely on you guys to tell me if things are working or not. Because a lot of the times I just don't have time to rewatch a whole like 8-hour VOD to make sure everything was working. Oh, okay, yeah. I noticed that Twitch doesn't update until after the stream, but I'm using Streamlabs, which will update in real time. So, and that's where it's pulling the numbers. But I also know Streamlabs will get things out of sync because of that. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Because Twitch will count how many, or excuse me, not Twitch, Streamlabs will count how many times the follow notification has come through. But then if somebody leaves, it doesn't take that into consideration. It doesn't deduct. So it won't always be accurate. Let's get my memo. I always think of the part in Silent Hill 3 with the hand clinging to the window. I love that part. Yeah, you can post a link, yeah. If it gives you crap, let me know. I will make it take the crap back. So you guys want some hard confirmation that Silent Hill is a deserted town? And it's not an active, busy town, which was not the case until Silent Hill Downpour. Also, I love how this room is very different. And yet, James still expects Maria to have been here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick too? Sick now too? Because he recognizes this as the same room. And so do I. Anyway. Let's hope I don't get killed while I'm start browsing the internet here. I still call it Twitter, by the way. It will always be Twitter. Okay, the X-rays in Brookhaven are James's. You can see his, oh, it's this person. Okay, I've known this person. They're posting on Reddit, doing a lot of weird stuff. If the X-rays are James's, then that means they probably just use some. Sometimes people gotta recognize that developers will just use what's handy, and they're like, oh, let's get an X-ray, and they're like, oh, we already have a model of James, so let's just use that. Which is why the corpses look the way they do. But let me get some peace and quiet here. That was very loud. That was some loud peace and quiet. Big fan of the franchise. Well, welcome. You're in the right place, Hank. 2 is one of my all-time, my favorite games of all time. It is mine too, which is why I am making a 3 to 4 hour video on it. I hope you guys will watch. But yeah. Let me read what this says here. Let me see if I can actually pop it up on the screen for anybody who wants to follow along here. I do not have an X. Or wait, am I signed into my old one? Oh, I guess I am. I've been meaning to delete it. I just haven't done it yet. All right. I can make that a little bit bigger. This is what I love doing in streams, by the way, is this kind of like side questing, doing something completely else. By the way, Hank, what is your favorite part of Silent Hill 2? I need to ask more engaging questions. I do care. I'm just really bad at asking follow-up questions. Anyways, first off, the teeth. I hope that's showing up. Tell me if it is or isn't. Whoops. It looks like it is. Okay, first off, the X-rays in Brookhaven are James's. You can see his jawline and his teeth, especially his crooked canine teeth, sticks out. That doesn't really. This part, I don't know if the cursor is showing up. Let me make sure it is. Capture cursor. This part is sticking out way too far, so that doesn't make any sense. The remake expands on the novel in which it's confirmed James had been a mental patient in the past. Excuse me? I haven't read the novel in a while, but I don't remember that. Masahiro Ito also mentioned this last year. His memories and trauma from his hospitalization appear throughout the game. Great Jacket is primarily for mental patient. James might have been a mental patient too at the opening of the game. When was this? May have been before the game was James has teeth confirmed. True. In the silent, why is this all white mode or light mode? I don't want that. It always reverts back. Anyway, Silent Hill 2 novel, James recognizes a note in Brookhaven and says it was written to him about him a long time ago. For the rest of the story, he often wonders if he's still hospitalized and hallucinating. I do not remember that, but I guess we could read the novel. Would you guys be here for if I read the novels on stream? Because I've been kind of wanting to do that. He asked the director for help inside his head, and in the novel, however, the director wasn't implied to be a terrible person. He wasn't in the original game either, but he was in the remake. In the remake, Luber took their creative liberties and expanded on James's hospitalization, mental illness, trauma a lot. That's true. The three patients are all James. They're not all James. They're literary allegories to James. And the game files confirm they symbolize fear, disgust, and aggression. Like what? Which game files? Just like the three paths he has to take to unlock the box in the remake. This is the remake, yeah. Are present so much in the game. This isn't related to Mary and how he felt about her. Wait, this isn't related to how he felt about her while she was sick. Also, the hand on which we put their bracelets is James's hand model. Sure, why wouldn't it be? Oh, you blocked this person. I think I would too. Although this is remake stuff, so I don't know. Note the tombstone only appears in New Game Plus. This is a quote from the movie, Tenebrae, in which the protagonist becomes a murderer after enduring violent sexual humiliation, and the symbols. What? There was only one answer to the fury that tortured him. So he committed his first act of murder. He had broken the most deep-rooted race. I can't read that. And found not guilt, not anxiety or fear, but freedom. And any humiliation which stood in his way could be swept aside by the simple act of annihilation, murder. Okay, so that does seem like a very specific callback. Again, this is what I mean, like the remake does take more of this kind of route of extrapolating beyond what is there, which is far from what I would call a faithful remake. I'm not gonna worry about that one. Exact reason James was hospitalized is unknown. Note 1, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if I'm gonna read too much more than this. But yeah, this is all stuff they've added in the remake. And part of the reason I don't care for the remake, this is the stuff I don't like in the remake, is there's different ways to write notes, like creepy notes, but you have to make sure that of the author's intent and who's supposed to read them. If you just write spooky writing and it doesn't feel like it's intended in any direction other than just it's spooky, it really comes off as immature. Like that's why people make fun of this. Who wrote this and to who? Oh, it's just magic. Sorry, stuff's going on in the chat here. I was looking for answers for Silent Hill 2 and this thread was too much. Yeah, I agree. This is too deep. That said, I do think they're bringing receipts for and I haven't read the whole thing, for Silent Hill 2's remake specifically. If this is something that's in the remake, that's fine. I don't care about it. Because it's just like, what does this add to the story? That James was in a mental hospital at one point. Okay, what does that say about his relationship with Mary? What does that say about the turmoil he's going through right now? It just means it might be in his head. Like, yeah. Let me see. Hank, you said, can't pick one favorite part about the game. Lots to love. Angela's story rips me apart. Yeah. I appreciate that you empathize with Eddie. A lot of people like to write Eddie off as just an awful person, but I appreciate people who empathize with the story a little bit more. Yeah, did you like the remake? It's so hard to say because I think they royally screwed up some very critical moments, but then they have some genuinely good parts, and so it's not all bad, it's not all good. What I've kind of resolved to is that it is a very well put together celebratory fan game with Konami's official approval. It is a fan game. It is not a proper remake or a in any way a replacement. It is very much a remix celebrating all of the wacky conspiracy stuff that had been going on the internet since the release of the first or the original version of the game. That is my take. Okay, Axel, thanks for hanging out, and take care, okay? We do care about you here. Although I know that kind of sounds, that when you're not feeling good, that can sound patronizing, so that's not what I mean, but I'm glad to know that you're doing better. I guess I'll leave it at that. So like I said, my wife's favorite game of all time is the original Silent Hill 2, so she's been against the remake from the start. She considers it a masterpiece that doesn't need a remake. I would agree. That's why I'm like, the remake is very much like a fan game. It's a fan retelling. It's very much a celebration of the cultural impact that Silent Hill 2 has had, but it also kind of leaves a lot of the important elements behind. And so it's, hold on a second, I didn't know I could look up on the ceiling like that. The ceiling's broken away. I didn't know that. I gotta look in like these buckets and stuff to see if I can find those stupid Easter eggs. Anyways, if they had done something more similar to how they're handling Metal Gear Solid Delta, remaking the third Metal Gear Solid game, but just kind of like expanding on gameplay, but everything else is pretty much going to, as far as I understand, going to be kept the same. It's just going to be higher fidelity graphics. I think that would have been way better. But the fact that they overhauled the gameplay to basically not even be the same game, it plays more like The Last of Us Part 2 rather than Silent Hill. And man, coming from a culture where I remember, like, it used to be very popular to make fun of Homecoming and Downpour because they're like over the shoulders Resident Evil style, like this is an action oriented style, this is dumb. Then when PT came out, we're like, okay, first person's fine because it still has that limited perspective and it still works, but just don't do this over the shoulder shooter nonsense. And now it's being lauded as this great, like, over the shoulder is just what you have to do. It's standard. So that, therefore, because every game does it, that's what makes it good. I'm like, no, you're literally ripping the soul out of Silent Hill 2. Stop doing this. And now when you talk to an average person, the Silent Hill is Spooky Fog game or the remake. Or the remake, and that's kind of what its lasting legacy is turning into, and that's part of my main motivation for making these videos, is so I can say no, this is what it is at the base. This is the foundation of what it's about, the questions it wants you to ask, and the emotions you're supposed to move through. And if your only exposure is through the remake, that's fine, but the remake really leaves a lot of elements behind. Yeah, I only started the remake last night. Like, I think the remake still, like, if the remake didn't exist, or the remake existed without the original and it was the original, there was no original, and the remake is just Bloober putting this together and it came out exactly the way it did, I would think it would be a really good game. But the problem is that the original does exist and it's better in all of the core emotional ways that where it matters. Yeah, remaster would have been great. Yeah, I still hope that we could get both. That would be great, because the only thing that Silent Hill 2 needs after all these bug fixes is just like high poly models, some texture updates, and maybe some post-processing effects to make it look a little more surrealistic and like film grainy. Like that's really all it needs. And even then, it doesn't need them. It just would be nice. The game still works fine. As an older person, having played, I'm not even that old, having grown up in an era of video games that were very experimental, games used to be that, like, when you booted up a game, the first thing you would do is look at the manual and say, okay, what are the rules? What are the rules? How does this game want me to play? Nowadays, people just download, push play, and they say, and we'll say, like, this game better be intuitive, and if it's not, I'm gonna mess around with settings, and if I still don't get it, it's bad design. Like, no, you gotta learn the rules. And because of that attitude, and I understand it, because when you're more of a casual person, you just want to jump in and you don't want to learn new things all the time, because that's difficult and that's a lot of work. But it really limits the kinds of games we can experience, and this game really needs its fixed cameras for a lot of its emotional and environmental storytelling. But yeah, well, Hank, when you say like a remaster, I'm always going to be nitpicky on this. There's 3 different versions of when you redo a game. A port is when you take the same game and you put it onto another console and don't change anything. A remaster is when you take the same exact game and you just work on it some more to pretty it up, but otherwise the code base is exactly the same. The tech underneath it is exactly the same. The Oblivion remaster is a remaster because all they did was put an Unreal Engine layer on top of the old code base. That's what makes it a remaster and not a remake. And then a remake is when they say, okay, throw everything away and we're going to try to make it from scratch. And a good example of that is like the Spyro trilogy, where they did a whole new engine, a whole new thing, and they were looking at the original game and trying to emulate it as best they could in a completely different thing. So that's what a remake would be. Because of that, Metal Gear Solid Delta is a remake because they're doing it in Unreal 5 and not using any of the original code, to my knowledge. They're using some of the original assets like the voices, but it is actually a remake. But they're remaking it in a way that is faithful to the original, as far as I can tell. Whereas the remake with Silent Hill 2, because they're starting over, they have the freedom, for good or ill, to change things and undo things and add things. Sorry, I feel like I'm behind on chat. She's a fan of tank controls too. Yeah, I'm trying to bring tank controls back. Again, I have a friend who's working on making a Unity camera system that will emulate the style of Silent Hill 2 and 3, and it's almost perfect from my perspective, but he's very much being perfectionist about it. He actually has a demo of a game. I could dig that up if you guys want to know what it is. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, almost done with the remake. Just crossed the lake. I actually think the hotel's the best part of the game. So, I hope you enjoyed that part. Tara, you said it was that way for a majority of gaming right before, right? Yeah, everyone talks about reading the manual on the way home after they bought the game. Yeah, especially as a kid when you're just waiting and all you have is to read the manual. Now, I don't think games need to be bundled with manuals, especially since, it's expensive because it costs paper and color printing and technically weight and, like stuff like that. And digital games aren't going to have it. But I do still think it should be normal that if you're going to play a game that's not part of a series that you're familiar with, that you should have some kind of expectation that, yeah, I probably have to learn the rules before I play the game. That's how games work. You learn the rules and then you play in those rules. If the game has rules you don't think are fun, then you don't have to play it. But if you expect every game to have the same rules, then we're only going to have the same homogenized games. And that's kind of what's happened to the Silent Hill 2 remake, is that it plays like The Last of Us instead of playing like Silent Hill. I've been meaning to play Crow Country. I believe that has tank controls. Yeah, that one does. Yeah, I haven't played that one either, but it was supposed to play like old Resident Evil. Maria jump scare. I always think it's funny. There's this little picture right here that says no health drinks. Caution, no health drinks. I don't know why that's put there, but it says it's the icon for the health drinks.
James.
Mary? Oh,
yeah, I still play by physical if I can.
It's you. I thought you were...
I want to get a physical copy of the Silent Hill remake,
Anyway,
even though I have the digital already. But I have the rest of the series on physical.
Anyway,
Except for Book of Memories, because I don't care about it.
See me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care
Look how
about is
James
that
reacts to
dead
this
life of yours.
beratement.
I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me.
Very important to
Don't
James's
ever leave me
character
alone.
is being kind of pathetic.
You're supposed to take care of me. So.
And
What
uncertain.
about Laura? Did
Wait.
you find her?
New James is very
She ran away.
We've got to find
the part
her.
that broke me is when James decks Eddie across the face. I'm like,
seem to care about
OG
her.
Jetty would no,
Do you know her?
OG
I've
James
never
would
met
never
her
do that.
before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason,
Wife is cosplayed as Heather,
I
or
feel like it's
Maria,
up
and
to
daughter
me
as
to
Heather. That's awesome.
protect
That's
her.
awesome. So Tara, was you that said you had kids? Okay. James makes me so mad. Which part? And which James? Oh, you said you hadn't played the remake, right? Oh, I bugged out the game once. I actually came down here so fast because I was speedrunning that Maria wasn't down here, and I'm like, uh-oh. Did I break the game? I only have one kid. I'm not a sicko. Wait, having more than one kid would be being a sicko? Why? Oof. I've been talking too fast and I've given myself hiccups. No, I know. Another complaint I've heard about the gameplay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be up forever. I always work at night here. I do want to encourage you guys to stick around for the labyrinth if you guys can, because I'm going to be backtracking after Maria dies to see if she's still in her cell, and I've never seen that. After she dies, you're not allowed to go back into that room, but you technically can backtrack all the way to the beginning of the labyrinth, and I want to see if something happens when we do that. One of the few things I've never tried. Also, here we go. Hard confirmation. I hope you guys are paying attention. Hard confirmation that Silent Hill, at least the South Vale area where Silent Hill 2 and 3 take place, is deserted. I want you to fact check the trick or treat guy. Fact check him. It does, yeah. I think it might be the same voice actor, but I'm not sure.
Haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup.
Fantasyland. No, that's Disneyland.
Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3 Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay.
I like if you have knowledge of Silent Hill 3 and 4, this quiz gets a lot easier.
Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, lattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gaines. Now for our third.
Is he correct so far?
South of the lake
It's a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale.
there to Palevale.
What?
The central resort area northwest of the lake. There's only one road you can take.
Just one road, no more.
The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2.
Bendel Street.
3.
Nathan Avenue.
Well, that's the rest of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. That is my sign out when I do. What was that? I'll tell you what it was. It was a manifestation from Laura, who would watch game shows in the hospital. Yes, that is a completely baseless assertion, but the evidence fits, and I can support that if you guys want. Otherwise, we'll continue right along. Sorry about the mouthing, I just like doing it. Some people like it, some people find it cringe. But when you're a public performer, you know, you gotta do cringe. It's part of the job. I'm so glad they fixed this chord. Part of the reason I hated this chord was because it was just such a basic spline, but they put some loops in it and it looks good now. Whoa, that's a weird camera angle.
You can't open.
I've heard the Borley voice so much from my daughter playing Silent Hill 3 over and over. That's awesome that she plays Silent Hill 3 over and over again.
Man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help?
Dude, Remake Maria sounds so nasty in this part. And so is James, but like, I like how,
What's this?
like, they're not, it's weird because like they start as friends and then they become not friends,
James.
rather than not friends
Thanks.
and kind of become friends here. Like, thanks. I just like that little bit of levity here. Like, thanks. Like, he's playing along with the joke. It's not very cute, is it? Like, why? Anyway, I feel like I have to explain the joke for a lot of people. Best time is 1 hour 36. That's pretty good. I think my best time is like 1:45, something like that. But I like that there's just that little bit of like, you know, maybe Maria's not so bad. Maybe we've been kind of like that whole like, you're supposed to take care of me. If you've been playing this game up to this point, you're probably annoyed with having to take care of Maria, but then you may feel kind of bad when you start neglecting her because she was annoying to take care of. Also, she's not that annoying to take care of as long as you don't shoot her. Oh, sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Oh no, I'm actually gonna have to play, huh? There's just everything in this game, it really serves the same purpose, the central purpose. There's no wasted time, there's no wasted concepts. This whole game is so well structured. Does time freeze on cutscenes? Because it says I've been streaming for 3 hours and 30 minutes, but I've been playing for not even 3 hours. Weird. Yeah, my best time in Silent Hill 3 is bad, but I play on hard difficulties. I'm trying to go for 10-star. If you guys are willing to hang out, I'm willing to play another Silent Hill game or do something else. Well, mostly Silent Hill. I want to stay in the ballpark of Silent Hill. Do a 10-star run. I am going to do Born from a Wish after this. Maybe mess around in Silent Hill 3 or 4. I haven't played 1 in a while, actually. Also, they made this a scripted interactive cutscene in the remake, where instead of cutting the music, making it quiet, they make you walk and then just boom boom. Oh no, Pyramid Head is after us. Run, James. Yeah, it's, all right. Hey, Big B Rose, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome to chat. Glad that you're here. By the way, we're not remake haters, but I do have annoyances with the remake. Hold on. Oh no, is that a plug? It looks like it's upside down. Never mind, you probably guys can't see that. All of the American plugs in Silent Hill 2's remake are all upside down, and I'm just thinking, did the polls think like why are all the plugs upside down? There we go. Well, Tara, I will be here next or on Wednesday at the very least. Otherwise, I will be streaming kind of randomly. Right, and it's forward, left, forward, right, flip. Six, 7, and we're good. Let me see. Do you feel that they expanded unnecessarily remake? Oh yes, absolutely. Yes, 100%. And like, one of the things that Silent Hill never does is they don't show faces of people who die, and it's a respectful and artful way to show that the person has left. See, as soon as she dies, they obscure her face. They could show her face. This is not a graphical limitation, but they choose not to because she's no longer here. They do the same thing with Eddie. They do the same thing with Harry. That's how they do it in Silent Hill, and I always really like that. In the remake, they're always just like, look at their face bleeding, and how there's like, they don't show guts or anything, but they're so much more visceral and disrespectful to the characters' deaths. Keep an eye out and join the Discord. Cool, I'll see you around. I will try to be active. I'm very inactive on the Discord, but I do jump in here or there. Make friends with everybody. You'll figure out who the cool people are. Poland to Portland. Yeah, I'm not from Poland, in case that was the in contention, but it's just weird. Bloober's a Polish group, and they put all the plugs in upside down for some reason, and I still don't know why. I guess Lisa was pretty bloody in 1. Yeah, but she just kind of bleeds, but like from nowhere. And she doesn't die either. She's already been dead. She's more of a ghost. Another thing that they, I think, messed up is right here. James is supposed to be in absolute despair. It's dark outside because it's night. It's not magically dark. In this version, I don't know about the remake. And then we'll get to the point. He sees Laura leaving, right? Sees Laura. I've checked for the Shakespeare book in here. It is not in here. He sees Laura leave, and then when he leaves, this is in his mind. Maria is dead. I couldn't protect her. This is where he is, and Laura's run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. He couldn't help Laura. He couldn't help Maria, especially Maria. What should I do? At this point, he's directionless. He's questioning his mission. Are you really here? Or is this way if you're taking revenge? I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. I guess it doesn't have to be revenge, but that's what the only thing that really makes sense. When he says, it's the only thing I have left to hope for, I'm going to find Mary, he is not concerned with finding Laura. In the remake, he's like, Laura, come back. It's dangerous. Come back. And she's like running away from him for some reason. And he's very focused on her safety and then just kind of conveniently forgets about her because the original is not concerned with her. So, yeah. Tara, if you need to go to bed, go to bed. I'm just going to keep talking. That's my job. I think Heaven's Knight's locked. Yeah, I've probably thought about this game more than most people have without going down rabbit holes. I've learned to identify rabbit holes and be like, oh, but it could be. And I'm like, is it though? Or do I just want it to be that way? Yeah, it's locked, I thought. Appreciate your analysis and deference for the original. Yeah. Yeah, I try to do that. Oh, Big Me, are you, did you wander in from YouTube? Because it did say that this was your, I think it said you were new here. Then again, you could be a lurker. I don't know. Maybe you've been here the whole time. Nah, I'm just hanging out. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like to think that sequels are cumulative. Man, the damage is actually so loud. Almost too loud for my ears. It's every single shot of the shotgun makes its own sound effect and it just gets really loud. But yeah, I feel like every sequel should be cumulative. So if you are going to be expanding the story, when Silent Hill 2 came out, it's not a sequel in that it continues Harry and Alessa's story, but it is expanding on Alessa was able to manifest her inner mind onto reality, and then it inverts that or uses a different context of the same concept. What's that? Estate Bolente? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm terrible at reading names, so I hope I did okay. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, so the change in the sequel is that it's supposed to take the concept of Alessa manifesting into reality and saying, like, what if the player character is the one doing this to himself? And so they're using that framework to make a journey through his own mind, rather than a little girl whose mind can't be controlled and she needs help and to be saved. And so it makes it much more of a slower paced introspective story than the original game is. But so what I'm saying is that the second game still builds off the first game, even though the more direct plot lines aren't connected. And so every time we get a new game, I'm going to refer back to the one before to understand how this one's working. Now, if there's a retcon, it's important to identify it, and then I hope that the game also justifies it. Because retcons aren't always bad. Sometimes they're just clarifications or removing artificial barriers to tell a good story. Like in the first game, it says that teenage girls are really the ones, or adolescent girls are the ones who are more likely to have these manifestations. And that's still kind of the case with Angela, but then what do you do with Eddie and James? They're technically not barred from having these manifestations, even though it's more likely to happen to adolescent girls. So I like that how they've I wouldn't say that's a retcon, but if they had worded it slightly different in Silent Hill 1, it would have been a retcon. But I think it's one that helps expand the story, and I would say it would be a justifiable retcon. I'm trying to think if there really are any justifiable retcons, or even retcons in the first 4 games, because the first 4 games are very surprisingly consistent with each other. Especially considering how many rotating seats they had in producing it. I don't know. I don't like hearing myself talk, but I guess that is the kind of content that I produce. Let me know if I'm yapping too much. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know how many people are listening to me. I really can only see the game, and I'm just kind of talking. I'm hoping I can finish my my script soon. It is a long time coming. Big B, did you I know you say you're just hanging out here, but have you seen my video? The way you just mentioned that you appreciate my analysis, saying that difference to the original. Were you talking about that in the sense of the remake, or in the sense of like the video analysis that I was putting together? Or something else? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not that smart. I don't know how things work. Trespassers Will. That's short for Trespassers William. I like Winnie the Pooh jokes. You guys know about that? Piglet in Winnie the Pooh. Outside his house is a sign that says Trespassers Will, and that's broken off. And it's supposed to be Trespassers will be shot or prosecuted, one of the two. Doesn't look like there would be enough room for a prosecuted. And he thinks that the house belonged to his grandfather, Trespassers William. Okay. Enjoying it. You're pointing out things I haven't noticed before, thought about before. Good. Yeah, these games are very deep, and I think a lot of people just kind of refer back to what the consensus on old forums is, rather than really or going to ask Masahiro Ito, who very importantly is not the writer, what things mean, and don't quite do the work into seeing what's actually on the or in the game. And I understand why now, because this has taken me the better part of half a year to even get as far as I have on 2. And that's just kind of the nature of doing a long process analysis, instead of just, you know, searching for like most videos that I see, analysis videos, are personal takes, which are fine. Those are fine. But they're personal takes combined with a condensation of internet consensus without actually doing the research. I think a lot of people confuse research with using Google. And I don't mean to point fingers out or anything. A lot of other people have other topics to get to, and Silent Hill is too complicated unless it's your primary focus. You know, I met Akira Yamaoka, really. Again, let's appreciate the Enhanced Edition team for making high poly buses. They didn't have to do that, because these used to be the PS1 bus from Silent Hill 1. When did you meet Akira Yamaoka? I think he's been to GDC or something before. I actually was in the same building as Hideo Kojima once, because if I remember correctly, because at GDC there was in San Francisco, Game Developers Convention. I was going to school and I was able to go to GDC. I was in art college, and they were doing a thing on Metal Gear Solid 5. I did not have tickets to his event. I actually don't know if he was doing speaking or anything, or if he was just there, but there was a Metal Gear Solid 5 thing, and he was supposed to be there, and I should have been in the same building as him at one point. I met him at a bathhouse. What, in Japan? Also, these guys symbolically need to stay under the chain. I don't really remember what these guys are supposed to symbolize, if they do anything, but it doesn't feel right to have them come up from under the ground. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on that one, because they come up in the remake. I think they become more scary that way, but then they become less unique. Oh, heal, 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 heal. Yeah, these guys hurt bad. Why am I fighting them? You get in certain position, they can't actually hurt you. Uh-oh. Man, they stab so fast. I love how the human characters are motion captured, but then the monsters are hand animated. It makes them look so much more uncanny. And that was intentional. But they decided not to do that in the remake. They decided to mocap everything. And I think it loses a little bit of the eeriness. I'm sure there was still some hand animation, but it was on top of mocap. They symbolize a pain in my ass. That is true. Oh, prank. I wish, though. I jammed to this stuff all the time. I was gonna say, that's weird. But, I mean, I would have bought it just because I know people who've met celebrities all the time. My grandpa actually... who actually mentioned in the beginning of the film, not film, my work's not that good. My first analysis video, he would go bowling, and he lived in California, and also love how they drop without making a sound. Really emphasizes how bottomless that is. He met Charles Schultz, who the creator of Peanuts, Charlie Brown. He bowled with him a couple times, which I think is pretty cool. I'm trying to think if my sister's met Troy Baker at a con, so I don't know if that quite counts, but she's met him before. I'm trying to think if that was before he was super popular or not. I think that was right after his role as Joel and Booker in BioShock. Well, BioShock coming back up again. And he did Metal Gear 5, and so I think Joel is probably his most famous role. I don't know, what do you guys think? No, James Sunderland is definitely his most famous role. You believe that guy plays Indiana Jones now? And he actually does a pretty good job. It's crazy. Oh, this is another joke that they took out. I don't know if it's an intentional joke. Oh, I don't think it's here. But there's a dance studio, and right next to it is a chiropractic office. Because for all the bad dancers out there. Okay, so when we get to the labyrinth, I do want to check, or the Historical Society, I do want to check. There's supposed to be a sound effect that plays in the first room, and it makes me nervous. It makes me sweat because I don't know what triggers it, because this game still gets under my skin. Did I like the Silent Hill movie? It depends on how you phrase that question. Do I think it was a good adaptation of Silent Hill 1? Absolutely not. Do I think it was a good movie on its own? I think it was all right. I probably would have forgot about it by now, though, if it wasn't for it being Silent Hill. I think the practical effects were fantastic, and more of the like special effects and stuff I thought were really good. The blend of practical and CG was really good. I think it's funny that Sean Bean doesn't die in that movie. The only movie he doesn't die in is Silent Hill. I think it's funny. Silent Hill Revelation is the second movie, is probably one of the worst films I've ever seen in my life. it does everything wrong. It's not a good adaptation. It's not even good fan service, and it's boring or stupid to watch. But the first movie's competent. All right. And I've actually played this game so many times, I actually know where I'm going in the middle of the dark without opening my map. How does this happen? Did you like the movie? I guess I should ask that as a follow-up. Did you like the movie? The big thing about the movie that I don't like is that it has changed the series permanently. Yeah, in order to adapt to how to making a movie that's easily understood, they changed a lot of rules to make it, condense it into a 2-hour experience that makes sense. Especially like the overlapping dimension thing. Like they changed the game story to make it make a lot more sense. For a shorter amount of time. It's a lot more condensed, so it's adapted. But a lot of people hadn't played the games of Silent Hill until the movie came out, and I did this too. I watched the movie and I said, oh, that's what must have happened, at least to some extent, in the first game. And I would apply the understandings that I had of the first game from the movie. I would take the understanding of the movie and put it onto the game, and then I just get more and more confused because the movie is so different. It's so different. It has different goals and it has a different story. And it also introduced the layer of the fog world at the end of the movie when Rose and Sharon are trapped into this other misty world that is separate from reality. That is not the case until Origins. Second movie was dog water. Yeah, it was quite dog water. Yeah, I think I've seen it twice, and even if it was bad and it was funny bad, there's a lot of stuff that is just like Leonard and I think Dahlia show up again. Dahlia from the first movie, who is not evil in the movies. We wanted a sympathetic mother character for some reason, so we split Dahlia into 2 characters. I don't know. When they just stand there and Heather walks around them while they deliver some kind of, or there's just like someone walking around someone else delivering some kind of exposition dump. There's just exposition dump after exposition dump because they're trying to tell the story of Silent Hill 3, but having set it up incorrectly because Silent Hill 1 is completely different, and they're trying to figure out how to make that work while also not just doing their own thing, going off the books. It's a confused mess. And plus, it doesn't help that it was designed with the 3D in mind. There. In my 100% runs, I always forget this stupid box of handgun bullets. Beautiful cinematography in the first one. Yeah, the first one's like on a technical level is pretty good. I don't think it's I don't think it's like amazing. I've seen better films, but I do think from a technical level as a popular level film, I think it's pretty good. Again, like cinematography, practical effects, all that stuff is actually pretty good, as I remember it. Oh, ad start in about 4.5 minutes. You guys have heard the spiel a million times, so I'll spare you this time. But yeah, it's oh wait, Tara, put in exclamation point, redeem, space, bye-bye. Just like saying goodbye before you sign out. It's the rules here. You gotta do it. And then you can go to bed. There it is. All right, see you later. Good night. I will, I hope to see you again later. And apparently, maybe we'll bump into each other at Fred Meyer or something. Good night. Good night. But yeah, you, Tyson Metric, you are not missing anything by not having seen the second one. Yeah. Yeah, for real though. Yeah. Well, you'll recognize me. I won't recognize you. So, call me out if you see me, or at Wajimaya or something. Trader Joe's. Who knows? Whatever. Go to bed. I do think this is interesting how they put a lot of effort into. Oh, there's some Z fighting there. I don't think that's really that important, but it is interesting how they put some effort into blocking this off. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna put a whole separate save down. I'm gonna come back with cheat engine to get the camera to clip through to see if that tunnel is still there, and then I can know if that's why it was closed off. Because I really think that's why they just put this here, so that way they didn't have to hide the light in the tunnel because it's dark. So you know it would be a problem. Dude, Fred Meyer sucks. Get out of here. Everything's too expensive there. Go to Trader Joe's. Wajimaya though is pretty based though. All right, get out of here. Get out of here. What was I gonna say? I was saying something about something had nothing to do with anything. Well, I guess what we're doing right now, besides just wandering around aimlessly here, and you guys, I'm sure, are looking for your cards so you can punch in your information so you can subscribe to the channel, not have to watch ads. I'm sure that's what all you guys are doing. So you know, you don't have to respond. You know, I know you're busy. No, we're going to the Silent Hill Historical Society, where there's supposed to be a sound effect that plays. Oh yeah, I forgot about them teleporting like that. There's supposed to be a sound effect that plays that I have never been able to trigger, but except for on the PS2 version of the game. I've also wondered why they closed off this wall. Always thought it seemed a little unnecessary. Oh, also there's raining mannequins. Never remember where it is because you can actually see them floating in the air. Is it here? If it is, they already dropped probably. No, I think it's the other direction. I like showing you guys the quirks of the game. Oh, thank you again to the Enhanced Edition team for making sure to flip the Cafe Texan logo because they were mirrored over here and always backwards. I'm so happy that they've addressed that. They did a lot of work with these games, including, do you see how there's like kind of reflections on the windows? Not a great example. Let me find a better example. Those were only in the PS2 version also. I think they're not even in the Xbox version. Yeah, you can kind of see the glare. Come on. Yeah, there's some glare on the windows. Yeah, right there. It's a shader effect. Oh, wait. Where is it? I think it's over here by Gonzalez. Where are the floating mannequins? Ah! Oh. I don't see it. You guys are still alive? Type 1 in the chat. I need to know if I'm alone in the streets. Like, actually, if I'm by myself, I don't talk too much. Thank you, Hank. I appreciate that. I'm never sure if I should just keep running my mouth or not. I figure most people are like falling asleep or something. I guess it doesn't have to be a 1. It's just like as long as you put something in chat. I just need to know that I'm not alone in this universe. That's kind of why I do a lot of the streaming, is mostly for the social factor. Dude, those guys are so fast. Getting close to falling asleep. What do you guys all live on the West Coast or something? Who lives on the West Coast anymore? That's silly. Man, we're just about to get to the good part too. I wanna see if this sound effect plays, and then I gotta do this weird backtracking thing. Oh, I see. Of course, your name's Hank. You gotta be from Texas. I've never met anybody named Hank who isn't from Texas. That makes sense. I actually don't think I've met anybody named Hank before in my life before, so that's the point still stands. Oh, I forgot to get the item over here. The black blood really makes this look like the blood's not rendering correctly. Well, there's one in the truck, but I think that might be just from Born from a Wish. Wish from a Born. March up a bar. Wait, I thought it was over here. Does that bullet only spawn at night? Oh, right. There is stuff that's only down here at night. Let me go grab it. I have quite deviated from my my normal course of action. Normally, I don't pick up anything in the streets until night because night spawns more stuff. The only item that gets locked out here is the one in the alley. On the other side. Nope. Other side. The alley right here, where there's two red squigglies. Martin Street. It's blocked off on top, but it's both of these. My screen name actually used to be Hank Venture from the Venture Bros cartoon, but switched it when I started streaming. Oh, you stream too? What do you stream? Also, Venture Cartoon sounds familiar, and I don't know why I can't remember what they make. I think I saw you use an Animaniacs emote earlier. I think it was you. How many King of the Hill jokes do you get? Yeah, I was trying to you know, bite my tongue. POE, 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 POE. I know it. And I'm trying to remember what it is. My first thought was Piece of Eden. I'm like, that's Assassin's Creed. Path of Exile. Oh, I got too many things in my brain. I'm pretty sure I know that one. It sounds like an RTS, if I don't miss my guess. The only RTS I play is Age of Empires 2 specifically. People try to get me into like oh, what's the space one? It's an ARPG, sort of like Diablo. Oh, okay. Action RPG. Yeah. Is Diablo an action RPG? I always thought it was like more like a CRPG, at least the older ones. Yeah, I wasn't gonna ask you if you sell propane, but you know, how much worse would it be if you actually did? To be an actual propane salesman named Hank in Texas, and you live in a house on a hill, just asking for it. Quick, change your name. You guys know my name used to be Nick Cannon. I don't know if anybody knows who Nick Cannon is anymore, but that was really annoying. Ever been like, oh really, like the celebrity guy? I'm like, yes, and I don't know anything about this guy other than he was on America's Got Talent, I guess, for a while. It was very annoying. Then I took my wife's name when we got married, so now I don't have that problem anymore. That's how you game the system. You have like 20 kids. What, does Nick Cannon actually have like 20 kids? I do seem to remember something about that. I'm just saying, I was born before he got famous. Maybe. I don't know when he got famous. He's like 10 years older than me or something like that. I don't know. I don't care. He's just some guy from Hollywood. You guys ever watch I think it's Office Space? When the guy, his name is Michael Bolton. He's annoyed because of the musician named Michael Bolton. And everybody's like, oh yeah, like the guy with the music. And he's like, oh my god, stop asking me this. And I'm like, dude, I relate. I get it. I get it. Now, my wife's an only child, so I took her family name, and I have a brother who's taken my previous family name, so the whole like retention of family name, not that it really matters too much, is covered. So there's like really no reason for me not to. He's the one who sucks. Is that what he says? Yeah, I think it's something like that. That sounds familiar. Hey, Auntie boy, you just waking up? I was just saying I could go for a couple bits right now. I'm pretty poor. I'm pretty hungry. I did grab the wrench, right? That's like my run killer. So many times I forget the wrench. I just go straight for the statue. I'm like, I know the key is here. Please, let me have it. Starve, no. Whatever happened to a sub for a sub? When you sub to the channel, I could buy a sub at Subway. No. That's okay, I actually have food right now. Gonna have some tuna sandwiches. Cause I'm rolling in money now. I was gonna say dough, but like, I don't want to eat bread. I want to eat meat. I love shredded dead fish in egg and soybean oil mixture. It's fantastic. Hey, Kate's back. Hello. Yes, hello. We're doing a bit of a slow play, but also we're just kind of talking over the whole thing. I'm hunting for some differences in the game, or not differences. The enhanced edition added Easter eggs, and so I'm looking for those. I've only found one so far, and I'm trying to test out some elements of backtracking that I've never done before. Because sometimes this game has it, if you try to go backwards, it will surprise you with something changed, or a little new bit of dialogue, or in one case, a new cutscene with Eddie. So, just experimenting, playing around, not taking it too seriously. So if you haven't played the game, we are going to spoil the heck out of it. So there's your warning, I guess. And we're doing Pathologic 2 more on Wednesday, which I guess for you might be Thursday morning. I don't know. I don't remember what part of the world you are. Time is a construct. It's unfortunate there's still slowdown from shadow casting in this game. They never really fixed that. They fixed most of it, but especially on hard mode, it gets a little chunky. Oh, it's very different from the remake. It's very, well, I guess the core twists and stuff, the broad strokes are different, are the same, excuse me. They are the same. It's the hows and the whys that are different. Yes, we are going to play the whole DLC with Maria, which isn't going to make any sense if you only know about the remake, because the remake changes so many different fundamental details. Okay, I need to save here. And let's see if we get the new sound effect. New. Shh. I don't know what triggers it. I was told by the Enhanced Edition team, Polymega, I'm pretty sure, who told me this, that you have to zone in and out first, and then it triggers. But it also might be seed dependent. But yeah, Kate, if want to see the DLC, we are going to be doing that today. Didn't already. I love they add reflections to the glass on the portraits there. Sound. We're going to be hanging out in here for a little while because it's supposed to play a sound effect. But I've never heard it on the PC version. I think it might be bugged. I'm going to try going in here first. And coming through. That's what I was recommended to do. Okay, you're in luck. This is what I like about the original Silent Hill 2 so much more, is how mundane this is. Like, it really feels like a real location where just this one light is working and it's just pitch dark in here and nothing is trying to be bright to help you see. You really have to depend on your flashlight. And while this is given a lot of prominent space, there's a lot in the remake that really puts things on pedestals and being like, look right here, this is the big important thing. Like, you have to see this like right when you walk in. Rather, if you were to, you know, play this like this, it, like, just naturally, you can be like, okay, here's a door. But then there's like, oh, there's so much implied space. This is again why fixed cameras are important. So much implied space, and then the camera moves, boom, it shows that reveal. Ah, love it. Oh, this is before Pyramid Head was jacked. I guess he's got some muscle definition on his arms, but like not Rule 34 jacked. I guess it doesn't play the sound effect. Is that a floor texture that they used on the ceiling? Oh yeah, up here, by the way, 90% sure that this is the devs up here. Because you can see one guy, if you kind of squint on the top right, there's somebody who's been like photoshopped in. Because I think they weren't present for the picture. And their head's too big compared to everyone else's. Why is that not so creepy? What do you mean? Which part? A lot of the scare of this game, by the way, completely gets sucked out when I talk all over it. No, the no sounds makes it worse. Makes it so much worse. But when you come out here, you have sounds, and like you have all these monsters out here, and it's so loud, right? And then you finally run into where you're supposed to go and just There's supposed to be a sound effect that plays in here. That's what I keep trying to trigger, but it's not working. You walk in here. I don't have a map of this area. What are you talking about? We're right there. Also, you'll notice that when you go into the Historical Society here, which is going to be right in the center of the screen, that purple square, we're actually going down the stairs under the lake. Dude, the horns are not supposed to play that often. Unless it's upset with me not doing this. Alan Wake. Dude, Alan Wake's lame. Alan Wake's not even horror. It's more like a thriller. Man, really no sound effects. Guess we'll move on then. Yeah, that has something to do with the lake. I would say though, I've only really played Alan Wake 1 and it was quite a terrible game. I think 2 apparently is a lot better, but 1 was awful. 2 it was trying to go for pastiche, which is to take pieces of other existing medias and kind of incorporate it into something new. But it really started to feel more like ripoff, especially if you know what but what really got me rolling my eyes was the lamp lady in the definitely not double R diner from Twin Peaks. I've heard Alan Wake 2 is good, so I would like to see it. Wow, why did that feel like it was really fast to get down here? Also, if you go up, I think it was upstairs. They said the prison was established for the Civil War. And then right when you come down here, it says there's a prison number, there's a prisoner, prison number for a prisoner who was here in 1820, which means the prison is much older than the official record. Well, they changed this agent saga completely. What does that mean? Ooh, there's so much noise in here. I also tend to prefer to play this game on easy because when I'm playing on hard right now just for maximum interactions. But this game does not spook very well in hard. I felt like the remake was so dang loud. Like I can never really build anticipation. Or is it this one that says it? Yeah, prison camp built during the Civil War. Well, why did we see records going back to 1820 when the Civil War was in the 1860s? Because this is very old. I will say, actually, this room is identical in the remake. You actually come through here. It's completely identical. Let me try. Hoot for kafir. Hoot ver kafir. I don't know. I agree. The remake didn't need to be this loud. Yeah. Yeah, it was very welcome to the chat, by the way. Appreciate you here. The remake was very, very loud. Part of what I really like about Old Silent Hill is when they completely cut the music. And again, it's not going to be scary when I'm talking over it because I'm ruining the silence by just being here. This was one part. Oh gosh, what was your username? Not isometric, Tysymmetric, I think it was. Yeah, if you're still here, this is one of those parts that was ruined. I don't like to use the word ruined, but ineffective. Interpolated in a way that is ineffective in the remake. So in this one, you jump down a hole and they're like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And they're like, "Yeah." You jump down the hole and instant regret. And you're like, it's just a wall. It's just a wall. Like, what am I supposed to do? Did I screw up? What happened? And this is what I mean when it's a psychological horror. Progress traps you in an impossible situation, and you have to wonder, did I do something wrong? How do I get out of here? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? And then you see, this one's a little different. And this is the only time you can break a wall. Where in the remake, there's like 3 or 4 different things that are just like, oh yeah, you do this to break walls. You never feel trapped because you go through your options, and then you go through your options and you're like, oh okay, yeah, I got out. And it's just kind of, you don't give it a second thought. Yeah, in part 2, the protagonist is the woman, and she was blonde in old trailers because she's got Scandinavian roots. Oh, okay, interesting. That's okay. She was blonde in the older trailers. Isn't there an FBI agent lady that is like the alternate character you play in Alan Wake 2? I've seen her. I like how much the original game leaves you with your own thoughts in silence. Yes, exactly. The remake doesn't really allow for that as much. The remake kind of just railroads you on forward. But it's... Whoa. I forgot to show what I was going to show. Is melee combat bad in this game? Yeah, but that's not the point. Oh, shout out to the Enhanced Edition team for fixing the water in here. So it actually looks like water instead of a flat brown texture. Well, there's another one. Sheesh. What I wanted to show though is that it's these little things that they took out of the remake. When you go through a door, right? It just kind of fades you in, fades you out, and you're just through the door. But this particular door, you're like, finally, I got out. It gives this weird trip animation. And it just, it's that little bit of unsettling element of not quite sure what to expect. By the way, when the camera does that, it's because I'm fighting the camera. If I choose not to fight the camera, it's actually fine. I like this part too, where I actually don't know if this is in the original or not. Where you walk, because this is the Enhanced Edition version. You look up here and you're like, there's a door there. And they're like, yep, too bad, you don't get to go there. And now it's quiet. It was almost better before we killed all the monsters. By the way, Verkuffer, how do I say your name? So yeah, and then if you just run forward, you're like, no, this one. I think they did this in the remake, the downward drop. That's, if you look upside down, it's a hallway. Pretty cool. Isometric, yeah. I can see how unsettling and eerie that would be in comparison, but that's modern yellow paint design for you. Yes, it is. It's not just the yellow paint though. This is also a very classic scare that was also taken out of the remake. In the original, or excuse me, in the remake, they actually have this room, but they just make it just a general ambush room, and they don't do this scare because this scare is entirely dependent on your inventory opening a separate screen. So this is what happens. So you open it, and then your flashlight dies. Press the switch, but nothing happens. And you're like, okay, well, let's just walk out of here. The door's locked. I can barely see a keypad. James cannot see the keypad. You're like, oh. And then it's that feeling of, did I screw up? What just happened? If you go through your inventory, there's a part earlier in the hospital where they force you to pick up this battery, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. And you examine it, so it looks like the same kind that my flashlight uses. You're like, oh, okay, cool. And you're like, oh, good, I have batteries, no problem. And now it's flooded with bugs, and you're like, oh, hell, what? And you're like, okay, get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here. It's still locked. And then it's like, okay, there's a keypad. Like, I don't know what the code is. So the idea is you have to take the code, the buttons that have less grime on them. And you do just have to brute force it. And then you can get out. It's that kind of element of just, it's messing with your brain, making you feel like you're in an impossible situation. And like, maybe it's your fault that you're in here. And that's kind of what James is feeling. He feels like he's in an impossible situation, and it's his fault. Let me see. I've had a great day so far. Cool. By the way, your analysis of Silent Hill 1 is my favorite video about Silent Hill on YouTube. Thank you so much. I'm making one on 2. This is part of my research process. I haven't played the game in about a month, so I'm refreshing, kind of trying to farm up some passion for it because I'm starting to get really bored of it. But hey, you guys being here is really getting me more excited again, I think. Oh, Auntie Boy, you're still here.
Killing a person ain't no big deal.
How do you guess the code so fast, though?
The gun to their head.
I got really lucky, actually. I usually is the last possible combination. But there's...
You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
I think there's only like
Tell me what happened.
9 combinations possible, or 6.
He had it coming. I didn't
Because it doesn't reuse any of the numbers.
He just came after me.
It's not timed.
Besides, he was making fun of me with
But yeah, the whole combination thing, I
Just for that, you killed
think
him?
was in the remake, but they made
What
it
do you mean, just for
much
that?
easier. You don't have to guess.
You can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me.
Eddie?
Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming.
No, he says Eddie, sorry.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here. Honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Now we're starting to get into the heart of the spookier bits. The ones that start messing with your brain. I think they actually took this picture out, but I'm not sure. The one that's the picture of the picture of the picture, or the picture of the room that you're in with the picture of this picture. Kind of the Hall of Mirrors kind of style. I don't remember if that's in or not. I also like how they hide save points. It really makes you look around corners like, oh, thank God there's one, kind of thing. It's not too hidden where you couldn't figure out where to go, though. Marked with bullet holes. Now, this is another reason why this camera angle is so important, is because look, we start seeing all these bars, these fencings, this cage in front of or on top of James, and it's starting to visually describe James's internal feelings of just deserving punishment, a feeling like prison is somewhere he belongs, and that's why we have this fencing over him. And we'll see more of that being played with as we progress through here. Grab the map while we're in here. It's not as visceral as the remake. That's kind of why I like it better. It feels more grounded and rather than like loud and theatrical.
It sure is boring around.
Well, get out of here. Get out of here, Auntie Boy. you're bored, you're not required to be here. You always are like, when are we playing Silent Hill? Play Silent Hill. I'm bored. But this whole idea of like you can't quite see off screen of what you're interacting with. Where yes, I would like to see improvements to this game, but not throwing away the system. I can't see what's in here. James is looking at something. I can't see it. Now I'm trapped. Being trapped in a prison is kind of spooky. I'm having ultimate fun right now. Ultimate fun. You've never had more fun in your life? That's amazing. I like this room right here. There's a prison cell in here, and you're like, well, what's in here? And you can't see James go in. Once you're in, then you're stuck in this prison cell. Like these camera angles are trying to tell a story of being imprisoned. This is describing James's feelings of being imprisoned or feeling like he should be imprisoned. And then we have this room. Gold edition fun. Definitive edition fun. Oh yes, Kate. Here's a part that is completely cut from the remake. That is one of the most iconic parts of this of the game. Once I get rid of this stupid thing for being loud. This monster is not in the remake at all. Oh my gosh. This is what I get for playing on hard mode, and why I tell everybody don't play it on hard mode unless you've played it to death. Like me. Yeah, you really do lose a lot of these cool cinematic camera angles. Yeah. And they have to change the levels layout too. So it feels so small and confined in here. Like it feels so constrained, like a prison would, whereas in the new one it's so wide open because you're getting ambushed by things on the ceiling all the time. Do you hear that one? Ritual. Trying to get these guys out of here so they stop making noise. Reload. I probably should just go and get the rifle. That would make this faster. There we go. It's this guy. The prisoner monsters. These are not in the remake at all. There's a room that makes this sound, but it also has nothing to do with the ritual prison cell. And this is why camera angles are so important. In this this is what we call in the literary stuff, I don't know. This is what is called dramatic irony, when there's a desync between what the audience knows and what the character knows. James here, he sees something and he only points at something if it's hostile, if it's a monster, and you can hear it walking around in there, but you can't see it. There's no way to actually see the thing. And if you decide to shoot it, it does take damage. And it's taking way too many because it's on hard mode. And then you see that it falls to the ground. Oh, come on. Fall to the ground. I shouldn't have played on hard mode to demonstrate all this stuff. It falls to the ground. And you can shoot it when it's on the ground. And then it dies. And sometimes you can even see the blood come out. Sometimes. Not today. And the question is, what the heck was that? And then it parallels, why did you kill it? it's something that bothered you, but it was stuck in the prison cell. It couldn't do anything. It was a victim imprisoned by circumstance, and you decided to kill it because it inconvenienced you. Is there a parallel here? And this is the separate ritual room. They combined both concepts in the original, but I'm not really sure why. I'm gonna do my best there. I love what they did with the camera so much. When I play Silent Hill 1, I've had some moments that were more unsettling than everything in the Silent Hill 2 remake, thanks to the camera, where you only see part of the room and slowly discover more of the room. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to get at. I am noticing the music actually cuts out when you go into a cell. Maybe James finds peace in it being in a cell. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I remember this from Sphere Hunter's video. I thought it was disturbing. Yeah. I haven't watched Sphere Hunter stuff. I'm kind of hit or miss on her. She's kind of one of those bigger YouTubers that like misses the forest for the trees kind of things, but I don't know entirely all that. She's more of a Resident Evil person from what I gather. Also, look, really hard to tell on standard definition, but we have some white ceremonial robes and a red hood laying over here. Blood-stained clothes here. Anybody who tells you that Pyramid Head cannot exist outside of Silent Hill 2 is actually factually incorrect according to Silent Hill 2. Because while the Pyramid Head that appears, both of them that appear in Silent Hill 2, are manifested from James's mind, the image, the concept of the character of the god with the pyramid-shaped head predates James's manifestation that looks like said god. If that makes sense. This is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite psych outs that I actually. It still got me up until like a few years ago, like 4 years ago. I'll check that one out in a second. Where is he? Look, and it's like, how tall is this thing? But this one right here. We're like, okay, I see the placard. I need to go get that. Okay, let's go get it. La la la. I get it. And then when you try to leave, the iron bar door is tightly closed. I can't force it open. And you're like, okay.
I didn't even think of doing something so disgusting.
And you try to leave again. What are you supposed to do? You try again. It just lets you out. It only locks you in, but it keeps telling you the whole like it's locked. I can't open it. I can't open it. It's using this concept, this gameplay mechanic of I can't open it, and telling you I can't force it open, just to mess with you. I'm like, am I doing something wrong? Did I get stuck here? Am I soft locked? What happened? And then just lets you out, and it doesn't tell you that it's doing this. That's when the gameplay of this game starts being really smart. Especially when you come into other rooms like this and you can just leave, no problem. And I love how tight and constrained this is. I still don't know what this means. 436 people at a recital. But I love that in this prison, when we're in the abyss, there's a lot of what I personally call, I'm trying to establish how I'm going to introduce this concept that is clearly in the games, but I don't know how to, there's no official term for it, but I'm calling it psychic residue, which is to say there is memories that are still down here from the history of the town, from the people who have long since died, that is still down here. And there's just little imprints, and this is part of the reason why you can see one of Alessa's monsters, the creeper, the bug, why that's still here even though Alessa has already died. There's this imprint, and it collects in this abyss place under the historical society, which is under the lake. And here, again, more town history, painted in blood with thumb strokes. Burning Man. Makes you wonder who the man is that's burning. Oh, sorry, Hewitt Verkiefer. I'm gonna keep saying it wrong until you tell me how to pronounce it. Silent Hill 1 had this this room where noise came from somewhere, so you want to find out what sounds are coming from, but no matter how much you look, you never find the source, whilst you slowly turn around in a dark room, seeing only a part of the room at once. Was that the room with the shattering glass sound in the attic? Yeah, James went to Burning Man. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. Oh, I'm trying to, I'll give me a minute to figure out what room that was in Silent Hill 1 that you're talking about. One of the things I also want to mention is when people say, oh, you know, Silent Hill is supposed to be a purgatorial place, or like the town is punishing, that's not true. What's happening is that in Silent Hill 2, specifically Silent Hill 2, the characters are manifesting what's in their minds, and so are manifesting what they believe they deserve. This is why Eddie manifests people to take his revenge on, whereas Angela manifests monsters that still come after her. And she says in the end, even Mama said it, I deserved what happened. She's internalized that she deserves this. She doesn't. There's no external force punishing her. She's doing this to herself. And this is the same with James. James is doing it to himself. These placards that I'm going to show you are exactly the same concept. Right here, it says Tablet of the Oppressor. James is viewing himself as an oppressor. Over here, the gluttonous pig. Eddie views himself as a gluttonous pig. And this is the one that's important. The seductress. Angela thinks that it's her fault. It's not. She didn't ask for it. She's internalized that. That's why these three are here. Also, what's interesting is that Eddie and Angela have also learned things about James. When Angela says, like, I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. She's learned things about James without James being present, just as we learn about Angela and Eddie without them being present. Anyway, my name is actually nonsense, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm calling you Hoyt, and until you tell me not to. But yeah, that was the room. I mean, it was scarier than every modern Silent Hill game. I like this room a lot. Dead quiet. I haven't heard it yet. In the remake, this is where they put like the big central weight puzzle, and there's like gallows and everything, and there's like music and stuff, and then you can hear like this horse just randomly galloping, and you're like, all right, okay. And there's tons of light in there. In here, you can barely see the walls, and just listen. Hope you have headphones on. You can tell something's in here, and you can vaguely hear that it sounds maybe like a horse. But this room is too big to really be able to tell if it is in here or not. It just sounds like it's passing by. Whereas it's very clearly a horse in the remake. You can hear it like trotting, whinny and stuff. Also, look, the concept of the pyramid things are here before James. Actually, I've never I don't think I've read the inscription in a while. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins. 3 sins that you've put on yourself. Oh, wait, can I examine this? Yeah. These are actual real Aztec carvings, by the way. The Native American influence in Silent Hill is based on Aztec. Hence, like the sun worship thing and the human sacrifice. These right here. They had to show the horse. They didn't show the horse, but they basically did. You could hear like the galloping and the like the whinnying, and you're like, why is there a horse in here? Rather than hearing something and you're like, something heavy and lumbering that sounds like it's right near you, it's just outside of view. Again, the effect is going to be lost on a stream when I'm just going to be yakking all over it, but is very effective, especially if you experience it for the first time in isolation. Also, they took this part out. One of the few jump scares in the game. And nothing happens. Nothing happens. You can come up here. There are 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. Just ropes. Not nooses, just ropes. And this is like a courtyard that's inside. What did you ask, Streamlabs? Is Pyramid Head a horse? Uh-oh, yeah. Don't go there. Rule 34 is going to come after you for the vengeance. And doing that triggers this. A horseshoe. That's how you can put it together that it's a horse in here. But even then, it doesn't have to be. Look at the map. It's just this massive yard. Underground. And you can even see the ceiling too. There's a ceiling here. Kind of hard to tell. Maybe too hard to tell. You can see the ceiling. Closer to the corner. This is all just underground. We are not quite in the impossible places yet. Except for that one hallway with the tilted prison hallway. I also love how abstract solving this puzzle is right here. With the wax doll. I'll get the first aid kit first. Makes you wonder what side of the glass that James is supposed to be on. But also you see an item. You look at this one. And you look at the direction of how the wood is broken out. Something pushed through here, broke out of prison. Now, is this something got out? Or is this representing, you know, James has left the prison? Or is this the pyramid thing? There's questions. Why is it framed as something has broken out of the prison? These are the fun questions. I do not claim to have all the answers because these games do not give all the answers. Oh yes, here's one of the other jump scares. Wait. I just see. Oh man, I don't know if you can see under that sink. There's like a bright red something right between the 2 sinks. I thought that was the pink ball that I was looking for. Dang. No such luck. Not yet. This one. They build on this scare in the 3rd game too. Then you wonder, they're gonna do it again? Are they gonna do it again? Give me an egg. Where would a ball be? You know what? I would think the pink ball would be in a drain. That would make sense, right? That's where you're supposed to put it in Silent Hill 1. Now, I have questions about this one memo. I think I have a concept of it, but I'm still puzzling how I'm going to present it. The hidden memo over here. It's a diary and presumably belongs to the prison warden, but though it doesn't have to. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be villains at all. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he has to justify, or little words he knows to justify himself. This is again the parallel with James. He doesn't think he's a villain. That's why he's also thinking in a subconscious kind of way that he belongs in a prison. That's why we're getting these camera angles. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in darkness. Prisoners too are no exception. This is James's mind, his dreams flourishing. It's the manifestations. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. And it's speaking towards all of the themes, but it's not speaking towards one thing in particular. That's why I mean, like, it's hard to parse exactly what's going on here. Also, these chalkboards say something about Alcatraz, but I don't think it's literally meaning Alcatraz. Please ask me lore questions, guys, or correct me, please. I like answering questions. Also like this, how it looks shattered, and some of these guns, if you look, they're like broken and twisted. How the heck did this even happen? Something came in here and broke the glass and took a different gun, and there's only one good gun left, which is the rifle, which isn't even that good. I'm so wrong. I know. You know what would make me more right though is having some bits. That would definitely make me more right. See, this is how this prisoner monster works, is because this is how the gameplay is working. Not being able to see, knowing monsters appear off screen like this. It's too bad the rifle sucks. I wish the rifle was a good. That is one thing the remake fixed, is the rifle doesn't suck. And look, it's the door to the prison.
Just stupid.
This is the front door. How you get in the prison. And then you go to reception. And then you can go visitation. This prison is a real place. This is not a manifested place. And then how all those dropping down the holes will lead you to really weird places. What? Yes, you can. Come on. Lore question, please, Kate. Yes. Don't compliment the remake. I will when they do it right. I will absolutely compliment the remake if they do it right. But you'll notice that there's like these two stairs down there, and you can't actually. There's one going up and there's one going down, and you're like, where does this hole go? I wonder where. Because I think this is the third hole that you jump down, and it is literally just at the bottom of the stairs, where they physically and logically should go. The first two are like, what even happened? And you can kind of see the hole up there. It's kind of hard to tell. But there's the hole is literally up there. So you might start expecting, oh, these are going to take me to some completely weird different place. But no, it just literally dropped me down. It took me from there and it dropped me down here at the bottom of the stairs where it should have. It is that kind of psychological messing with you, that setting up expectations and then saying, no, different, we're doing something else. Or how the game constantly says, oh, looks like the lock's broken. Yeah. Wait, what? There's extra dialogue. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. Teaching you not to expect even the most vanilla elements to be vanilla. It's right above, yeah. It's trash. It is not trash. That's why I get most frustrated with it, because it's not trash. It just misses the point, I think. I compliment the remake a lot. What are you gonna do? Yeah, Kate's a fan. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Auntie boy? I even like the remake on its own merits. I think the remake is a good game and it's a bad remake. If it was its own game, it would be better. But Kate, what is your lore question? I also like this, and says looks like there's something in the hole. It looks like it's all dismembered. No, I can't look anymore. Horrible smells coming from the hole. Horrible smell. Or did that just move? Or was it only my imagination? So yeah, that's the other. Again, I'm totally destroying the effect here. But when he says, did that just move? Or is that just my imagination? It makes you question, did it move? Or is he just saying that? Was it his imagination? Or should I have paid attention and it did move? I haven't seen this, but someone else came into my stream in the chat and saying in the remake, it actually does move. And I'm like, oh, come on. No, you're not supposed to do that. That's literally the opposite of psychological horror. It's supposed to make you second guess things, make you wonder if you're crazy or not. It's about gaslighting the player. And then stuff like this where he goes, no, it's this one. My God, no. I didn't see that. What is it? And then he'll never bring it up again. Just Also, thank you, Enhanced Edition team, for making proper toe models or feet models, so they're not just like squares. They look a lot better. Or wedges. Why they went for Pyramid Head and not the road sign? I'm lying at gunpoint. I don't see any guns. I think you're saying that I'm lying at gunpoint, if that makes any sense. Why they went for Pyramid Head and not the road sign? I'm confused. Is that the question? In the orange one. Well, let me read your other thing to see if I have the whole context here. It says, I also wouldn't say the remake is a bad game, but I really didn't get what I wanted a remake of this. Oh, so you guys are the same color to be, and I think it could have been a far better remake. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Orange World. I mean the orange one. What orange one? What's the road sign? What do you mean by the road sign? I'm confused. I'm gonna get on the elevator while we wait. Corpse into this hole. They also took out James's inner monologue. And you see he's getting less and less hesitation as he jumps, which doesn't change in the remake. Again, how they've told you how doors work is when you fade out and you fade back in on the other side. Not this one. They're just changing what you would come to expect as normal in the game. Try to go back and you're like, well, look, there's got to be more. There's got to be more. Nope. They wait until you're all the way over here, and then, nope, just a wall. Not till you're touching the wall do you realize you can't even go back. Also, we're starting to see some structural support beams from under the lake from I think from the mining days, because there's the Wiltsey coal mine, which the Wiltsey Road is down the river. But we're all the way over here, so I'm not sure that's actually accurate. These are structural supports from some underground network. Some part of this is real, some part of this is warped from the Abyss element. Oh. English is not your first language. Oh, okay. So, I mean the cones? It's really good how they do this sort of thing in this area in particular. Yeah, sorry. The conus. I'm not sure what you're asking. The orange one. Why they went for a pyramid? Are you saying why did they go for a pyramid instead of a cone shape? Another thing I really like about old Silent Hill is the illusion of choice. Go onto the gantry, the lift over here, or leave through the door. I don't want to go in here anymore. I'm leaving. Too bad. These doors don't work. What a thrill. Yeah, cones. Road cones. Yeah. Traffic cones, I think is what you're talking about. C-O-N-E-S. Yeah. So what about the traffic cones? I mean the orange one. So why they went for a pyramid head instead of a traffic cone head? Is that what, are you making a joke? Like G-Man? You mean like Half-Life G-Man? Kind of an anti-climax after what you've been through. I guess we won't be working together. We'll not be waking up and smelling the ashes. No, you're serious? Why they didn't do a cone? I mean, a cone's rounded shape is less threatening than a sharp pointed shape. Now it's okay. I'm very confused. Everybody's sleepy or doesn't speak English as their first language. It's okay. We'll get through this. Also, the paneling on the walls here is not a reference to Angela's home like it is in the remake. I actually thought that was an interesting reinterpretation of the design here, but it is not the case in the original. That's one of the things I actually do go back and forth on. I can't decide if the changes to the abstract daddy fight is good or bad, because it's well done but oriented in a way that I don't think works for what they're trying to go for. Also, I hate going down here still to this day, so pray for me. They spoiled Pyramid Head's lair too. Look at this camera angle. Just, it's good. It's good. Like, what is happening in here? And it's completely quiet. And it has its own light in here. Yeah. This room is such an afterthought in the remake. And you're just panicking. Oh my gosh, Pyramid Head's after me. He's like smashing through walls and stuff. We haven't even seen him yet. Haven't even seen him. But, you know, if there's one thing we've learned in this game, there's one thing we can rely on, is that Pyramid Head only shows up at very specific times during specific events and cutscenes, you know, that kind of thing. He would never just show up randomly in front of me. Oh, goodness Lord. That actually kind of scared me, because I was like, wait, where is he? Why is he not here? I love how he appears just out of nowhere. I love how downplayed it is. It needs to be downplayed. To be just like, you're just down here and then you just accidentally bump shoulders with this guy. this whole time being hyped up, and then there's no buildup. There's no buildup whatsoever. He just, there he is. I'm gonna get rid of the rifle. I wish it was better. I keep wanting it to be better, just in all practical sense, it's not better. Yeah, I still think there's room to improve the original game, but maybe without overhauling everything. Also, you look at all these structural supports. This looks like it used to be a mining tunnel. And then you hear it's leaking. Strips. And where are we? We are, by my best estimate, right about here somewhere. We'll say in the middle of the screen, right where that blue line hits the water, in front of right above where it says Nathan Avenue, on the right side, or somewhere right over there. We are under the lake now, and if there's one thing that's consistent, especially emphasized in 1, 2, and 4, is that all of the whatever this is that makes Silent Hill weird and special is because of the lake. Everything stems from the lake. It's not the town. It's the lake and the area around the lake. That really got me when I played it. Yeah, it's to this day, I still get nervous going down there. Oh, whoa, it's walled off. Interesting. I usually don't get the RNG where it starts walled off. Really? Still not open, huh? There it goes. Oh, I solved it. Whoops. That was excellent RNG. But yeah, I do like the mood of the puzzle box room, but it's so much more of a centerpiece in the remake. And I do think it kind of overstays its welcome, and it's not difficult to solve. All right, here's the famous scene. Autocorrect is messing with my words. I get it. That reality got me. I get it. Something about a recent update, like in a year ago, messed with iPhone autocorrect.
Killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then
James, what are you talking about?
just before. Don't you remember?
Gaslighting. Yeah.
James, honey, did something happen to you?
This high stage light.
After we
Yeah.
got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
No, I know what you meant.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I love it when he stands up and she just kind of
I'm not your Mary.
looks at him.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
This part right here.
All
Look at her
I want
face.
from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am.
She does meet him. Yeah.
I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Okay, so what I want to try is we have to go through that door on the right. We have to find where that door opens. When we do, Maria will be dead again. However, we technically can backtrack all the way over here. So that is the goal. I want to see what happens because they don't let you back in the room after that cutscene. So I want to see what she looks like. And I'm kind of scared. Hey, Phantom Moon. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you here. So who is she really? The Animus. What makes Maria interesting is that she has so many different things going for her. Also, who just cut that wire? She has so many different things that every time you settle on an answer and go, ah, she's this, then they throw another thing. It's like, yeah, but what about this? Like saying, oh, she's just a manifestation. You're like, ah, yes. Except for how come she has her own self-awareness? How come she has memories from Mary that are independent of James's knowledge? Like, she knows who Laura is. But James does not know who Laura is, and he couldn't have known. So it's really weird. The remake also has this puzzle, by the way. It has this puzzle, but it's just like you randomly find like pliers and then you use them to cut wires. They call them something weird too. Like, I think they call them wire. No, they call them something else that I remember being like, that's not really what we call them. She's just an extra sexy lady. That's true. That's true. That's true. I like that a lot more than the remakes version. Yeah, see? Yeah. Can't do anything behind these bars. Oh yeah, they did cut that line too, huh? And I just love that kind of like that repression angle from James when she's like, don't you want to touch me? And he's like, I don't know. Like, yes, but that's really not appropriate right now. Plus, you're not married. Plus, this is not the time and place. But, and then she's like, well, come and get me. And he's like, I'm going to go back to treating you like a stranger. And he's like, okay, stay right there. And just that, like, how would you react in a situation like that? They just cut random lines that are important to the characters. Yeah, because they didn't realize why they were important. And it's not just those ones. It's not just those lines either. Also, again, I was saying, like, I really like how the originals really emphasize the physicality. Because this has an electrical control box. And you can see it connects all the way up here. Up into the lighting system for these light bulbs up here. I think a lot of people recognize Silent Hill as a dream space, but do not realize that it is an intersection of reality and dream space. It needs that physicality to keep it rooted. We are very, very far underground, and it feels very surreal down here, but it still also feels very tangible and real. And I think that's what later Silent Hill games lose, is they kind of go way too hard into the fantastical element, forgetting about the more groundedness. Silent Hill should feel like it could have, like a Silent Hill level should feel like it could happen in your own house as you're playing. Also, I want to show you guys a really cool scare that's in this game that, again, takes advantage of the camera angles. And I think a lot of people skip it because why wouldn't you? Also appreciate how easy it is to get out of here, even if it does feel overwhelming. What time is it? Oh shoot, it's already 2 o'clock in the morning. Yikes. I might get it. If I struggle too much, I will start using the green hyper spray. Actually, what color is the hyper spray? Is it green? I hope it's green. Where is it? You guys who played the remake probably don't even know what this is because they cut it. Yeah, green hyper spray. You get a 10-star rank on the game and you get instant kill bug spray. Thing. It's fun. It takes a lot of work to get one, but it's fun. All right, this scare might get messed up because it's made to work on normal mode. Is it here or is it later? I think it's later, the next room. Oops. Well, if something like that happened in my house, I'd make sure to call a mental asylum. What if you're already in a mental asylum? No, my point was that it's supposed to feel very grounded and real. It's supposed to feel very tangible. And I think a lot of what makes Silent Hill good is that it plays on your imagination. And I know a lot of, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I know a lot of people will, when they are experiencing visual media like movies or games, they don't quite imagine what's down that ladder. They start thinking, just, I'll go down the ladder and find out. They skip that phase of envisioning. Okay, here's the scare that I was going to talk about this way. Watch this. You go up here and you try to kill that one. And you're like, hey, come back. Come back. And that's right when Pyramid Head shows up in the corner. Normally on hard mode, he's not supposed to run around the corner. It's usually right when you run up and try to kick him. That's when you realize, oh shit. He'll come into line of sight. And I find this so much more uncanny and icky than some buff dude running after me with a big sword, you know. And then he woke up. Yeah, I remember the story when the man was in a coma after a car crash and had a whole life in there, including wife, kids, and work. And he woke up. Yeah. Also, again, here's another concept of James seeing manifestations from Angela's history. He's able to read the whole thing that happened to Angela, and then it has today's date on it. And you can see that when Angela's not around, if he was in his own subjective reality, why can he experience elements from her mind in real time here? I'm gonna use the hyper spray because I don't want to fight it. Well, let me see if I can do it the legit way. Let me see if legit. It takes a little bit of gimmicking. All he noticed before waking up was some glitchy lamp or something like that. This is not intended to be a boss fight like the remake. Is introducing a new enemy. Oh, wrong way. This is what I mean. It's difficult to do this if I screw up the speed run way, I'll do it correctly. I think I just tap it, not hold it, right? Yeah, there it is. Got it. Yeah, I agree. Uncanniness is better.
Are you okay?
No. Oh, it is still alive. Never noticed that.
Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
The remake, James really fights it. He says no. In this one, he's like, I would never. You notice also she says, I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. Then the last part is, you probably found someone else. She does know about him. She does know that he killed Mary. And that's how she knows that he's lying. So you said Mary was dead, right? Yeah, she was ill. Liar. Just as we can know what happened to Angela when she's not around. Also, I just want to add that there is an uncomfortable presence of warts or something that looks like disease that's coming through these pistons that I don't think a lot of people have picked up on. She was in the hospital like Laura, or was she? No, she was not in the hospital. And just the remake has like this really sad dramatic music when she says like, or you could just force me, like that line. It has like this really sad dramatic music, and they just shove the camera in her face rather than just leaning into, if someone admitted to this to you in real life, it would feel more like this. Of like, what are you even supposed to do? How do you respond to this? And James again was like, I want to try to help. And she's like, don't even touch me. You can't change this. You can't fix this. And you're just making it worse. Besides that, I know about you. You weren't good to the woman that you supposedly loved. And you probably found somebody else. And then the question is James looking for Mary right now? Is he looking for Mary right now? No. He's looking for Maria right now. I think she only sees fire in the staircase. I don't think she a lot of people interpret it as that she always sees everything on fire, but the way that she's reacting to or having conversations with James doesn't make sense if things are on fire. And because she always says like fog, or James being like, oh no, this town is dangerous. If she was actively in a burning building, that would be kind of a silly thing to say. And this room in particular, this is not James's manifestations. This is Angela's manifestations. She's projecting this very physical space, which is informed by her mind. And you notice it persists even when she's gone. This room would not look like this if she always saw everything on fire. This room would have fire elements. The reason why the staircase is on fire is because the hotel burned down. It's that memory of the hotel burning is there. And when she says, oh, you see it too, she was thinking she was going crazy, and then realizes James can see it too. This stuff is here. And when she says, for me, it's always like this, she means that coming to Silent Hill and seeing all these awful things has never been any different than her home life. She's not saying, for me, every time I see something in the other world, it looks like this. Exposition dump. She's saying, for me, like, I thought I was crazy seeing all this stuff, but as crazy as it looks, as all this manifested stuff is, it's no worse than my home life. For me, it's always been like this. That's what she's saying. She's not expositing that every scene she has seen everything on fire. Oh, how would she know though? Just the same. Sorry, going back. How would she know? Just the same way that James or the player or whatever can find out stuff about Eddie and Angela when they're not present. Everybody here, James, Angela, and Eddie, and probably Laura, but we'll keep her out for now, are manifesting things in their minds onto the real environment. Their dream, their inner mind, their psyche onto the environment, and they can find pieces of that. Like the placards that said like the seductress and the gluttonous pig, we can find those pieces, even though they're related to characters who aren't present. We can still see them manifested even when they're in our radius, and then we'll see this like even with like Alessa in the first game, or Claudia in the third game, that they may be doing the manifesting, but they don't have to be physically right in the room for their effect to be seen. Let me see. You said, I'm really looking forward to your video about Silent Hill 2. It's so cool to listen to you talk about these games. Thank you. Yeah, follow the YouTube channel, because I'm hoping to get it done within 3 more months' time, assuming nothing else happens. She'd better make an appointment with a good therapist. Yeah, well, I think okay, so also, like, if we go back to the beginning of the graveyard scene, which is, this is another thing that they changed in the remake, is people always make fun of her thing when she says lost. Actually, Antiboy, can you cue the lost for me? People think, oh, it's just supposed to be weird and uncanny. It's like, think about it from her perspective.
Lost?
Thank you. From her perspective, James is this random guy who approaches her out of nowhere. Remember Angela's trauma. Remember her history. When James appears out of nowhere and says, oh, excuse me, and she's just like, oh God, there's this random guy here. And he's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just lost. And she's like, lost? He's like, yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. And she's like, there's only one road. Why are you asking me? What do you really want? Just walk there. And so she's already got her guard up. If you try to go back and ask her again and say, like, she's like, what is it? And he's like, oh, nothing. It's kind of quiet, huh? He's just trying to make idle conversation. And she'll just throw back, I guess. She's really suspicious of James. Some guy just approaching her out of nowhere and in the middle of nowhere, and keep trying to talk to her. That element is dropped in the remake. She wouldn't be so suspicious if she went to a therapist at least once. Well, I mean, I have to wonder. You have to remember, this is like a late 80s, early 90s. I don't know how the state of therapy is, because it's still stigmatized back then. I know you're trying to make a joke, but you know. Let me see if I can remember what this one is. Because I actually really like solving this one, and I always forget the riddle. So this is extra mode, which is harder than hard. Well, kind of. It's more like different kind of hard. We may visit death upon the head of the sinner, but to what avail? In the name of retribution, we took part in a bitter comedy this day. You hanging as you do by your neck, unforgiven and cursed by all. 5 of them committed crimes, 6 went out for a drink and were captured there. Only one of them was innocent, but they knew not that. Whoops. Sorry. Hit buttons twice. The bloodstains remaining are proof of their guilt. Trodden upon and thus created, they are the paths to hell or the void. The white bandage is stained with crimson, the remains upon the scorched black earth. The whispered cries of the maiden, they are but a meaningless contract. We have 3 that they're guilty of. The white bandages is bodily harm. The remains upon the scorched black earth is arson. And the whispered cries of the maiden, I think, is kidnapping. They are also signs of guilt. Let me finish reading this and I'll get to you in chat. But one of them was done without reason. It was done out of fear and a ripe imagination. Bending alone at the end of a rope is nothing less than a disgrace to us all. So I have to remember what the answer is. I think and this puzzle is nowhere to be seen in the original. And yes, they are just floating there. This man was hanged for the crime of thievery, kidnapping. Could just brute force it. I think murder and arson are covered. Bodily injury and swindling. I think it's thievery. And I could go into that more if you want me to. Just real quick. In the name of retribution, who took part in bitter comedy, unforgiven and cursed by all. 5 of them committed crimes. 6 went out to drink there. Only one of them was innocent. The bloodstains remaining are proof of the guilt. So violent crimes. Trodden upon and thus created. They are the paths trodden upon. White bandages. I think thievery, if I remember correctly. You notice how that's an illusion of guilt. It is not, it's not quite overplayed. Yeah, I did it right. And that's the spooky part. Hooray, I saved the innocent person. Where are they? Where'd they go? Are they just walking around? We'll never know. Yeah, I'm being mean to her for no reason. She's actually the saddest character of all, yeah. But James is my favorite, so yeah, James is more complex. Like, you have nothing but pity for Angela. But I also think it's interesting because Angela very clearly and very obviously killed her father. And yet we're like, justified. Eddie does not kill anybody, but he does kill a dog. And he shoots a guy in the knee, but he doesn't actually murder anybody. And yet we're like, not justified. By sandwiching James between those characters, we're like, okay, the one who actually killed somebody, we let off the hook, but the one who didn't, we don't let off the hook. Why? And how does that affect your judgment of James? He said, I like, Hoyt, he said, I like Silent Hill puzzles. Sometimes it takes me some time to find the answers, but if the time I spent at the place, I don't get more comfortable around that place. Yeah, the more time you spend there, yeah. I just have to spend more time there because I haven't found out the answer yet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I does extend the play of the game. I really like puzzles like that rather than just go get a key and put it in here and then run over there, go get a key, put it in here. There is some of that, but there's really not very many riddle puzzles in the remake. I did like the coin puzzle. I did really like the coin puzzle. But again, it was a little too on the nose and too fantastical. It wasn't just a desk. It was like magical and legendary. Let's see. I think you can read it somewhere in the newspaper or something. Wait, which part? Didn't she kill her mother as well? No, it does not say. Again, I don't know about the remake. I don't have the remake memorized like I do this one. But no, she didn't kill her mother. In fact, at the end, at the staircase, she thinks that James is her mother. Briefly. Now, this is a delusion that is unrelated to manifestations. She's we'll get there. She sees James as her mother because she's having a psychotic breakdown, which is unrelated to whatever spiritual influence that Silent Hill has. And then she realizes, oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. So the illusion breaks very quickly. Whereas the fire doesn't go anywhere. We care more about PETA. What? Oh, pets. That part was auto-corrected. But the time it care more about pets. Wait, oh, you care about the dog more than you do Angela's dad? Fair. But the time extension I think is cool because it's me thinking how long it takes me. Trying to figure it out. Your phone is destroying you. Also, room 208, which is never confirmed, but it sounds likely that it's Mary's hotel, or not hotel, hospital number. Their hotel was 312. They block it out. James sees it. We don't see it yet. Wait. And we just saw a glimpse of the blood, and you're like, oh my gosh, what?
Maria, no. What happened to you? Why?
You notice James isn't taking it as hard this time because he already thought she was dead. Now he's more just confused. She has the blood from being stabbed in the back, but she's also has the disease that Mary had on her face. So here he's not grieving the same way he was the first time.
Mary.
That's why he's thinking about Mary. He's not thinking about Maria anymore. Not right now. I meant it's on me how much time I need to solve the puzzle while also being in an airy place that I want to leave. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, this is the part, by the way. We're supposed to leave. I want to see what happens if we go on the other side of the door, because they won't let you back in. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous. I'm gonna defend myself with the green hyper spray because I don't know what's gonna jump me, and I'm nervous. The music actually cut out. Ugh. I don't like that. See what I mean? When they cut the music, it's just something's wrong here. I hear Pyramid Head. Okay, so he's not supposed to be down here, but I don't know that for sure because we are in a different game state than I've ever been down here before. Yikes. You guys know why Pyramid Head is invincible? There's a lore reason. Yeah, I think more horror games need to do puzzles, but I think developers and especially publishers are scared that if a player gets stuck, they'll be like, oh, I don't want to play anymore. But I mean, like, if that's the case, then just they don't have to. You already got the sale. Don't worry about it. Because he's a Viltrumite? What the heck is that? What kind of alien nonsense are you talking about? What do you think's gonna happen when we get there? Do you think we're just gonna see Maria's corpse, or... Dude, how do I know my way through the back of the... I see. Now I know. Even if I turn back now, where would I go? There's no road back and nowhere to run away to. Now I know. You just won't do it. Interesting, interesting. Learning something new every day. From the show called Invincible. Oh, I haven't seen it yet. I probably never will. I don't really care for superhero stories, even if they are good. I remember trying, and I'm just realizing that I have a limited amount of time on this earth. That's the big one. I remember trying to solve the piano puzzle because I wanted to make progress in the creepy school, and it took me a while. I love Silent Hill puzzles. That is definitely the hardest puzzle in the first game. But it's a very hard puzzle, but it's also very fair. It doesn't ask you to do anything that you couldn't solve by using the stuff that's right in front of you. Oops. Just real quick, since James said that, you know, he's like, where would I even go? Like, there's nowhere I could go back. There's nowhere to go back. That's another reason I really like Silent Hill 2 is that, whoa, shit. I thought I had one more room until he showed up. He still gets me, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell into the mic. I'm trying not to do that. It's getting really late. And, I peed a little. Yeah, I peed a little. We were trying to solve the piano. Yeah, I did that. You're missing a big time? Missing a big time? What? What does that mean? I have no idea what I was saying before Pyramid Head jumped me, so you guys will have to remind me, or that's the end of that. And everybody watching the VOD will be very confused and disappointed. Was this room in the remake? I think it was. And this is, again, like context. This isn't lore so much as it is context. Where it says Miriam K, traitor. Who's Miriam K? We don't know. Other than she's a traitor. See, someone who betrayed somebody. This one, Walter Sullivan. Who's Walter Sullivan? A murderer of children. An epitaph. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. It sounds like a reference to Angela's dad, but it still says, but we don't know for sure. But the fact that it says felon and drank one last bottle, so he's probably a drunkard. We have a drunkard, felon, a murderer of children, and a traitor. And then immediately you see Eddie. You're like, why Eddie? That maybe I could rationalize it. That makes sense. Angela. Why? And then you're like, okay. But if you were piecing together things in the newspaper, you're like, well, Angela's killed somebody, her dad. And then James. Who's he killed? This is the real. So whenever I hear people say like the tape in 312 is the reveal, this is the reveal plot twist, he killed Mary, you should know by now. Right here is where you should know. Everyone in that yard was a murderer, and even Eddie says, you're the same as me, we're not like other people. In what way? In that we think it's okay to kill people. What's a hottie? What? Nancy boy, you're crazy. so annoyed that this music and the vocal track are actually hard mixed together, so I can't use the vocals clean. I'm just sorry, production issue.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like?
He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him.
Wrong
James.
answer.
Hey,
I will say the fight in the remake is a lot better mechanically.
I understand.
This part's a little unfinished in this game.
Haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
And I will tell you guys, it may seem silly, which is why I always recommend you guys play this for your first time through. Play it on easy mode for at the very least for this particular fight, because it just becomes a very farcical scene of sock and boppers instead of like a meaningful drama. It works better if you shoot him one time and you're not shooting each other a bunch of times here. Over and over. All right. Oh, dude, that worked. Dude, I can just like helicopter spin in there. Nice. I'll try that. Oh yeah, Remake said that we're not old enough to hold the great knife. They let us have it for like 5 seconds. Let's see. Yeah, the next room, yeah. Yeah, this is a 2-stage fight in the original. Not a 1-stage, like in the remake. I think if I would have remade this game, I think you mean to say, I would have made this boss fight realistic to subvert the expectations and make Eddie die in like 1 hit. Yeah, to me think, oh, Eddie was a human and I killed him. That's exactly what I would have done. That's what I've been saying for years. I'm like, if they're gonna remake this fight, it needs to not be a fight. It needs to either be a puzzle solution, so you have to figure out the right thing to do, or it needs to be that you need to draw first and Eddie dies in 1 shot, or you die in 1 shot. That's how you fix this fight. You don't make it by meat freezer things running around and he just jumps out at you at the shadows. But you also probably shouldn't do it this way either. I wouldn't really want it to be super gory though.
James, when you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life.
I do know what humiliation will do to your psyche, yes.
That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
All this stuff is from the mind. Door closes because Eddie's not gonna let James go.
Don't get all holy on me, James.
James can also see all this.
This town called you too. You and me are the
Same.
same.
Why are we the same, James? Eddie knows something. Angela knows something. What? James, you know it too. You know it too. See if I can. I've gotten killed doing it this way before. Come on. Yeah, I can't. I don't think I can do it with the great knife. Well, let's use the chainsaw. Did you know you can block in this game? Dude. You push back and get hit while you have your weapon out, he'll block. Watch. Hey, he's supposed to. Yeah, like I said, this boss fight is really unfinished, and it's unfortunate. Oops. I think I'm hurting. Wait, what's going on? Because this is the enemy in the game that's a little different from the other enemies, makes it less video gamey. Yeah. It's the more video game thing to have this as a boss fight, and boss fights are cool, but it's a nerdy video gamey thing to have this fight as a real fight. Wanted to send something, but Twitch decided it's offensive. Oh, let me see. I could probably approve of it as long as it's not too offensive. I didn't see it come in. Oh, you put spaces anyway. Just put his weapon up his arse. I mean, I guess I could. Oh, look at, he'll stand right behind that, and you can see the feet right at the bottom. Actually, I'm gonna get a screenshot of that. I think it's interesting. Why is he hiding? I gotta use the chainsaw. There. And they cover his face.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being.
Suddenly, putting together first time.
Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
Oh, fun fact. His gun used to stand up perfectly straight because there was an issue with the animation data. So it used to stand in his hand perfectly straight. But the Enhanced Edition team actually put it back in his hand where it's supposed to be. Notice also that he's dead, and yet this persists. But as soon as you leave, it stops persisting. Once there's nobody to perceive, it goes away. No. What? No, what? This fights the 10-star killer? Yes, it is. Apparently you can retract messages after warning. Oh, really? That's new. Seeing something like this for the first time. James, don't be a drama queen. Yep. This is a cool moment, even if Eddie was video gamey boss fight. Yeah, that's why I always say first time play on beginner, so that way you do get that one-shot kill. Oh, by the way, a lot of people like to tell me the prison wasn't real. It was part of the abyss. It's not a real place. Wait, warning, keep off. Keep off, why? Why? Warning. Persons procuring or concealing escape of prisoners are subject to prosecution. Yes. The Historical Society is built on the prison. Which makes sense because they were inspired by Alcatraz, which is a historic site that used to be a prison. Now, before we do anything too serious, Anti-boy, no. No. Actually, if you want to know something really morbid and disturbing, if a male person, I guess it doesn't have to be, but a male person is hanged, it will most of the time, because of the constriction of blood, will cause them to have an erection. Which is kind of gross in the how strangulation works. Don't get hanged. It's bad for you. I do think the joke endings in the remake were actually pretty good. The UFO with space, the UFO ending with Space James was pretty good. Yeah, you do void your bowels also. Yep. Often when you die, yeah. Especially if you die like suddenly. Also, yes, in the remake, this is just an interactive cutscene, but in this game, it was actually a puzzle, or not a puzzle, but something you, because this part signifies being lost. James is lost, and he's trying to find his way. The only thing he has to hope for is the light at the end. The light that he found on the mannequin, which had Mary's dress, flashlight. The flashlight in this game is symbolic of the hope that he has to go forward. The hope that he can find Mary again. So he finds the flashlight on a mannequin that has the flashlight on it, and he's able to go forward. Then when he starts getting into the darker parts of the prison, the flashlight turns off. His hope is starting to flicker and to fade, but he's got a battery. He's like, okay, I can do this. I still have some more. I have more reasons to suspect that yes, she is okay. She's alive. Then we start following this light. We follow this light, and at the end, it's just the hotel. Then in order to proceed, we have to leave the flashlight behind. You have to leave the hope that she's alive behind. And once you find that, find the VHS tape and watch it, the flashlight no longer works. He has to leave his delusion, of hope behind in order for him to discover the truth. Yeah, there's so many layers to this game that I don't see people talk about. So many layers. I also really like how the fog in this game feels wispy. Where in the remake it feels like heavy and wet. And I think that's just a rendering difference, because Unreal Engine is renders particles differently. And see, again, he should know. He just said, did you really die 3 years ago? And then immediately he says, this place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. This is the first time we hear that James vacationed here with Mary 3 years ago when she was alive. Unless she died immediately after their vacation. That doesn't sound like someone who died from illness. Gotta hit the sack. Okay, Hank. Yeah, thanks for staying up super late. If you want to pick up the VOD, you're at 6 hours just to see how it finishes. If you want to. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah. And thanks for the sub on YouTube. Yeah. Appreciate it. Oh, I never really thought about the flashlight. Yep. Well, better wet than wispy. I like the wispy. I like the wispy because it feels more airier. It feels more dreamlike. Whereas the wet feels more burdensome. So I think they both work, but for different things. I will say I did go on the record somewhere. I have a VOD of it somewhere where I was like, man, okay, if the remake lets us do anything, please let us go out into the gardens. And they do. So that's why I'm like, I can't be that mad at the remake because I always wanted to go out into the gardens and they did it so well and I love it. It's beautiful. Also, I want you guys to notice how many monsters are around. I don't feel like fighting anything, so I'm going to go switch over to where is it? This. Because I hate having to deal with the abstract daddies. How many monsters are around? I actually don't know if they're in this room or not. Nope. I don't think that part's in the remake at all. 208. Yeah, I've never known. I was like, how many monsters are here? It appears there are none. And why is that? That's my favorite jump scare of the game.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
I love that line. Who's Rachel? Oh, we actually have a Rachel in our community now, so we need to put that in. I actually found game data that Mary actually will read this off, but they wanted you to do it at your own pace, and so they disabled it, and I appreciate it. Actually, the letter's actually the same in the remake as it is. Look at Laura interacting with the fog. That's literally there.
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one, Mary. Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
realized it didn't animate the door opening. Okay. And now that Laura's gone, who knows where? Ah, here they are. But it's good to know that Angela's somewhere in the hotel because she's manifesting her monsters now. And yes, I am using the cheaty spray. I gotta wait for them to actually die. Otherwise, they'll come back, and it's horrifying. Yeah, she kind of did, yeah. Uh-oh, stinky. I feel like the rubber ball would be in here or something. Whoa, that ceiling is really high. Oh, did I get the thinner? I don't remember. I don't think I did. There's also the progressive breathing. If you guys remember, there was breathing sounds that were happening in the apartments. And then some more in the hotel. They misplaced them in the remake because they play the worst breathing sounds when you fight the Mandarin that's hanging from the ceiling instead of under the floor. But that's not like the penultimate moment when they should be playing it. But here's one moment. And no exhale. Little things like that, man. Little things like that. What ending do we want, guys? Rebirth, leave, dog, or UFO? I can do any of those. I suppose I could do some last minute grinding for in water, but it's too late for Maria. No, I should probably heal again. Yeah, that's the other thing. You take more damage, or when you have damage applied to James, you start there's a counter that the more damage you have, the faster it counts, giving you points towards getting the in-water ending. Now, it works almost identically in this version of the game as it does in the remake, but the problem is in the remake, there's it's very scarce to get health, and so to drink a health drink or use a syringe is not always the best idea, the most prudent idea. And so so if you're just being like, okay, I'm not going to use my health until I absolutely have to, you're still going to be racking up in water points. Whereas in the original, they actually give you so much health that healing really is a choice, whether or not you bother to or not. And that's whether or not you're valuing James's life. That's why, like, the endings in the remake to me feel so much more arbitrary than they do in the original. Like, there's the part where if you decide to spend more time with Maria, you lose Maria points. Explain to me how that makes sense. Man, I want to say that the stuff is in here, the Shakespeare thing. Oh yeah, Kate, did you still want to see the Born from a Wish scenario? And also, by the way, I like this comment where he says, "Oh, it looks like a medical book out." Because this is frozen in the version of James's memory. This is the idyllic hotel. This is not the real hotel. This is not how it actually is. He's manifesting these memories onto it. That's why there's a medical textbook out. And he says, I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. Again, to show you, James cared. He's He's not an awful monster. He really did want Mary better. Whoa. I thought I had one more door to go. I got spooked. I hope you're happy, Auntie Boy. Come on. Also, we start seeing evidence of fire. Weird. Dark Wish. Wait, what? Why am I not green? Did I take damage? Oh, right. I forgot the spray gives you damage. Also, I should mention, I don't know if this is exclusive to the Enhanced Edition, but it's interesting to see that the suitcase has stickers saying, up here, it says, "Nova to San Francisco is complete without seeing the cow," which is a thing, and it says Folsom, and Folsom Street, San Francisco, California, is very California. Makes you think that California is nearby, though. As much as I would want to use that as evidence, it really isn't, because this person could be, whoever's suitcase this is, could be traveling, could have traveled anywhere. It could say England on there and just be like, "Yep, see Silent Hills in England. Spook." I love learning that that happens. Oh gosh. Have you guys, I don't know, do you guys want me to explore the whole hotel without the flashlight just to see if anything's different? Yeah, that's true. That's true. It is in Poland. Forgot about that. A whole series takes place in Poland, actually. Always has been. See, again, this is like very set up, being like, there's like an altar. It's like, here, put your stuff. Whereas in this game, you're like, yeah, whatever. You're supposed to leave your burdens behind. All this baggage James has. If he wants to go get that tape back. Wait, why am I taking damage again? He wants to go get the tape back. He has to leave everything behind. Everything. Except he can keep the picture of Mary, and he can keep the letter from her. Which, by the way, after you kill Eddie, that's when the writing on the letter starts disappearing. Right after Eddie dies, he's like, this isn't the first time this has happened. That's when the letter starts disappearing. Who said Poland? I'm living there. Wait, Kate, you're also from Poland? Auntie Boy, you have a new neighbor. I like how you can see like grooves in the elevator right here. You can see little grooves cut into the bottom of the elevator where like service trays were rolled in and back and forth multiple times. Because the kitchen's down here too, I think the kitchen's down here. Oh no, that's a different floor. No, it's just for service. Like when you come down here, it's too dark to read them. I also have the gamma pumped up a lot so you guys can see it. Oh, it's not. It's supposed to be a little bit darker than this. What? What? Only one poll is allowed. I'm not a poll, don't worry. Wait, what? What's that? You're Russian. Uh-oh. That means, hold on a second. Are you serious? Are you Russian? It's very important that I know. Yeah, brightness level, here we go. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be on 3. I put it on 4 so you guys can see. Dead serious? Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. I have a collection. Where is it? The BRB screen. I try to put all of the languages of my chat in here. How would you say coffee time, or it's time for coffee? Wait, do I already have Russian in there? That's definitely Cyrillic. Do I already have Russian in there? I might. I already have Russian in there? Darn, you're not unique then. I thought you were special! I guess Polish on, oh, I know Polish on C1 level. Say something Polish and then Anti-Boy can confirm. And by which I mean he's gonna lie about it and say that you didn't say it right. I gotta know what those stupid things. Okay, remember this door. Remember this door for later, and how there's a fire alarm here and a door that's a fire door that's closed. Oh, that's weird. Why is the fire door closed? Really wants to be no smoking, no fire extinguisher. They're really emphasizing this thing about fire. I wonder why. Oh, that's another thing I didn't like. We'll discuss it when we get to the Angela scene on the staircase. I used to know Russian, by the way, a little bit. Like, Привет. Как дела? Хорошо. That kind of level. Confetti. Biblioteca. You know, useless words. Not quite conversational. Look, he dug a nugget of light. A little bit. Just a little bit to keep him going. Maybe. Maybe. I forgot about integrating this part. Oh yeah, Mr. Alcoholic has a full free access to a full bar. And you know what he says? No, James, do you want a drink? I guess not. What an alcoholic. And that's where the jukebox is. It's in here. Not in Neely's. Which, that's fine. They can remix them. Welcome back. Oh, hi. Wait. Vodka. Valaika. You know what I think is funny? At least my teacher. I don't know if this is a common thing or this is the correct way to do it or what. But I always thought it was funny that vodka is spelt with the Cyrillic character that looks like a B, but you're supposed to pronounce it as a V. But then my teacher would always call it vodka. She was from Tajikistan though, so it's a little I don't know if that's different. It's an old Soviet territory, I believe. Not anymore. Oh, well, hold on. What does that word mean? It looks like it's fine. I'm gonna say it's fine. I trust you. Don't make me regret it. Oh, you know it all. Yeah, basically. I took like a one quarter, not even a semester, 1 quarter of of Russian, and I forgot most of it, and I barely passed. Oh, I forget. It's beauty, both a blessing and a curse. Thou be? Yeah. I like this puzzle. It's a less math, even though it's not math in the remake. It tricks you into thinking it's math. Was shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. That one you can figure out because it's like, what's the shoe one? This one. Cinderella. And then what is it again? Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. Fairy tales about women who were abused or died. And the red shoes. Ugh. That one gets me. Thumbelina, I don't know how she figures into all this. Rapunzel being trapped. That's Mary. Thumbelina, I'm not sure. The red shoes, and that's the one that has the key on it. That's the one about a woman who wears shoes that make her dance endlessly, and it's a curse that is very, very hard on her physically. Until she decides to cut her own legs off, or has somebody else do it. Also, there's no nonsense about James having paid his room fees in full for indefinitely because he lives in this hotel because he can't leave because he's in a time loop. None of that. Certified comrade. Yeah. What is those words that you put in, Kate? Oh, okay, yeah, another thing in the remake. You are forced to go down by the door, and then Mary just screams, James! Like, really loud, like, James! I can't do it. I can't do it, man. But my point is that she screams, like, yelps out, like she needs help. In this one, if you go up here, and you can't do anything, which I'm not going to unlock it so I can show this, you turn around.
James!
She sounds like she's right here. And she's like crying out, like, James, please come to me. She's beckoning rather than crying out for help. Yeah, time loop. And you know what's unfortunate? People say there's no time loop. I'm like, unfortunately, the remake does insinuate a time loop. It really does. It genuinely does. And I'm not happy about it either. The original, by the way, it's nowhere. This is not James learning, by the way. This is James confronting. This is no longer being able to deny or delude himself anymore. Hopping on my bike, but I'm here listening. You're doing riding your bike.
It's so peaceful.
Sell your bike and give me more bits.
You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Watch, he kisses her on the forehead. Here. And then she pats his arm. Question is she saying it's okay? Or is he trying to drop her defenses? Or is she saying it's okay? It's okay to do it. They don't say, but they took that out of the remake. And I love how much just time they let you sit in this. They start like going scene, cut, cut, cut. Look how long they let you sit in this. James isn't surprised here. he knows. To be fair, that is how they treated him in the remake. He acts like he knows, but I feel like they act like the player doesn't know. It's not about the shock, it's about the sit in it. Literally sit in it.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
Watch how they give Laura time to
She died 'cause
process.
she was sick?
Watch. This part is so crucial and they cut it so
Killed
bad.
her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
Right there, that's the pose where he finds the corpse earlier. And yet, she's still here.
That voice.
I love this phrasing. I don't need the VCR anymore. There's nothing to see. Never actually checked any of these. And now Laura has left the building, and everything can start falling apart. I presume we're not doing a dog ending then. Oh, you guys want another good scene that they cut from the remake? Whoa, what are you looking at, James? Oh, right. I guess we're going Rebirth. Here we go. Ask your question, Auntie Boy.
Still no effective treatment for her condition. How long does she have? I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
Yes, sorry, Auntie Boy, yes. Lore question, please. Please, please, please. Is it a serious one? Was the tape actually real? Because he obviously didn't film killing his wife. Yes, the tape is real, but what it was showing, like the part where she's like, are you taping again? Come on. Like that whole bit, that was real, but then it starts cutting to the memory of killing her. That part wasn't. It's still real, as in the memory was manifested onto the tape, if you will. But that was not what was originally on the tape, if that's what you mean. Wait, what's down here? Oh yeah, just a solid wall. I forgot about that. I'm gonna screenshot this for myself for later. Yep, and they don't do the weird warp thing. And look at, oh no, we're starting to get all this burn damage. What is all this? And it's wet because, I mean, 1, the weather, 2, how do you put out a fire? And this next audio track is the one that they play when you fight the Mandarin halfway through the remake hotel, rather than being the final progression of Mary's illness. Oh, B, sorry. But yes, the videotape was real, if I didn't say that. I have short-term memory. It's hard. This is what they use as the boss music for the Mandarin, which is not a boss in this game at all. Oh. You hear the breathing. Very labored breathing. Oh, and the flashlight doesn't work anymore. The hope that Mary may yet still be alive is entirely gone. Also, this is the exact same kitchen. Everything looks exactly the same except for the water's back. It even has the same light bulb thing. Light bulb can. And this is why it's hard to tell, like, which one's the other world, which one's not. There is no real world, other world. It's real world and how much mental projection is being done on it, how much manifestation. It's just real world with some. So before, the manifestation was idyllic. This is, the idyllic part is starting to crumble away, but there's still manifestations happening. Yeah, the flashlight thing is actually pretty cool, huh? I've seen a few people recognize it, but I don't think they realize just how consistent it is, especially with the little bit with the light bulb and the cans. Just like always trying to grab just a little bit more light until it no longer works, until it's gone. And yes, the only way to go forward is to abandon the light. For those of you who've only seen the remake, tell me how you like this scene.
one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me.
Watch the camera.
Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
I agree. The remake, when just James just left, I was like, oh, come on. Because in this one, you can actually walk up and watch her leave. You try to go after her, can't. And eventually you just have to choose to leave her behind. Eventually you have to turn around. There's nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do for Angela. If you try to go back. She was in a nowhere space. Now it's possible that she was manifesting that particular staircase and died, and that's why it unmanifested. But we'll never know. These are the things that are up for interpretation. But yeah, that scene is not done justice in the remake, because also after James says no, I won't give you the knife, she says it doesn't matter, it doesn't make any difference, it won't change anything, which to me means she's like, I'm gonna kill myself anyway, rather than is she going to change her mind later. Do things get better for Angela? Remake closes the door, whereas the original leaves it open. So just really love them emphasizing fire alarm. And this, you can see like this door's peeled open and smoke is coming out of it, or smoke damage has come out of it. This is the room that the space heater was in. In fact, it was No, it's by the window on the other side. Actually, was it? Was it this window? Hold on, let me try to envision here. No, it wouldn't have been. No. And then it clearly says fire department. I think it's right down here. Yeah, there's a couple extra secrets. In water ending. I don't think we're gonna get in water. Well, no, we can't. We have to get rebirth. And I love how this area is actually off the map entirely. You're actually in the front of the building right here. This is the front of the hotel. These are the front doors. Also, shout out to Enhanced Edition team for recreating the final save point to look like the box art, including all the little intricate, detailed, unique folds on each individual square. That's some hardcore work there. Wait, what? What do you mean 31 minutes? Huh? That can't be game time, right? What? There's no way. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. All right, I want to see if I can do this legit, and then we'll do the fight. We'll do it the cheaty way if it doesn't work. Yeah, legit. This part is so bad on hard mode. What's he see? You hear her before you see her.
Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone!
I was weak. That's why I needed you. I needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
He was weak. Now it either means that he's willing to accept the punishment himself, because in the in-water ending, he's saying, I don't need you anymore, I'll do it myself. Or he's saying, I don't need you anymore because I can move past this. And it depends on the ending you get, which is fantastic. All right, let's see what we can do. I've never actually done this. Me an ampule. There we go. I got it. And yes, you do have to do the same damage to both of them. Got him. Get out of here. I'm the true master now. James is the one manifesting them to kill themselves. He can't destroy this feeling in him, but they can destroy themselves. You can't destroy them using conventional weaponry. He has to let go of this part of himself first. I agree, give him an Oscar. Like 25 years late, but give him an Oscar anyway. I like the idea of 2 pyramid heads because of Eddie now. Yeah, I do too. I don't, and like the 2 eggs being the old kill and the fresh kill. I do like that concept. But again, that's one of those elements that's open for interpretation. They never actually say. Yeah. There's no confirmation or any way to conclude that's definitely what it is. But it is a theory that holds weight and one that I like. Also, I like this weird face on the door. They included this in the remake, this texture. They changed character motivations, but at least they have this texture, this door texture.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf?
And you can leave. It's timed in such a way that you can leave.
James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me.
They look like monsters, do you?
Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
That's part of the conversation that James didn't hear. Makes you wonder how he's hearing it now. I'm of the mind that Mary's ghost or spirit is here, and it depends on the ending to really know where she is. Yeah, Kate, you're kind of being rude. It's okay, I'll just ignore you. It's fine. Pretty sure we got leave ending. Which, the more I think about this game, the more I think it's my favorite. Alright, I am going... Oh, yeah. Silent. I love it when it doesn't make noise. It doesn't crash and clatter. And Mary doesn't turn into a freaking spider machine. I don't have a map of this area, but I'm actually right in front of the hotel. I walked out of the front right here, and I'm in the front. And then we climbed up. This building is not here. Normally, I should say. This building is a manifestation of a real building. James.
James.
Maria, I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead. Don't you understand? She's not coming back.
Oh, right, it's the rebirth ending.
But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. I'll never hurt you like she did. So why don't you want me?
Because you are not Mary. Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Oh, James. Come on, James. You must be joking.
Murray has the idea of what he thought he wanted Mary to be. The problem is that he liked Mary, including her flaws. He loved Mary for who she was, not for who he wanted her to be.
Mary.
What do you mean you can't cosplay Mary?
You look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death.
Shout out to the Enhanced Edition team for remaking the cathedral
I
here.
don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care.
Mary.
And I love they don't tell you if it succeeds or not. How awful is it that James thinks that I killed you, but I can't live without you? It's less that I've killed you, but more like I can't stand that you're not here anymore. So I'm gonna bring you back from the dead so I feel better. Never mind, she's going to return into her sick body. It's the worst ending as far as like ethically. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead. Oh, hey, do you guys want to see me in the credits? First, we're gonna see all the people who did actual work, like Arrow, Big Man Japan. I don't know who Bellic66 is. And Alicia, yeah. I've seen Frozen Fish around. Nemesis 2000 did the widescreen fixes. Steam 006 did a lot of work on 3 at 13AG. Where's Polymega? Polymega usually does kind of like the front-facing stuff and talks to the community a lot. Translators. Oh, the translators, yeah. I didn't realize they had. Special thanks. Where am I? Where am I? I'm on the second line on the right. There I am, Glitchy Real. Yep. And then a proper credits for the people who actually did the PC port. Even though it didn't come out that well, they still wanted to give credit to them, so I appreciate that they do that. And then Konami of America, we'll skip them. Sheesh. I think there's 270 items in the game plus 8. Or is it 262 plus 8, which is 270? I don't know. Oh well. I am not saving my clear data. I want to keep my green hyperspray. All right, Born from a Wish. Here we go. I'm gonna play this on. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, does it? I'm gonna play it on easy mode. I just want to do cutscenes. Ad start in 4.5 minutes. By the way, get subbed or ad blocked, whatever you guys, you know. Put the brain in the robot, you know.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Everyone's gone. Is it because of those monsters?
Everyone's gone.
What do I do now? Do I fight and live? Or do those monsters get me? I don't have any reason to go on living. But I'm scared to die. I'm I'm so afraid of pain. Should I run away? I want to find somebody. I don't like being alone. But is there anyone left alive?
Is there? So when she says, when I woke up, is my opinion. This is one thing I can't prove, but I like to think that she has Mary's memories, and the last thing she remembers was dying. And when she woke up, she was all alone. But even then, she doesn't quite remember everything. And she seems to be amalgamated with another person actually named Maria, as we see in the third game. Also, is that supposed to be Maria right there in that picture? It says Heaven's Night on it. It looks like her face. I don't know. I love these camera angles though. What'd you ask? I like Maria better in this game than I do, or in this scenario than I do in the main game. Maria, you an alcoholic? No comment. I like how they explain that why you can't go through this way. Right here. It's locked. Someone stuck gum inside into the lock. Can't open it from this side. She'd have to open it from the other side. You notice how everything looks the same for Maria, even though James isn't around. And he's completely unaware of this happening. Because his manifestations can manifest even when he's not around, physically present. Oh yeah, this was interesting. Let's say, isn't there a weapon besides this gun? I'm a little nervous with just this. What, you're just now following? No, thank you so much. Hoyt. Appreciate the follower. You're number 369. Feel proud of it.
I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do.
And I don't care. Just one thing. Yeah, in the third game, you find a poster right here that says Lady Maria, and it shows a lady with long black hair. Whoever Lady Maria was, she got amalgamated into,
Welcome to the Cool Kids Club.
I have to update that with the definitive edition now. Forgot about that. Lynn's character model looks a little better. I was thinking if this was a YouTube stream, I'd like this stream, but I don't really use Twitch, so here's a follow. Appreciate it. I'm trying to look for options that allow me to dual cast. So I just stream to one server, and the server will split it into both platforms, so that way we can get both. Twitch has better audience interactables, like the redeemable gifts and like seeing chat on the screen and everything, but YouTube is a lot easier, just, you know, simpler. So I like Twitch, but yeah, there's more users on YouTube, so I am looking for options on how to do both. It would be great if I can do both. That said, I don't want to harass everybody on YouTube being like, I'm live, I'm live, I'm live, and then they just start ignoring me when I actually drop a video, because it will clutter that up. So I may turn off notifications of VODs. I don't know. I have things to look at. So if you want to interact, Twitch will be the place to be. If you just want to watch, YouTube will be the place to be. I like how they let you explore this area. They let you explore this area when normally this part is cut off during the daylight segment, And then in the night segment, when you come down here, it's, you know, it's night, so you never get to see it like this. It's a cool reuse of the same space while making it still feel fresh. Yeah, this is the white world. Also, look at this camera angle. Oh, I love it. Freaking love the camera. I gotta see if I can get Andrew on here. He's the guy who's making the Silent Hill camera. We were gonna do we were gonna play this game together and just kind of geek out over the cameras. But afterwards, I'll see if I can get him. Maybe I can get him to co-host. We'll see. Oh yeah, remember back in the day, I would be running the Zelda Dark World music whenever I was at night. I think it's so funny when people are like, the other world, sometimes it just turns dark. I'm like, yes, it does in the first game. In 2 and 3, it just turns nighttime. It just turns nighttime. Oh yeah, that was my favorite change in the remake, when they said, you know what, we need to say fart face 5 times in the game. Because Laura says it 3 times. Oh, apparently according to somebody on Reddit, so that means it's definitely authoritative and accurate, the actress who plays Laura, she was 13 or so when she did the mocap for Laura, and I was like, I knew it. She's not 8. That's why her arms are like weird proportions. And that's why she doesn't act like a little kid. She acts like, you know, I had her pegged her at 11 or 12, which actually if she was 12, that would make sense too. But apparently she's like 15 or 16 right now. So, no, 14 to 15. Anyways, that's, I need to look up to see if that's actually accurate. Sorry, Kate, if you're still here. Oh, you are. You mentioned 69, dude. Yeah. I'll get you to the story bits, because running around the streets is kind of boring. She acts like Evelyn from Resident Evil 7. I need to finish Resident Evil 7. I don't even remember it. All I remember was I wasn't scared. And then they gave me a shotgun and a flamethrower, and I'm like, okay, well, now it's not very tense. Interesting, they added gut piles. Wait, I've never actually tried the door handle over here. What happens? Just locked. Oh, nice. So I'm like 90% sure that the guy that's why I always think there's something in the truck. Yeah, it is here. But there's 2? Yeah. I'm 90% sure, though again, no way to confirm it. You see all this blood right here? Somebody was dragged in here. And that person is dead. Who is this guy? Do we know any dead guy who lives here? Who might have wanted to venture out in the streets to go find ingredients? They put the white chrism here in the remake, by the way. Which I think was a good nod to the other thing. Resident Evil. I mean, whatever this game is. I love also how there's no flashlight in this mode. You just go through a house. Having your hand cut off and sewn back on. No, not sewn back on. You pour like medicine juice, like liquid, and then you just stick it back on. Yeah. Which when I saw that happening, I was like, oh my goodness, he's infected. He has to be. There's no way he could just Lego together. Apparently that gets confirmed in 8, but I really think they should 7. there Greek letters on the magazine? Huh. Fireplace is boarded off. Do not use. Oh, do not use is written on it. And yet there's all these like this, all these grass mess. Yeah, Ethan was a mushroom, so he could do that with his limbs. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not a big Resident Evil fan, but I gotta say Ethan, at least in 7, is a terrible character. And how I knew this was because, one, he would talk for me. He would say he was scared when I wasn't scared to know how I should feel. But most importantly is that he goes to this dangerous place all by himself to rescue his wife. His wife starts freaking out, having some kind of violent mental breakdown or something that he doesn't realize is like the mold or anything. And then like stabs her in the face with an ice pick or something. I don't remember what it was. It was like not with the chainsaw or anything, like or a hatchet. I don't know. He very much would presume to have fatally wounded his wife. And his response was, "What the fuck, Mia?" And I'm like, would you say that if you thought you just killed your wife? Not even James did that. Ethan kind of sucks.
Is somebody there? Open up.
Yeah, apparently. I haven't played 8 yet.
Hello?
Like most RE games, you don't play a fierceless character in the games with Ethan. Yeah, that's true. You play as a normie.
Stop it. You're disturbing me.
Thank God. I finally found somebody.
Hey, Ernest. Is the town empty? You should tell us.
No.
I love Ernest, by the way.
But why?
Is it really necessary for me to answer all your tedious questions?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I want to be alone. Other people just irritate me.
I just want to see another human face.
About that.
Do you know what's happening in this town? There's no one here. Just monsters.
Yes.
I know.
But so what? It has nothing to do with me. No one here means there's no one to disturb me.
Like monsters to you?
You want to be alone in this insane asylum?
Yes,
exactly. Introverts unite. Or actually, don't. Go away. I want to be by myself.
But how can you say that it's this town that's insane? Perhaps it's we who are insane. Both of us. Hopelessly insane. Are you satisfied? Would you leave me alone?
Yeah.
My name is Maria.
See, she kind of makes it up on the spot there.
What's your name?
Or she thinks about it for a second there.
Ernest.
Hemingway?
I love that you can hear her smile. Hemingway. A little bit.
Ernest? I'll be back.
Some people actually, I've seen, genuinely thought she was being serious. Like, are you Ernest Hemingway? I'm like, no. She's joking around.
Ernest? Are you there? No. I guess not.
It's like when Donkey asked Shrek for his name. Like, did you just make it up? I have not seen Shrek in a long time. But I kind of vaguely remember that. I love how there's like this little panel here, which is, I'm like, what's this crank for? What is it for? What is it? Oh, it's for the chandelier. Oh. Is that important? Is it important? No, it's not important. Also, is there just something spooky about this? They don't hide in corners and jump you in bathroom stalls. It's just sitting there, standing there. Oh yeah, not here. I don't even have the hyper spray. Can't get it. It's not here. It's open. Man, I love pre-rendered backgrounds. Again, shout out to the Enhanced Edition team that actually spent the time to actually remodel a lot of the props to, instead of just using AI, do a full clean render, re-render. Oh, for those who haven't seen it, let's actually read the puzzle. What this is over here. Oh, whoops. There's a square depression in the center of the tombstone, and above that is a carefully crafted epitaph. Along with you died joy. All that remains is despair and a future of meaningless tomorrows. But I will never give up. One, to see your beautiful smile again. One, to beg the blessings of the gods. I wait for that day. When the boards cover all sadness too will be covered. But until my dreams return to reality, I will have to swallow all the pain. Of course, there's a key. Crimson Ceremony. The Obsidian Goblet. If I remember how to do. Dang it.
What the hell is this?
I don't remember how to. I remember it's a very simple combination. You put 2 in just as is, and then the last one you rotate. Oh, I think I start with white is why. Anybody who knows Silent Hill 4, this ceremony isn't. And I take this one. You like this? Yeah, there it is. He came free. Who did he commission to have this puzzle installed? Dude, if I ever actually get my own house, I definitely want a puzzle installed in my house. So if anybody actually breaks in or I go missing, they have something to do. It's a board puzzle. I want to go this way. It's the meaning behind it. It's Amy's grave, or it's not her grave, but it's a memorial. Actually, she might be buried in the house. That'd be weird, but I don't think so. Oh, actually, yeah, he does need a body. Oh, she is in here somewhere. Anyways. Here's some lore for y'all. For y'all. Stuffed animals line the top of the shelf. Nothing very interesting. Oh, is this a teddy bear? Not very well made, but it's sort of cute anyway. I bet Laura would love it. She loves bears. Laura? Who am I talking about? And she won't mention it again. All sitting on the chair. Now that I look closer, it's filthy. Whoever lived here must have really loved this thing. Small bed for a child. Fixed camera angle. Why does this look so, like, if you look at it zoomed out in a lower resolution, why does this look so much more real than so much that comes out of like modern day games? Yes, the resolution is bad, but like, it still looks so good. It helps to have a good camera angle. Oh, the lore. Yes, you will get lore in this run. It's very small, but there is lore. I'm sure I've never read this, but somehow it seems familiar. Or children's literature. This calendar is from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, November. Some people speculate that this calendar, well, you can look at where the dates line up on the calendar, and you can extrapolate that, oh, this game must take place in 94. I wouldn't put much stock into it. Just know that it's supposed to be November. There's tons of calendars that are lined up all differently. Besides that, it would only be the calendar from 10 years ago. So I don't know if that's been taken into consideration. Or if they think that's supposed to be today's date. You're right, the calendar needs to be exactly accurate. Fell out of the window. Static camera angles. I love them. They're so beautiful. So many other games of this era tried to do camera angles. They just didn't have the same cinematography. Resident Evil does. Present down here in a card. To my dearest daddy. Happy birthday from Amy Baldwin. Sorry, I keep forgetting some of you haven't seen this. And likely never will without if the remake's gonna skip it.
Give it. To my daddy.
The way it's framed probably plays a huge part in how good something looks. Yeah, lighting and framing are like 80% of a good picture, or anything good image. Modern games have only limited ways of looking at things in gameplay. Yeah, especially when you're over the shoulder. This segment would be so boring and over the shoulder, especially considering there's like nothing to fight. That's not the point. Actually, there is one thing around this corner. There's just enough to get you like, so quiet. Love it. And this game limits you as well and what you can look at, but the developers make cool things with the camera angles. Yeah, just by doing interesting camera angles, you can make something that is otherwise pretty limited very interesting. By just framing things differently. Like, this camera tells you that this room isn't that special. It's a little bit more mundane. But then once you get to this camera, you're like, One thing I did notice on my recent run is, look, there's some green stuff. I don't know what the green slime is in this game. I have no idea what to make of the green slime. I don't even know if that's what this is. Acacia. See, this is when we start going down rabbit holes. But the thing is just, what does Acacia mean in Silent Hill 2? not what does acacia mean and everything else. That's just kind of like fluff. Here we go. Acacia, a genus of evergreen trees. Are they evergreen? Trees of the mimosa tribe of the pea family. Its tiny flowers are yellow or white and grow in clusters. Common varieties include the gum tree. The acacia tree is a potent symbol in many religions across the world. In Christianity, it represents eternal life and mortality. Those are the important parts: eternal life, mortality. In ancient Egypt, it represents purity and rebirth. Purity, rebirth, rebirth. While in ancient Babylonia, it was thought of as the tree of the goddess Ishtar and was a symbol of life. Life, rebirth, mortality, immortality. That's the point. It was also a holy tree to the ancient Jews who built the sacred Ark of the Covenant from it, and for whom it signified a peaceful death and a release from grief. Or just kind of get this idea of what the acacia symbolizes, and it's what the white oil is made from, which is what we'll have to be getting in a little bit. Shotgun for a cockroach. I don't know why I always get confused in this room. Yeah, that's the main door. Green slime. Is this the same as the thing with the puzzle in the hospital? Yeah, I don't know if it's the same thing, but it's a recurring case of something very similar. So I don't know if it's actually related or if it's just, you know, just there. I don't know. Looking at. Man, I wish I had new levels for this game. I was really hoping someone would do like a decomp or something of this game and just make tools and people just make houses to go through with some scares. Sounds like it would be a lot of fun. Also, shout out to the Enhanced Edition team for making the outdoor environments over there 3D instead of a paper plane. As in flat, not an airplane. Whoa. Yeah, oh, okay. Second there, I was like, wait, why is that camera angle special? It's so dark in here. Here's one of the very few things that I changed right here, or I contributed to. Hooray. She says, I can't pass through here. The way up is barricaded. She used to say there's a wall in the way, and it's actually like bars with some junk behind it, which is very hard to tell, but she'll say it's a wall and it's not a wall. It's like dumb stuff like that is what I helped with. Thanks for not making this a paper plane. Yep. Chancellor paper plane. Have you guys been watching any of those? I don't know if maybe it's just me watching Star Wars Ruined by AI. Kind of funny. Lost Memories. Oh, I wanted to see if they fixed this. It's because I put this one on the table, but I don't think they fixed it. I have the strongest trust, you may even call it faith, in the miracle called Resurrection of the Dead. Upon the hill where the light descended, the beast intoned his song. With words of blood, drops of mist, and the vessel of night, the grave became an open field. Oh, right, that's the one I asked them to change. The grave become an open field. I thought it should be became, because everything else is in past tense. I may bring that up again. The people wept in fear and joy at the reunion, but my faith in the salvation of Xuchilpaba did not waver. It is also spoken of in the ancient legends. The original worshippers did not believe that death was the end, but that it was simply the path by which the deceased returned to nature. They also believed the process was reversible. Something imprinted toward the bottom of the page. Did Ernest write this? What could it mean? Blood equals red, mist equals white, night equals black. I don't have a flashlight. What are you talking about? Is the Shakespeare book in here? I think I've looked. This would be a good place for it. That's not it up there, is it? There's like a stack of 5 books. 6. Nope. I'm just gonna take a pic. Never know.
Do you know a little girl named Amy?
The song.
Why do you ask me that?
November Flight.
This letter. To my dearest daddy. It's from a girl named Amy Baldwin. Your daddy?
Yes. Where'd you find that?
Up in the attic.
Oh. What a fool. Now, when it's too late, I finally understand why. Why she was there.
No, it's not.
Why she was holding that empty envelope when she fell.
Ernest. Amy. She isn't... I'm sorry. I'm sorry I reminded you.
I like she holds onto the doorknob, trying to comfort him, but have anything to hold on to.
I've never forgotten. Maria, some things we forget, and some things we can never forget. It's funny, I'm not sure which one is sadder. It's been 10 years, but I still...
Ernest, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. Maria, that letter.
I'll leave it here.
Thanks.
This part. This means.
Maria? So you must be... That's why you could see me.
Huh?
Still don't know.
Perhaps that means that I can hope for a miracle as well.
What do you mean?
Good camera angle.
In the apartment next door, there's a bottle containing a white liquid. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it's in there somewhere. I must have it.
You... want me to get it for you?
Please.
Why don't you just get it yourself?
If I could, believe me, I would. But
Wait.
I'll open the stairway door.
Ernest, do you really believe it will work?
I don't know.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind fighting for an impossible cause. Anyway, It beats just giving up and doing nothing.
Maria, thank you.
Saying that this guy was pizza? What does that mean? Like how Eddie got a pizza from Silent Hill and Maria got him from Silent Hill? Oh, I see. No, Ernest is a real person. This house is really here, and it's the Baldwin mansion. I just sworn it was actually on the map. Does it? No, this guy's actually here though. There would have to be so much that you would have to say, well, this is all in her head, including this history about this girl and this dad and this whole house, and you know, the hauntings and everything. Is you'd have to compound so many different ad hoc concepts to be like, oh yeah, Ernest is just not real. What was I gonna say? Oh, I forgot to talk to Ernest one more time. Yes, that's something else.
You think miracles really can happen?
This is Silent Hill.
Yeah. Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, Maria, you think too much. I'm from here. This is my town.
So Ernest should know what he's talking about. Hold on, I want to see when it says resurrection. Yes, resurrection has been spell checked, but they said become instead of became. Anyway, let's get out of here. Puitverkafir. Was there any more to that theory? Eddie's, or excuse me, Ernest is manifested. Amy Baldwin. She was loved by God, or loved too much by God. 7 years was not enough time. So this is when we started learning that there's some parallel between Ernest and Harry. A father who lost a 7-year-old daughter suddenly and to circumstances outside of their control. James is also an inversion of Harry in that they both had wives who died of illness. Only for James it was illness. Yeah. Oops. Not what I wanted. Keep out of Haunted Mansion. And this was put here probably before the town got deserted. Ernest has been here a while. Because the town was only deserted maybe a year or so ago. This is pretty shortly after Silent Hill 1. Hey, look, we're back here. Now let's make sure. Let's make sure that we reach into the toilet. What we're here for. See if Maria will do it. Oh shoot, I forgot about that. Room's usually empty as James. So James has not been here yet because the safe is closed. Safe, but I don't know how to open it. Well, let's go get the answer. It's right in the toilet. Right here. Disgusting. Who would even think of something so disgusting? I can see the apartments next door from the window, but the fire escape door is closed. Whoops, I just killed James. Snake, you can't do that. That's a paradox. So much darker when you don't have a flashlight. Oh yes, dear Tim, you know about your uncle. People did live there, but not anymore. I think I'm kind of burning out. What do you guys think? Been about 8 hours. Also, notice there's no water in here. This should take me to the alley that runs to the park, but first I'd better take care of my promise to Ernest. I love it when characters have their own autonomy, and it's not just whatever the player wants to do. Like, she could leave, but she just won't. Not until she's done what she came here for. Also, the rest of this area is such a red herring. All you have to do is come down here, and then right in here. Oh, that was very loud in my ear. I was supposed to be here. Oh, there it is. Much easier to find if you've already been here in the main game. They say that, you know, you should play the first the game, you should play the main story first, but man, if you played this first, you'd just be so dang confused. It wouldn't even be a spoiler, you'd just be confused. Okay. Game.
Thank you, Maria. That's the only item I couldn't get myself. By the time I found out about it, I could no longer leave this house. So long.
Yes, but Will...
Maria, the gods are here. You know it too. You were born in this town.
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago.
God is the right word.
Do you believe in fate?
Not really.
That's fine then.
Ernest, can I open this?
This is a dead end. There's nothing beyond here.
I know. So, what if I had said I believed in fate?
That James. He's a bad man.
James.
Guess that's a bit of a spoiler. Oh, I realized my voice isn't entirely coming through. That's a bit of a spoiler, yeah.
Yes. I know.
He's looking for the you that isn't you.
Because he's kind? Do you know something?
Yes. Maria, you're...
Anyway, that's just what you think. You don't really know anything. That's fine.
Okay.
You notice the gift is open. I also think it's also telling that his daughter got him gardening gloves. And the memorial to her is kept in a private indoor garden. Like the little details, man. Love that Zolly, by the way. Zoom in a dolly at the same time. You zoom in and you pull the camera back. At this point, Maria does kind of know what she is now. And her ultimate purpose, if she believes in fate, is that she'll be killed, rejected, thrown away by James. That's her role. But... oh wait. But he does have an out through the Maria ending. He just has to love her instead.
James.
I agree, Laura should have a gun.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend? My name is Maria.
Alright. GG's. And now, you guys are all caught up. And I think I should look for somebody to raid into, because I'm tired. You guys still awake? Probably not. Oh hey, Yuna's on. What's she playing? V Rising? Kind of a different mood. Anybody else playing Silent Hill 2? I should raid into Yuna more often, but I want to try to keep things similar. I want Silent Hill 3. Nope. Da, 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 da. Alright, I'm just gonna raid into Yuna's channel. I went to college with Yuna, so she's a friend of mine. Can't guarantee this is going to be the same mood though, so. Alright, here we go. And yes. What's the thing that we always do?
Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime.
That's loud. There we go. Okay, here we go. Say hi to Uniformy. Bye. Oh, Wednesday we're doing a Pathologic too. The day after tomorrow. Did it work? Did it work? Looks like no. Wait, yes. I gotta shut down. Bye, everybody else who was in the VOD. Bye. I don't know what I'm doing.